Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
I'm being repressed.
Too much, Dad.
What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way.
Consequences.
Come on.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I'm staying in the race.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Climate and everything are the same word.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Now be good evening.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Jesus, I say that.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Well, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Come on.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Break now.
I see that you know your judo.
It's science.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Winter is coming. Welcome to the resistance.
China. Have to have my China. China!
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
A fucking bitch.
What now?
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Awful. Weak.
This is ridiculous.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
Aren't I a good guy?
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, wondering what it all means. Well, let's try and figure it out, chat. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here, so we better get right to it. Don't forget, as always, to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise something bad might happen to you. Alright, good to see everybody here on this Friday evening weekending report incoming. Do some shout-outs here. What do we got? Decipher, Bob Carmody, and Hermetologist. 1, 2, 3 in the YouTube chat. Duck. A close fourth. Got Mozart in chat. Jet as well. Kirkenstein's Monster. Will in Detroit. Bcat, Atticus Among Us. Blunted Suspect. Fascism Watch. Look Bovine. And that might be everybody in the chat. Good to see all of you. I did it. I got it. I did it all. Anyways, it's been a weird, crazy week here, as most weeks seem to be in the Trump administration. All sorts of stuff to talk about. Oh, where do we start? Let's start talking planes. Let's start off talking planes. And Donald Trump got on a plane here earlier today, leaving Washington's D.C. for Bedminster, New Jersey. Here's Forbes breaking news with the clip. Keep fighting, sir. Keep fighting. Wait, this isn't Florida. I'm pretty sure Florida guy. I'm pretty sure Keep Fighting guy is a local Floridian. Good Trump, use your tax dollars hard at work. I don't know why you're still here. Why? I thought we got rid of the DEI. I don't know why I'm here. Well, I guess I just didn't lose my job. Oh, that's not good. We're gonna take care of that. Don't worry about that. Okay. That's great. Thanks. Good job, everybody. Good job. Thank you. Last time I'm gonna see you. Wave point, and one more wave. There we go. Get on the plane. It's gonna be fine. Speaking of planes. Planes have been having a rough year. And as of recently, San Diego specific
breaking news out of a military housing community in San Diego. Multiple people are confirmed dead after a small private business jet trying to land at a nearby airport crashed into this neighborhood, setting several homes and parked cars that you see on your screen on fire, sending neighbors scrambling. It's unclear right now how many people were on board the jet, but the assistant fire chief says that all the fatalities appear to be from the plane. Officials say the impact left a devastating trail of destruction and toxic streams of jet fuel pouring down the streets, soaking front lawns.
Jet fuel pouring down the streets. That is a fucking wild image. Jet fuel just pouring down the street. Totally normal. Totally normal. This is 2025 after all.
Streets soaking front lawns. The assistant fire chief saying there is fuel all over the place.
The FAA says the Cessna 550 went down just before 4 a.m. local time in the Murphy Canyon neighborhood. It was just miles from landing at the Montgomery Gibbs Executive Airport. This was a flight that took off from New Jersey's Teterboro Airport Wednesday night, and officials say it ran into foggy weather in San Diego. Listen to how first responders describe the scene to emergency dispatch.
Now, my understanding is that this plane made it all the way across the country, made a stop, I think it was like in Kansas or Colorado, no problems, and then got miles, less than, single-digit miles away from the airport and crashed.
We are reconfiguring this for units en route to the Salmon Street explosion. Our flames, our aircraft overturn and then an explosion. In the backyard, the house is on fire. Engine 39 had seen multiple vehicles, multiple structures on fire. Engine 39 on a hydrant, attacking the fire engine 39 sample.
This looks like a fucking war zone.
Evacuation. Got multiple houses on fire.
It looks wild. Looks like a missile hit a neighborhood.
We're gonna probably have several hundred people evacuated. We just don't have a place set up yet for them to go.
At least half a block south of our impact scene is going to be the street and yards. Front yards are completely saturated with fuel.
This is going to take, who knows how long this is going to take to clean up. This is wild.
Let's go to CNN Aviation.
They're saying it's soaking into people's lawns. I mean, oh my God.
Correspondent Pete Montine, who is at the Magic Wall for us. Pete, explain what happened here and what you can tell us about the type of plane that was involved.
The big takeaway right now, Brianna, is this could have been so much worse, and the NTSB will arrive on the scene today. They really have their work cut out for them as they try and find the voice recorder and the flight data.
I love how CNN is trying to find the silver lining in this plane crash. It could have been worse. Could have been worse. This is bad. It's pretty bad, but it could be worse.
2, a relatively forgiving business jet. It has a straight wing, makes it very easy to fly. Seats between 6, 8, or 10 people.
Was it easy to fly? Not on this day.
We know the plane went down in this neighborhood, and you can see the aftermath here. Primarily charred cars on the street there that were parked on the shoulder. This community primarily enlisted in the Navy from the nearby Navy bases. We know that the weather at the time of this crash was particularly tricky. The cloud ceiling very low, the visibility about 2 miles and mist. So the pilots would have had a difficult time getting in to Montgomery Field there in San Diego. That is something investigators will want to look at. That is key. They'll also be looking at the history of this flight. We know this flight took off from Teterboro, New Jersey late last night, late Wednesday night, about 11 p.m. Flew about a 3-hour, 42-minute leg here to this airport near Wichita, Kansas. Spent about 45 minutes on the ground there and then continued on to Montgomery Field, where it was set to arrive around 3:45 a.m. local time. Obviously, this plane did not make it. We know that the tower was not open at the time of this crash, meaning that that tower flips into what's called a common traffic advisory frequency. The pilot radioed that he was on a 3-mile straight in to runway 28 there at Montgomery Field. It's 28 left and right. They're parallel numbers.
So there were no air traffic control workers at this air traffic tower when this individual was flying this airplane. It's not clear that that's necessarily the reason for it, but I'm sure it didn't help with navigating through what they're saying was inclement flying weather. Let's go through a few more of the stories on this. You don't need to watch the whole thing, but as you saw, I flew it across the entire country. No problems, and then it just, this happened. Now apparently multiple people died as a result of this. Jesus. Took off the whole side of this house. I don't think this car is supposed to be here either. Jesus Christ. I think I got like one more of these.
2 people are dead after a plane crashed into a neighborhood in San Diego. Several homes were set on fire. Officials on site gave an update earlier today. Reporter Steve Futterman is tracking the latest from California. Steve, what are authorities saying about the crash?
Well, Andrew, they're still conducting their investigation. The crash occurred at around 3:45 this morning in the middle of the night. It occurred in a residential area that is mostly occupied by military families. And if you look at the pictures, it's hard to believe only 2 people were killed. Some of these homes completely destroyed. Now,
we're being invaded. They're attacking the military families with planes.
Illegal.
Oh, you know, I didn't start yet. I should start a goal. Yeah, we're like a half hour in. I haven't done a goal yet. It's vital to ensuring we get all of the content tonight. Okay, actually I have 2 more of these, I'm sorry. I did not, I thought this was a different thing.
A small plane that took off late last night from Teterboro Airport in New Jersey crashed overnight into a residential neighborhood in San Diego, California. At least 3 people in the Cessna jet were killed, and the fiery crash damaged at least 10 homes and buildings. 8 people on the ground were injured. Eyewitness News reporter Janice Hughes live at Teterboro tonight with the latest. Janice?
Well, Bill, flight data shows that this plane has been flying all around the country for the last week or so, and it hadn't been to Teterboro Airport until it arrived here on Sunday. And then, of course, it stayed here before taking off last night.
You hear the boom, you think it's a transformer, but the second you step outside, it's just fire engulfing, you know, the neighborhood itself.
A frightening scene in a San Diego neighborhood. At least a quarter mile of debris, destruction, and smoke.
You could see the night sky from our living room.
Authorities say a private jet crashed into the U.S. military's largest housing neighborhood around 4 Thursday morning, destroying multiple homes, causing cars to go up in flames, and trapping people inside their houses.
I have to escape now. The fire is right here at my house. And so we couldn't get out, so we yelled for our neighbors. Our neighbors put a gate, a ladder up to their fence. It's about 8 foot tall. So we were able to climb the ladder and jump onto their trampoline to escape me and my children, and I was able to throw my two weenie dogs over as well, the fence.
The Cessna 550 was about 2 miles away from its destination, the Montgomery Gibbs Executive Airport in San Diego.
At least she saved the weenie dogs. Pretty horrifying situation here in San Diego. Multiple. I think there may have been at least 6 casualties. I don't know exactly how many people died, but I heard multiple people injured and multiple people died in this crash. Obviously, there was a whole lot of physical property damage to people's homes and cars. I have one more description from 2 people whose, I think it was the house that we were just looking at, whose house was struck by the plane. This is the AP from like 2 hours ago.
I think it was like late
3:30, 4
in the morning.
Yeah, and I woke up to a loud explosion. My wife was screaming, and she's like, "There's a fire." I was trying to comprehend what happened, and I walked to the hall towards the front of my house, and all I could see was fire, and the roof of the house was torn off.
You could see the night sky from our living room.
And
impromptu skylight.
My first thought was, is everyone safe? So we went, and she grabbed our youngest kid, and I grabbed the other child, and we couldn't get out the front of our house. And
the back, so we went outside to go out the back door, but then unfortunately the side gate leads towards the front, and I could see the debris was on fire right there, so we can't even open it to get out. Luckily, we had some neighbors come by, and I started yelling for help. They came by on the other side of the fence, and we were trying to wake up our other neighbor too. And we got the kids over the fence, and then I jumped over the fence. They brought a ladder, and the dogs, we got them both there, and then he eventually got off on the other side.
It looks like
it's a pretty wild thing to wake up to. I don't think you go to bed thinking, maybe a plane's gonna crash into the house while we're sleeping. Pretty crazy situation, undoubtedly. Thankfully, these people were somehow went unscathed, although their house seemingly did not. Okay. There's been a lot of fatal plane crashes this year. Quite a few. And I know, honestly, we haven't even covered them all, because they all don't seem like, can't cover every single one of these that I've been seeing, but it's been a lot. I don't know, I don't know the actual numbers on how many usually happen. I know that there's certainly plenty every year, but it just seems like there's a lot more. Alright, let's go on to a different thing that's been in the news, an event that was also quite shocking in DC, where 2 people were shot by a man outside of an event in DC.
These charges have just,
I believe it was at a Jewish history museum.
These charges have just been unsealed in federal court here in Washington, D.C., Pamela, and I'll read you just what the documents say here at the top. Murder of, these are charges that he is facing. Murder of foreign officials, causing the death of a person through the use of a firearm, discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence, and 2 counts of first-degree murder. These are the first federal charges now that have been filed against Elias Rodriguez, who is set to appear before a federal judge in the next few minutes. Now, this is his first appearance. We don't expect that he's going to enter a plea at this moment. And of course, this is an investigation, Pamela, as you know, This is still very early in the investigation that is still ongoing. There's still a lot more that investigators want to know about the suspect, about who he was in touch with over the last weeks and months, and whether there's anybody else who possibly could have been involved in this crime. And so those are still ongoing at this point. But clearly, over the last few hours, since last night and since the shooting deaths of these two people outside this event at the Capitol Jewish Museum, FBI and the Metropolitan Police here in Washington, as well as their counterparts in Chicago, have been digging into the background of Rodriguez, trying to make sure they know everything about him. And so these are the initial charges that we anticipate. There might still be more. One of the things that, of course, you heard from the Attorney General, you heard from FBI officials. One of the things they're focused on in particular is the hate crime aspect, the anti-Semitism, clearly because he targeted this event that was being held by a Jewish organization here in Washington, D.C. So you can expect that they're going to keep pursuing that angle.
Yeah, is that we should expect for them to continue. I mean, I do expect them to continue pursuing that, but I don't think we should demand or have high expectations in this, like, just devoid of the current political climate. I mean, it's just, oh god. And CNN did this sort of, I mean, there was a ton of framing like this from CNN. There has been for the last day
Of this incident, and so it's quite possible that these charges may not be the final word on these charges that the suspect faces. Pamela?
All right, Evan, stand by for us. I'm going to bring back in Ellie and Catherine. You just heard Evan lay out that DOJ charged Elias Rodriguez with federal murder charges in connection with the death of those two Israeli embassy staffers. And Ellie, Evan noted that these are just initial charges and that there could be more. Tell us a little bit more about that, what your reaction is to these charges and why it takes time usually before a hate crime charge could be brought.
Yeah, so this all makes perfect sense. You start with the murder charge, you start with the firearms charges that we talked about because they're the most straightforward, because you don't necessarily at this point, just a few hours after the murder, have to prove the motive in order to bring those straightforward murder and firearms charges. This is just step one. These charges will, in all likelihood, be contained in what we called a criminal complaint. Now, that'll be followed at some point in the coming weeks by an indictment. And at that point, that'll have given DOJ and FBI more time to investigate, to look into the motives.
Yeah, and well, I've done some looking into the motives. This guy supposedly released a manifesto, allegedly, and it doesn't seem to have any language that seems directed specifically at Jewish people in it whatsoever.
The planning, and I fully expect by that point, as Evan just said, they're looking at hate crimes. It certainly seems that hate crimes charges will be justified here. We've seen FBI officials reference the possibility of terrorism charges. But I think it's a common and smart approach.
I love this. This was not long after this occurred, and on CNN they are without any evidence yet. This just saying it's very clear. It's very clear that they could go for anti-Semitism here. A plethora of non-existent evidence that leads us to that conclusion. Thanks, CNN. Great stuff. He's not going to lay out any of the actual reasons why he thinks it. Let's get into more about who this guy is and who the victims were. Now my understanding is
we're going to get right to that.
I don't know the religious beliefs of the woman who was killed, but of the man who was killed, he was not a Jew. He was a Christian. He was a Christian Zionist. He was a Israeli embassy official, but he was a Christian, right? and it's not clear to me that he ever converted to Judaism. Now, the woman may have been Jewish. I don't know. I've seen nothing to that effect, honestly. But I feel like, you know, it's kind of wild that the mainstream media is running so quickly to the anti-Semitism angle when one of the victims isn't even Jewish.
We're going to get right to that deadly shooting in Washington, D.C., and 2 Israeli embassy staff members were killed in what officials are calling an unspeakable act of anti-Semitism. The couple, identified as Yaron Liskinsky and Sarah Milgram, a couple who were expecting to get engaged in just a few days.
Now, we are waiting on an update on the investigation from federal and local officials, and we will bring that to you as soon as it begins. But this story has already led to stepped-up security and a lot of concern throughout the Jewish community here.
We're going to begin this afternoon with Eyewitness News reporter Lauren Glassberg with the very latest. Lauren.
Liz and David, the shooting took place outside an event that was focused on bringing aid to Gaza through Israeli and Palestinian partnerships. And the 2 people killed, an American and an Israeli, were devoted to making the world a better place, their lives cut short by violence in what officials are calling a targeted attack.
There's no excuse in the world for creating terror, targeting innocent people like this. The world must wake up and collaborate together against terror and the roots of the terror.
That terror on full display outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in D.C., where police say a man who was pacing turned a gun on 26-year-old Sarah Milgram and 30-year-old Yaron Liskinsky, both employees of the Israeli embassy who'd fallen in love and planned to get engaged next week in Israel. They just left an event at the museum for aid organizations that were discussing ways to improve aid to Gaza. Police say the gunman then walked into the museum where guests were unaware of his role in the shooting.
So the suspect came over to where I was, and we offered him water, and he reaches into his backpack and pulls out a keffiyeh and says, "I did it. I did this for Gaza."
He wanted the cops to come in, and then he wanted to say, "I did it."
30-year-old Elias Rodriguez was arrested. He is from Chicago, where police raided his home this morning.
The evil of anti-Semitism must be eradicated from our society. I spoke to the Attorney General this morning. The Department of Justice will be prosecuting the perpetrator responsible for this to the fullest extent of.
Every single person out there right now is clamoring to claim anti-Semitism in this attack, and I think, you know, it's really irresponsible, and it's it's this clearly politically motivated right now, you know, and I am sick of it. It is so annoying to me. You know, if there was any evidence for it, we would see it already. You know, they raided this guy's house.
Welcome to the news.
And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the interior was decorated with Nazi flags and a bunch. You know, what I'm kidding, but because I highly doubt that is ever going to happen. You know, and it's just made a very clear statement in his supposed manifesto, suggesting that this is all motivated against Israel's genocidal actions right now, which is political, right? Which makes this attack terrorism, but it's not anti-Semitism. You know, we cannot continue to claim that anti-Semitism is the same thing as being anti-Israeli, or to honestly just like paint all of these things with this broad brush that creates an environment of just delusion. All right, PBS NewsHour. Let's see how they're doing over here.
Welcome to the NewsHour. 2 Israeli embassy staffers were mourned today after they were shot and killed in the nation's capital last night.
The killings of the 2 young officials sparked immediate global outrage and are being investigated as a hate crime and terrorism. The alleged assailant was charged late today with 2 counts of first-degree murder along with other crimes. He reportedly yelled "Free Palestine" after he was detained and admitted to the shooting. In a moment, Nick Schifrin speaks with Israel's ambassador to the U.S., but first has this report.
It was a hate crime that ended a love story.
They're already
30-year-old Yaron Lashinsky planned on proposing to 20.
PBS starts it off with, "It was a hate crime." Full stop. Wow.
Immediately, if not sooner.
30-year-old Sarah Milgram next week. He never got the chance.
They're a beautiful couple. Sarah was a beautiful soul that was taken away from us brutally.
Ayelet Razin was a friend of Sarah Milgram, an American from Kansas, a budding diplomat at the Israeli embassy who described herself as a peace builder. One of the final photos she posted on Instagram, taken in a Moroccan mosque.
They had nothing to do with Israel or Israeli's government policy.
They had nothing to do with it?
Nothing. They were...
I think it's impossible. That is just, I mean, come on. You can't work for a government and say you have absolutely nothing to do with their policies, right? You can't work for Israel's embassy and say that you're not part of the problem in any way, like that you're just completely hands off. I just happen to work for Israel's embassy. You know, it's completely, how does that, it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
They had nothing to do with Israel or Israeli's government policy, the war, nothing. They were murdered because they were Jews.
Lashinsky was an Israeli-German citizen who served in the Israeli military. He was the son of a Jewish father and Christian mother.
Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I was wrong about him being. Maybe, God, I've tried to go through the limited information on this, and I saw that at least one of them was a Christian, and I guess maybe I'm wrong.
Washington, he was a political officer at the Israeli embassy. His friends described him as kind and thoughtful.
We always say that God always takes the good ones, and he was one of the best ones.
Ronel Choval was Lashinsky's professor in Jerusalem.
He was what we call him mensch, real human being, smiling.
Our Jewish community must feel safe. What we saw last night was disgusting.
At the site of their murder today, Attorney General Pam Bondi oversaw the investigation that extends from Washington to Chicago, where federal authorities searched the home of the man they say acted alone. Last night, Elias Rodriguez chanted as he was arrested after allegedly fatally shooting Milgram and Lashinsky outside the Capitol Jewish Museum. Today, federal authorities confirm they are investigating Rodriguez's alleged manifesto titled "Escalate for Gaza, Bring the War Home."
You notice, like, and this isn't the whole thing, I don't think, but there's not a single word about Jews or Jewish people in here. It's all about foreign policy and human atrocities and suffering. Palestinians, UK-US involvement, Saudi Arabia. Nothing about Jewish people that I see once.
Alleged manifesto titled "Escalate for Gaza, Bring the War Home." It accuses Israel of committing, quote, atrocities and genocide in Gaza.
For these neo-Nazis, Free Palestine is just today's version of Heil Hitler.
Wow.
In Jerusalem today, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu blamed the murders on critics of Israel's war in Gaza.
A few days ago, a top UN official said that 14,000 Palestinian babies would die in 48 hours. You see, many international institutions are complicit in spreading this lie. The press repeats it, the mob believed it, and a young couple is then brutally gunned down in Washington.
Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar blamed European leaders who called Israel's recent block on humanitarian aid to Gaza, quote, cruel and indefensible.
This incitement is also done by leaders and officials of many countries and international organizations.
So this is everyone else's fault. It's not Israel's fault for waging a genocide against an entire people. It's the fault of people who have lightly criticized Israel from time to time. It's all the it's the media that's been so pro-Israel. It's fucking blinding. It's the U.S. government not doing enough to stop all these other people not doing enough. France, really. Oh, wow. It's Keir Starmer's fault. Let's see what happened over here. Let's go to Channel 4 News. I found this to be a fascinating piece here.
Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky were a young couple who worked at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. Just yesterday morning, a colleague said, "We were still laughing together by the coffee corner. Now all that remains is a picture." The couple were at an event last night at the Capitol Jewish Museum, right in the heart of D.C. They left the building around 9 p.m. and were shot at close range by a man who lay in wait. Police said the gunman had been seen pacing back and forth outside the building, then approached a group of 4 people as they left, pulled out a handgun and shot 2 of them. Police have identified the suspect as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez from Chicago. After the shooting, he entered the building, and at first, witnesses said he appeared distressed and gave him water.
The security guard happened to let this guy in. I guess they were thinking that he was a victim. So about 10 minutes later, when the cops actually came in, he said, "I did this." He said, "Sir, I'm unarmed." He put his hands up.
And then he reaches into his bag and pulls out a keffiyeh and says, "I did it. I did this for Gaza."
That traditional keffiyeh scarf to show solidarity with the people of Gaza was handed to police as the suspect was...
All right, we've already seen this footage too many times. I just need to move forward to where they actually start. With this interview here, where is it? It's like, yeah.
And I spoke to Labour peer Lord Levy, a leading voice in the British Jewish community. His cousin Emily Damari was taken hostage by Hamas on October the 7th and released this January. He has condemned the Israeli government's assault on Gaza and has come out in support of the British government's move to suspend trade talks with Israel. I asked him if, as a member of the Jewish community, he feels increasingly unsafe.
To wake up, as I did this morning, and see a tragedy of 2 very wonderful young lives being taken in such horrific circumstances in Washington, I mean, one just has to pinch oneself as to what is going on in the world. It's absolutely horrendous. 2 innocent lives just taken in cold blood like that. And you ask the question about safety and security. We're in a very unsafe world, and security has to be a concern for all of us, no matter who we are, but particularly if we are of the Jewish faith, if we're openly Jewish, and frankly, known to be Jewish.
The Israeli government, various members of the Israeli government have responded to the events in Washington in a number of ways, but essentially what they're all trying to do, and I'll read out a couple of quotes in a minute, is to link criticism of Israel and Israeli policy in the war against Hamas in Gaza with this attack. The Minister for Diaspora Affairs has directly named Keir Starmer, Emmanuel Macron, and Mark Carney for their criticism of Israel and said that if they hadn't criticized, more or less, if they hadn't criticized Israel in this way, these attacks might not have happened. Do you think that's a fair point to be made by the Israeli government?
Frankly, for him to say what he said is absolutely outrageous. To blame Prime Minister Starmer, President Macron, and Prime Minister Carney, these 3 who are absolutely wanting peace. But then you take the other side of the coin, and Yair Golan has said what Netanyahu and his government are doing, they, because of what is going on in Gaza, are, unfortunately, they are the catalyst for what happened and what is going on.
I mean, the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, without naming Keir Starmer or Emmanuel Macron, essentially said that criticism of Israel at the moment is tantamount to a blood libel that leads to these kind of attacks. This is the head of the government making the same point.
Netanyahu's game is always to go on the attack. It doesn't matter who he attacks, as long as he tries to prove that he is right. And again, for him to criticize like that and use that sort of vocabulary, that to me is extreme. And it just saddens me, Matt, that we're in this position, that a prime minister can say these things, a prime minister of Israel. Let him look in the mirror. Let him see what he's done over this last period of time, and then perhaps let him reflect.
I guess the bigger point here is that ever since October the 7th and the massacre by Hamas, in which your own cousin was caught up in, she was a hostage, released recently, Emily Damari. But ever since then, the Israeli government has been very clear that criticism of its policies, criticism of it, is tantamount to anti-Semitism or anti-Zionism. And do you think it is possible to criticize the government of Israel without being anti-Semitic?
Of course one can be critical of a government. Of course one can be critical of Israel. Israelis are critical of their government. Israelis are critical of things that are going on in Israel. Does that make someone who's critical of something that's going on in Israel an anti-Semite? Absolutely not. If you're critical of this government in this country, does that mean you're anti-British or you're against the country? No, it means you're critical of a stand the government is taking.
I just found this to be quite an interview, somewhat unexpected for Channel 4, but, you know, this is a interview that really struck me. I honestly don't know enough about who this guy is. I think he's like a British, what is it called, like an MBE or something like that. But I found it fascinating that this this guy was out here saying it like it is on Channel 4, that actually criticism of Israel isn't anti-Semitism, and no, people criticizing Israel doesn't create foster attacks like this. But let's see what the U.S. government had to say about all of this shortly after the attack happened. U.S. officials came out, led by one Judge Jeanine Pirro, who is now, of course, the U.S. attorney.
All right, I think we got it. All right.
I wonder how many white wines she's had so far today.
All right, here we go. I'm Jeanine Pirro, the United States Attorney. Welcome.
It is so hard to take this government seriously in any way. When we have Jeanine, we have like just Fox hosts just coming out. Like, this is, it's so ridiculous.
Community today is reeling.
I might just change the opening music to the show to the Apprentice theme song.
As a result of one person's actions, two families now are left to grieve for dreams that will never be realized. And as I speak right now, there is an individual who is being presented in court and charged with various crimes. 31-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago, Illinois, is now charged by complaint after his initial appearance before U.S. Magistrate Judge Matthew Sharbaugh with the following: murder in the first degree for the murder of 30-year-old Yaron Levshinsky, a foreign official and official guest of the United States. Mr. Levshinsky was here on official business for the State of Israel. The defendant Rodriguez is also charged with 2 counts of murder in the first degree for both Yaron Levshinsky along with 26-year-old Sarah Lynn Milgram of Kansas. In addition, there are several felony firearms charges for discharging a firearm in the middle of a violent crime and for causing...
Now, I watched this whole thing. I'm not going to make you do it, but this was one of the most pathetic hearings we've seen yet, and that's saying a lot. But like, honestly, it would almost be worth it to watch it. But Janine would just randomly, like, just start like asking very sensitive questions out loud of different officials that were around. Like, it really felt like a Fox News segment, and she was just, it was so strange. It was so weird. We don't have time for it. We can't do it. It's not doable. Let's just go to one quick clip here. Janine was asked a question about whether or not the government would be seeking the death penalty.
Aside from that, I couldn't answer more.
Go ahead.
Hi, I have a quick question. I'm sorry, Keith Alexander, Washington Post. Were you seeking the death penalty? Can you talk a little bit about that? And also, the night of May 20th, any idea where he stayed at all?
I think that we have an idea of that, but let me just say that, you know, the president and the attorney general have both indicated that, you know, in cases where the death penalty is warranted and seems appropriate, we will use it. It's far too early to say whether that is the case, but this is a death penalty eligible case.
And what about the night of May 20th?
Do you want to talk about that, Chief?
No, I think it's still a part of the investigation.
Definitely still part of the investigation.
Yeah, I don't.
Do you want to talk about that now? Yeah. No, actually, no. We'll talk about it later. Next on Fox News. Sorry, just kidding. Let's continue talking about this subject. Gideon Levy was interviewed on Democracy Now! Yesterday over this attack.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give.
Two staffers at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. were shot dead last night outside the Capitol Jewish Museum. This is D.C. Police Chief Pamela Smith.
We believe the shooting was committed by a single suspect who is now in custody. Prior to the shooting, the suspect was observed pacing back and forth outside of the museum. He approached a group of 4 people, produced a handgun, and opened fire, striking both of our decedents. After the shooting, the suspect then entered the museum and was detained by event security. Once in handcuffs, the suspect identified where he discarded the weapon, and that weapon has been recovered, and he implied that he committed the offense.
Israel's foreign ministry identified the shooting victims as 30-year-old Yaron Lashinsky and Sarah Lynn Milgram. They both worked at the Israeli embassy and were about to be engaged. They'd been attending a private event at the Capitol Jewish Museum. According to one of the organizers, the event focused on advancing humanitarian aid efforts for Gaza. Authorities arrested 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago, who was filmed shouting in support of Palestinians as he was being detained.
The journalist Ken Klippenstein posted what is believed to be a manifesto by the alleged gunman, Elias Rodriguez. In the document, he praises Aaron Bushnell, the U.S. Air Force person who self-immolated last year in an act of protest outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. Rodriguez wrote, quote, Aaron Bushnell and others sacrificed themselves in the hopes of stopping the massacre, and the state works to make us feel their sacrifice was made in vain, that there is no hope in escalating for Gaza and no point in bringing the war home. We can't let them succeed. Their sacrifices were not made in vain.
We go now to Tel Aviv, where we're joined by the Israeli journalist Gideon Levy, an award-winning Israeli journalist, author, columnist for the newspaper Haaretz, member of its editorial board. Gideon Levy's latest book is titled The Killing of Gaza, Reports on a Catastrophe. Thank you so much for being with us, Gideon. If you could first respond to the killing of these two staffers, a couple who walked outside of this American Jewish Committee event at the Jewish Museum in Washington last night.
I mean, this incident can be only condemned. Nothing that Israel is doing can justify such a murder. It was a murder. And unfortunately also, this kind of violence will not bring the Gaza war to its end. So it's tasteless, it's criminal, it's tragic. Two young people being murdered. It doesn't serve anything, and it should be condemned and not justified by anything. Nothing can justify it.
And Gideon, if you could just talk about what the preliminary response in Israel has been and whether you anticipate anything happening as a direct consequence of this murder.
No, I don't expect anything in particular connected with this murder, but the general atmosphere in Israel starts to be realizing that because of the war in Gaza, Israel is turning into a pariah state. People start to digest it, start to understand that there will be a price for all the crimes, for the mass killing, for the destruction. And the longer this war will go on, the more damage will be made also to Israel. First, the main damage is obviously to the real direct victims in Gaza. But also Israel is going to pay a price for running this war for so long with so little justification, legitimacy, or purpose.
Well, Gideon, if you could talk about your latest column, Israel's military leaders are not only obeying orders, they could have stopped the Gaza massacre. If you could elaborate on what you say in the piece.
Sure. There is a tendency, mainly among my friends in the Zionist left or in the central left of Israel, to put everything on the shoulders of the government, which is right to do, but to give some immunity to the army, as if the army is still the old holy cow of Israel. I cannot accept it, because finally the children, almost 1,000 babies, can you imagine yourself, almost 1,000 babies in 19 months, not to speak about the 17,000 children. They were killed by soldiers. They were killed by pilots. They were killed by people who have to take accountability for this. Yes, the government decides about the policy, and the government should be blamed for such a policy. But by the end of the day, we cannot say it's only the government.
Yep. I mean, Gideon Levy here, making a lot of great points. Of course, this atrocity is unjustifiable. But it all does have to be seen through the lens of what is going on in Gaza as it relates to Israel and its genocidal onslaught of the people in Palestine. But it is absolutely unjustifiable. You know, there are other ways to get across these messages. This will achieve, in my estimation, nothing but to, in fact, aid the people that have been crying anti-Semitism every time someone says something about Israel, in their messaging, honestly. You know, and that's not what we need. They're already up against so much right now as it is. It seems like every day, like you have to reprove that you're not being anti-Semitic for criticizing a supposedly sovereign nation state in a country where free speech is supposedly a pillar of our civil rights. Now, Caroline Levitt over there at the old
Two questions.
Ministry of Truth asked question about someone who didn't rush to condemn the attack quick enough for them. Ilhan Omar under fire.
you, Caroline. Two questions, one on the terror attack last night and then another on the big, beautiful bill. Do you or President Trump have a message to politicians like Ilhan Omar, who only this morning explicitly avoided condemning this act of terror?
It's despicable. And frankly, we have seen a rise in anti-Semitic protests of pro-Hamas protests of terrorist sympathizers. We saw them on our college campuses, and we've seen the Democrat Party turn a blind eye and in some cases actually embrace such anti-Semitic illegal behavior. And that's why this administration has done more than any administration in history to crack down on anti-Semitism. As you know, in January, when the president took office, he signed a new executive order to combat anti-Semitism. He created a commission focused on doing just that. The Justice Department announced their
Anti-Semitism Commission.
The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has revoked thousands of student visas from campuses where these pro-Hamas terrorist campus agitators.
I love how she had to change it mid sentence. She's like pro-Hamas. What's a Palestine? It's a Hamas. They're all Hamas. Caroline, truthing it up over here. The good old Ministry of Truth. Claiming Ilhan Omar is a despicable person for not immediately claiming this was anti-Semitism. Something which the government hasn't even provided any proof of yet. Another person, a guy by the name of Hasan Piker, is also under attack for supposedly being the anti-Semite of the internet, causing this supposed tragedy by saying words on the internet.
Illegal.
Cheek, I say, how come you're not doing wall-to-wall coverage of the shooting killing in DC last night, like I continue to see on MSNBC and I'm sure on CNN and FNC, Fox News Channel? You know, it's tricky because it's horrible that those folks were killed. I mean, there's nothing that I can say that defends that. I think that any further conflation of anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism is unfortunately contributing to that kind of environment.
It absolutely is. I just noticed somebody in chat mentioned that we have 46 likes. So we gotta get some emotional support characters in here for everyone. That's apropos.
Including by progressive people who are running for Congress and panicking and calling the attack anti-Semitism. Bernie Sanders had it right when he just said it's violence and it shouldn't be tolerated. But to call it anti-Semitism is a huge fucking problem, and people need to get on the right page on some of this stuff.
Right. Even people who think that there are reasons for violence at times, this clearly isn't that issue. Like, if you want to compare it to something that like contrast it, I should say, to something like, for example, Luigi Mangione allegedly knew who was in charge at the United Healthcare company, and that's who he took his anger out on, allegedly. In this case, these were just two random people. They have no power over the situation. It doesn't matter what you think of them. They are completely bystanders who have no power to do anything, whether it is to continue in Gaza or to stop in Gaza. They are just powerless. So even doing what this guy did and looking at it that way is just the guy was wrong, and it should be called out, obviously, fully, because it's just stupid.
Well said. Well said.
The other thing I would just say is that violence and the two Palestinian students in Vermont that were shot and the young Palestinian boy in Illinois killed by his landlord, all of those acts of violence were taking place in an environment created by the genocide being perpetrated by Israel and supported by our government. That needs to change, or these types of violence are going to continue. We also, in addition to South Africa, a very violent country, the President of the United States almost got his head blown off last summer. In order to stop this, we need to take down the heat, and that's not going to happen when images of starving children are continuing to pour over the airwaves, and they're
stop getting so hot over a genocide.
That's hot.
Those images should continue as long as kids are being starved intentionally. And the other thing is absolutely no to people like the ADL who are going to use this and already have hit CNN's airwaves to attack people like Hasan or the anti-Israel protests in general. Absolutely no to any of that. And those are the political imperatives. Stop the genocide, and absolutely no to supporters of Israel who want to use this tragedy as a pretext to further attack freedoms that we have in this country, or should have in this country.
Well, since we're on the topic, Russ, thanks for finding this here. This is Jonathan Greenblatt, who went on CNN and went after Hasan Piker, who, by the way, was just detained for his speech coming back into the country. This is absolutely despicable.
This is fascist.
But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hasan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
That's a heinous smear. That's defamation.
I would sue over that if I was Hasan.
That's fucking.
That is 100% slanderous.
Go for it. He should. He's got money. He should sue him. Honestly,
be wonderful.
That is beyond what I was expecting. I had not seen that clip.
Well, they've shown the. Sorry, Bender, I got heated. Go on.
No, I mean, that is a direct accusation of a very specific thing that Hasan has not done. And if I was Hasan, I would look into my legal rights here and go after this guy and the organization he's speaking for, honestly.
The ADL has shown that they can be cowed by money. They accused, rightly, Elon Musk of anti-Semitism when he endorsed the Great Replacement theory on social media. Then, it's just like a little weird. Suddenly, they were really pro-Elon Musk.
Maybe less money and more just, you're going to work with us because we're a fascist government doing fascism, and you have the ear of the Americans.
I mean, I think that it could.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to say thanks to Mish for breaking the ice on our goal in chat first. That's right, you were first. You are doing groundbreaking things over there.
Be a coincidence, but also Starlink started to work with the Israeli government, and then what do you know, a year later they're turning the other cheek when Elon Musk is endorsing the far-right German party that says that we should leave the Holocaust in the past and quit remembering, and then doing Nazi salutes at the inauguration, repeated, as AOC said at the time, for emphasis and clarity. They've shown that they can look the other way on that, but
Could we rewind a little bit just so I could fully hear exactly what he accused Hasan of doing? Because if he had claimed Hasan was sharing anti-Semitic rhetoric, that'd be a little bit harder to go after, because you could claim a lot of things are anti-Semitic. That's sort of in the eye of the beholder, right? But we have made clear. We have made it very clear over this past year, especially from people like him and the ADL, that accusing someone of genocide is a very specific framework. And for you to then declare that someone is using genocidal rhetoric against a specific group of people, that is slander. And without a doubt, Hasan should go after them if that's indeed what he said, and I'm pretty sure he did.
Let's hear it.
But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hasan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
I think Hasan would take offense to being called a gamer.
Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror.
What has Hasan said that is prejudiced? I would love to know what he meant by that.
Say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly. But
deadly?
All of us need to call.
I mean,
Clutch those pearls, Jonathan. Will in Detroit with a super chat. Free Palestine. Everything's computer. It's true. Everything is computer.
Do you see how he conflates like Jewish people broadly with a Jewish state, like the ethno-nationalist state of Israel? Yep. And to be fair, like he's doing just like we were talking about with the South Africans, right? He's trying to make their inability to hold control over a state, a piece of land, as an ethno-nationalist state, because we know that a lot of people in Israel who are Zionists think that the one state solution, the state where they have equal representation for Palestinians, equal representation for Israel, is the genocide they're referring to. They're not referring to the total eradication of Israelis, Jewish Israelis by Arabs. They're referring to a changing of the structure that prevents there from being an ethno-nationalist state, an apartheid state, which provides special rights for Israelis and that creates a permanent underclass of Palestinians. And unlike in the situation with the white South Africans, they are able to more readily reference and index the actual genocide that happened to Jewish people and cloak themselves in the veil of people who, are unfamiliar probably with the current situation, broadly speaking.
100%, Brandon. 100%. Yeah, the ADL taking to the mainstream media outlets to immediately blame Hasan Piker for this DC Israeli embassy shooting. Let's go to the source of this supposed anti-Semitism, Hasan Piker himself.
Last night, 2 people that work for the Israeli embassy were shot. 2 Israeli embassy staff members were shot and killed outside of the Capitol Jewish Museum in D.C. This is breaking news, and a lot of people instantly rushed online to get their thoughts out.
Last night, 2 Israeli embassy staff members were shot and killed as they left an event at the Capitol Jewish Museum. Now, video from the scene shows the arrest of a man who appears to be the shooter. The victims have been identified as a young couple who were set to be engaged. They were killed right across the street from an FBI field office and less than a mile from the U.S. Capitol.
Hey, Gail, the Capitol Jewish Museum is that smaller brick building behind me, if you look closely at your screen. And that police tape is hanging from the side of the Washington, D.C. FBI field office. That's how high security.
Have you seen everyone trying to call it a false flag event? I think people's brains have been cooked, but I get why people think that. There are a million different opinions out there. Some people think, oh, it's great. I'm glad that this happened. Other people say this is the most heinous act of violence that has ever taken place. Please do not pay attention to the dead Palestinian children, that Israel is melting at a rapid clip, and instead talk about this. There are plenty of people who are using this as an opportunity to be like, this is a heinous anti-Semitic act of violence. Everyone that says free Palestine should be instantly jailed, all this stuff.
Illegal.
Ultimately, I mean, look, this is, let's just go through the details, and I'll give you my perspective, okay? What the fuck does set to be engaged mean? Are they engaged to be married? Said to be engaged is they're humanizing the victims in this situation. That's why this is how it goes. Obviously, there's no such humanization, of course, when the victim of an Islamophobic attack is a 7-year-old child, and that doesn't happen obviously in the United States of America. But the reason why they're talking about it is because he bought a ring to basically announce his engagement to the girl that he was dating. They're both in the Israeli embassy. But the reason why people are like saying this is a psyop is for 2 reasons. I don't think it is, for the record, and I'll tell you why. The reason why people think it's a psyop is because this happened right after the Israeli occupying force shot at diplomats in the West Bank, and immediately people with maybe a little bit too much pattern recognition turn around and go, ooh, that's probably a way, like they probably executed these like low-level Israeli diplomats so that they can like change the SEO or whatever when people type in Israeli diplomat attack or something. And no, that's not the case. That's ridiculous. Or, people think it's a psyop, or people think it's a psyop because like they're just like sacrificing low-level Israel embassy workers because they claim they want to change like the victimhood narrative back to the.
Yeah, and I don't take that. I'm not taking those claims right now very seriously at all. Just You know, I think that this sort of thing was kind of, you know, inevitable that somebody would, you know, lash out in a, you know, a very wrong way, very misguided way, and that this sort of, you know, like Gideon Levy was saying, the Israeli government and its actions continue to, what was the way he put it? Stoke extreme response. Well, that's not quite how I said it, but God, it's just insane. It is insane to think that this couldn't happen, you know, just organically.
Israel or something. But of course, there are a lot of pro-Israeli accounts that are using this opportunity, as they use any opportunity, to turn around and say, oh my God, we have to stop people from saying free Palestine, which is
right. And that's exactly what I was saying before, where I was, you know, like this is not going to achieve anything, and that the only thing that it will achieve is giving those people who have been claiming that disliking what Israel's doing as anti-Semitism a whole bunch more fodder, you know, and, you know, ammunition in their continued propaganda war.
ridiculous. Suck my dick. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You know, this, because of this incident, we should actually just close our eyes to the genocide that Israel is doing. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable bargain.
A fatal shooting outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C.
Damn, you hit that Jewish hard.
Wednesday night. Law enforcement says prior to the attack, the suspect was observed pacing back and forth outside the museum.
He approached a group of 4 people, produced a handgun, and opened fire, striking both of our decedents. After the shooting, the suspect then entered the museum and was detained by event security.
This morning, the Israeli Foreign Ministry named the 2 victims as Yaron Lashinsky and Sarah Milgram, embassy staff workers in Washington.
I don't know about the girl, but I know the dude's background. I've looked into the dude's background, and the dude is like a Jews for Jesus guy. He is a German Christian originally, which makes the story even crazier when people are like, oh, dude, this is an anti-Semitic hate crime. It's like, bro, very clearly, the dude even wrote a manifesto. The dude that did it wrote a manifesto, and it's entirely about Israel. Okay, like entirely about Israel. The victims are Israeli embassy workers, and not only that, but also like one of the dudes that work for the Israeli embassy is a German Christian, like a German Christian that was, I guess he like changed his name or something. I don't know what the was going on there. Like but regardless, this could have been anti-Semitic or not. I don't know. Could he have known that they were staff, or did you just target random people leaving the museum? Impossible to tell. And the possibility of backlash from the state is terrifying. This is how Kristallnacht started. Exactly. And to be, yes, I don't think that the person who, like, the gunman knew exactly who the he was targeting. And the reality of the matter is, this is, I'll give you an example. Yeah, the dude also volunteered for the IDF, even though he's, dude, I thought they were Israelis. What the no. Yeah. By the way, he was Christian.
Okay, hold on. We're not going to watch this whole Hasan clip. It's like 45 minutes long.
Says free Palestine, and there's still motherfuckers there that are going from Hamas. I was like, bro, do you have no sense of safety? Like, how embedded is this in your mind? Like, automatically you hear someone go free Palestine and you go from Hamas. It blew my mind. I was like, dude, no sense of being. No, you're just like, at that point, you are just a vehicle for Israel. You are in DC as an American citizen, and you are so invested in like behaving like a bot that you hear free Palestine, and immediately, even after, like, you don't know what the situation is. You don't know if there's a bomb there. You don't know if there's other shooters there. You are literally just auto Hasbara bot mode. You hear free Palestine, you go, from Hamas. You know what I'd be doing in that situation? Running away. That's what I would be doing. I wouldn't be like immediately time for the
if not
report.
sooner.
Free Palestine from Hamas.
Like, what? Like, that's insane. That's insane.
Free Palestine from Hamas.
They are definitely going to start clamping down on Palestine protests just before Israel's displacement plan. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's like saying that they're going to clamp down on pro-Palestinian protests now is kind of funny too, because it's like, now, you mean, you know, they have been doing that already.
They haven't been doing it.
As a matter of fact, they've been doing that. So I don't think that that's like anything new. Those just like escalated. But yeah, here, I'll give you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll give them more reasons to, but it's not as if they're not doing literally everything they can think of to try and clamp down on protests right now. That much is clear.
Analog here, okay? Luigi Mangione was an adventurist. He had obviously a goal, and because so many people had been directly victimized by healthcare in this country, that as soon as we knew who the victim was, everybody immediately understood what the motives were. Allegedly, Luigi Mangione, despite being an adventurist, had a clear-cut agenda that most Americans very quickly understood. Even if they didn't agree with the methods, like, they kind of understood where the resentment was coming from. I wouldn't say this situation is comparable, and here's why. Because Luigi Mangione, allegedly, but when Luigi Mangione targeted the United Healthcare CEO, that was the United Healthcare CEO. Luigi Mangione didn't go and kill the I don't know, reception desk worker at United Healthcare and then turned around and said free healthcare, right? And that's the major difference. If Luigi had done it, of course, allegedly. I'm saying allegedly, Luigi Mangione, who I think is an innocent man and is unjustly maligned, if allegedly he had done this act, that would be the equivalent to what took place here. Now, I'm not going to entertain the emotional blackmail that Israel defenders who very clearly don't care about victims of Islamophobia, or even these people that died and simply only care about defending Israel's interests, the emotional blackmail that they are going to try to enforce here at a time when Israel has very openly stated their desire for permanent ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip. That's not going to happen. Okay, so don't expect that from me. I'm not entertaining
at this juncture.
Okay?
Not gonna do it, says Hasan. Not gonna do it. I could have sworn that he reacted to the majority report on this one. Maybe I switched it out. You know, I switched this out and I assumed that it would be in there. But honestly, Hasan reacted to the majority report reacting to his video, and I could have sworn that I had left it in here. I guess it's gone. What is Hasan's point? I think his point is that this was a very misguided attack, which doesn't solve anything, or you know, honestly, help with anything. Let's go back to see what CNN's been up to in the wake of all of this. Back to the majority report here.
Dana Bash, did she ever work for AIPAC? It's hard to figure out over at CNN who actually, because I know that Wolf Blitzer did.
Yes, I think I'd accidentally mixed that up before.
I don't think Jay Tapper did, although it's unclear that he's not now. Dana Bash, I don't know. But this is just absolutely...
AIPAC runs ads on CNN.
it's just absolutely stunning. They've literally killed thousands upon thousands of children. I saw a statistic that was released by the Ministry of Health in Gaza. The number of children under the age of like 12 or 13 who have been killed. And it's in the thousands.
It's all they can verify, too.
It's all they can verify. And one of the horrible statistics about it is that apparently the age cohort of children who have died the most are in like the 6 to like 9 range, because they're too big to be carried by their parents and too young to run fast enough to avoid being killed.
It's a horrifying statistic.
This is like what is going on there. Channel 13 News poll in Israel. Should Israel let humanitarian aid go to Gaza? 53% said no. 34% said yes. 13% said we don't know.
Wow.
Transferring, which is ethnic cleansing, right?
Yep.
Illegal.
56%. This is a Penn State University poll that was reported on. 82% support for ethnically cleansing of Gazans. 56% of to ethnically cleanse Israeli Arabs. 47% support killing all Gazans. I mean,
it's a deeply brainwashed, sick society.
And but here is Dana Bash on CNN with her perspective on what constitutes violence.
You just heard the alleged killer saying, "Free Palestine." We hear that on the streets, we hear that on college campuses, and there are a lot of people who have been worried that that has been turned into a call to arms and a call to action and violence.
Yes.
Others claim that it's not. What do you think now that we have seen this?
I think there's no question, whatever its initial intent and whatever people were saying initially or meant it has become a call for violence, and not violence against Israelis, which is wrong, but violence against Jews. And anybody who tries to separate the two and try to say, oh, I'm just against Palestine, I'm just, against Israel's policies in Palestine or in Gaza, and I'm not anti-Semitic. This was anti-Semitism pure and simple. That he happened to have killed 2 Israeli
by that very, very logic, I mean, we should have a very, very different society, right? If we were to, transpose this across all political activities and all violence and whatever else, right? Like, I mean, it is insane that this is the world we're living in right now, where we are being told from all angles that criticizing a country is the same thing as being a racist, essentially, as being a bigot, and it is pretty insane, because the fact is there's plenty of other criticisms that I've heard on all of these networks of other countries, and never do I hear them say, actually, I'm sorry, we have to stop this segment because we're being racist against China right now.
China!
Or, oh, sorry, actually, we are being incredibly racist against Arabs right now on this story. It's just like that. It's such a freaking granular. Getting fucking granular. Oh god, that's the buzzword of 2025. Granular, fucking granular.
Anti-Semitism pure and simple. That he happened to have killed 2 Israeli staff members. Didn't matter. It was a Jewish event. They were targets.
Pause it. Listen, we don't know enough. I mean, here's the thing. We know what the manifesto says. Now, listen, and I want to make it clear, obviously this goes without saying, except for in this environment, I don't support or condone murder or killing.
Absolutely.
I didn't support
Illegal.
when Israel struck an embassy in Iran. I don't support.
Can we show our face, by the way?
The killing.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah.
I don't support the killing of diplomatic work people. I don't support the killing of non-diplomatic people. I don't support any of this. It was murder.
It was awful.
It is unclear. Even in this guy's logic, as presented by his alleged manifesto, there is no rational basis for him to do this type of killing. But the word Jew does not show up in his manifesto. Actually, Robert McNamara makes more of an appearance in his manifesto than any Jew does. The idea, again, of conflating this with, and we don't know how this guy chose these two people. We don't know whether he was falling. We just don't know this information. And she doesn't know this either. And so to go on and claim that this is an anti-Semitic attack simply because it was out in front of a Jewish program, and to claim that he just coincidentally killed Israelis or Israeli government officials is
joke.
just the height of irresponsibility.
It's very clearly political murder and not religious murders.
I mean, all indications at this point are that it was political, but we really don't know. All the information we have is an alleged manifesto, and knowing that the two victims, I don't know that even the guy perceived himself as Jewish.
But even if you want to say that the motivations were explicitly anti-Semitic and not about Israel's actions, this still does not. The conflation is still the problem.
Yep.
That's still the problem. Where you're saying if it is a political killing, they're still conflating the political ideology of Zionism with Judaism, which is so dangerous for Jews. It is just. I mean, let alone dangerous for Palestinians, because the more that this kind of effort to suppress dissent against this genocide goes on, the more time we lose, the more...
Yeah, I mean, there's an entire generation of kids who are, if they aren't going to independent media, they're just being essentially indoctrinated with this belief that Israel, Jews in America and Israel are the same. Right, even if even if you've never been to Israel, essentially, Jewish identity is being co-opted for the ends of Israel's foreign policy. Well, you know what I mean. And it is incredibly dangerous, right? Because I mean, there are justifiable. Very justifiable criticisms, concerns, and objections to what Israel's doing, right? But if people, ignorant people go around not understanding the difference, or have no outside influence to explain to them that no, all Jews aren't representative of what Israel is doing, then who can be shocked when anger, violence is, not saying is justifiable once again, but is, when that is turned on Jews abroad? It's not it's not impossible to see how this could lead to more of that. And it's very frustrating, I think, for everybody with any amount of sense. Hold on. I just want to get the end of this video here. Switching topics, kind of.
A perpetrator of this video is a woman named Rachel. We're only going to give her first name. And this is apparently a collaboration with the Palestinian Children Relief Fund. This video has caused such controversy.
Oh God! Prepare yourselves,
because
chat.
of the undertones of this. I think you can tell.
It's a little one-sided.
It's extremely obviously it's dangerous. And so again, if you have children in the room or anything like that,
Make them
please
pay attention.
just want you to be here. This is
Well, as soon as they hear the
Miss
song,
Rachel
yeah.
with a little girl, Rahaf, who was able to get out of Gaza early.
And you'll see that she has 2 prosthetic legs.
Let's go back to sleep, Rahaf. We're so tired. See the bunny sleeping till it's nearly noon. Shall we wake them with a merry tune? They're so still. Are they ill? Wake up soon. Just pretend to sleep.
Illegal.
Wake up, little bunnies! Skip, little bunny, skip, skip, skip. Skip, little bunny, skip, skip. Skip, little bunny, skip, skip, skip. Skip, skip, and stop. Let's hop again. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, 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 and stop. Yay! That was so much fun.
Horrifying.
The ghouls coming after this woman for providing children in Palestine some like momentary relief from the absolute horrors that they're going through, and the idea that people would be attacking this woman for doing something like this shows such a demented perspective on the world. I mean, it's just stunning to me.
The CNN.
It is. It's disgusting that anybody could be upset about it. It really is. Let's actually go to that segment. Here's CNN from yesterday.
Let's go back to sleep, Rahaf. We're so tired.
This is Miss Rachel, hanging out with her new friend, Rahaf.
Hop, little bunnies.
Miss
hop,
Rachel
hop,
is like YouTube's Mr. Rogers, with millions of subscribers and billions of views.
You nod, yes?
And Rahaf is a 3-year-old double amputee from Gaza. She lost her legs when her home was bombed, and months later was medically evacuated to the U.S.
إحنا رايحين على أمريكا عشان نكمل العلاج.
Miss Rachel saw a video of the little girl, now living with her mom and a host family in Missouri, watching her show.
She's just so precious. Hopping like a bunny, and she was kind of hopping on the couch.
And arranged to have Rahaf come visit.
Bunnies are anti-Semitic. Caroline, tell them about that.
Her in New York. Rahaf is part of a new group of fans Miss Rachel discovered last year. Refugees of the war in Gaza.
I was tagged in a video of a toddler and a brother and a sister watching in a tent. And I saw the toddler swaying and the little girl smile, and I was just so touched that I could bring a little bit of joy to them during unimaginable circumstances.
Did you know that you had this audience?
No, I was completely surprised. Someone wrote, "This made me realize that these kids are like mine and like ours." And I know so many parents that enjoy our show feel the same way. They say, as a mom, I just think about, I see my babies. All children are worthy.
She's posted more and more about Gaza as the war has gone on, highlighting the humanitarian crisis and launching a fundraiser for kids. She's gotten supportive comments, but there's also been backlash.
The bullying is so bad. It's so bad. But I can handle this.
You seemed very emotional about the bullying that you said you'd gotten for speaking out.
The idea that caring for one group of children means that you don't care for another group of children is false, and it's so hurtful because I care so deeply for all kids.
In April, an advocacy group called Stop Anti-Semitism called her a mouthpiece for Hamas.
A group
accused you of essentially acting as a foreign agent and asked, for the Attorney General to investigate you for spreading propaganda.
Obviously, that's not true. I care deeply about all children, Israeli, Palestinian, Jewish, Muslim, Christian. I wouldn't be Miss Rachel if I didn't speak up for them and speak up for all of them.
Miss Rachel has also used her platform to express grief over the deaths of Israeli children and said she's met with the family of hostages still in captivity.
Oh, she's keeping the walker with her.
Here in the U.S., Rahaf was fit for prosthetics and has learned how to walk again. A group called Palestinian Children's Relief Fund helped her and her mom get out, but her dad and 2 brothers are still in Gaza.
ورهف محظوظة كتير طبعا إنه رهف قدرت تطلع بس في أطفال تانيين لسه موجودين بغزة وبتمنى إنه هدول الأطفال إنه يطلعوا يتعالجوا زي رهف. طبعا في أطفال كتير لسه ما زالوا طبعا تحت الركام. أنا بشوف هذا الإشي طبعا لأنه بشوف أولادي كيف مجرد ما يحكوا مع رهف.
Ah, boy. I honestly thought this was a decent piece from CNN, considering all the garbage that comes out of there. They didn't seem to be even interested in coming after Miss Rachel for all of this, which I found strange, considering just how often we hear from CNN that caring about Palestinians is anti-Semitism. Yeah, there you go. Miss Rachel getting a piece on CNN regarding her caring for Palestinian kids and how some people take offense to that.
How rude.
All right, where do we go from here? Do we do these right now? Take a break and come back. I think this is a good spot for us to take a quick break. We're gonna be switching over talking about Harvard here in a second. Be right back with the content after these brief space messages. So stick around. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, subscribe, hit that bell icon too so you get the latest notifications, ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this here Spacecast. Now, while you're at it, do you also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support: YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, all of which we count towards the goal of, currently we only have 2 of 5. I'm sure we'll get there eventually. We also got the Twitch with the bits and the subscriptions. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer to have all of your money go directly to funding this show rather than to YouTube and Twitch. You take a hefty 30% cut of all the money donated. And also at this moment, with the end of the month coming and the problems we had last month, we are in dire straits, financially speaking, and need your help now more than ever. So do consider helping out. Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon, best way to do that, since we get that money immediately, if not sooner. Patreon, though, of course, will get you the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Get yourself an avatar and a shout out every stream, along with a bunch of other sweet benefits. So go check that out. Link in the bio on YouTube and Twitch. Anyway, chat, enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. think everybody here knows what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the show. So strap those seatbelts back onto your body so you don't go floating off into the void before we get started once again with the second half of the show. Which is going to be starting off with talking about Harvard and the ongoing spat between Harvard and Donald Trump as it relates to supposed anti-Semitic policies at the university. All right, CNN to start it off from yesterday. Trump admin revokes Harvard from enrolling any international students. Come on. This is so stupid. Oh my God. We live in such a strange time.
The Trump administration has just revoked Harvard University's ability to enroll any international students. The existing international students there have to transfer out, and no new ones can be accepted in.
This marks a sharp escalation in the ongoing battle between the White House and the nation's oldest university. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is at the White House. Jeff, tell us what's happening here.
Well, Brianna and Boris, there has been an ongoing fight between the White House and Harvard University over the curriculum, over the federal funding, and now over international students. As
Harvard's
you said, this
curriculum?
is a dramatic escalation.
What is Harvard doing curriculum-wise? Hamas Studies 101? Jihadist? Like, I'm just trying to figure what about the curriculum specifically? Oh my God.
Federal funding and now over international students. As you said, this is a dramatic escalation. We are learning this announcement from the Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Kristi Noem making the announcement this afternoon, essentially giving a warning to Harvard that they are no longer allowed to admit international students. So she writes this in part: they have lost their student and exchange visitor program certification as a result of their...
Wait, this can't be real. Is this real? I haven't seen this, but if this is true, it's ridiculous. Middle East studies has been mentioned by the Trump administration. Oh my God. Yes, I see. That makes perfect sense. Yes, the existence of a Middle East studies classes. Yeah, that's anti-Semitic. Just recognizing that the Middle East exists, a place that Donald Trump just got back from. That's good old anti-Semitogen, of course.
Failure to adhere to the...
Harvard, I'm sorry, I just got to read this tweet from Kristi Noem. The administration is holding Harvard accountable for fostering violence, anti-Semitism, and coordinating with the Chinese Communist Party.
China!
On its campus. Wow. Violence. Really? It is a privilege, not a right, for universities to enroll foreign students and benefit from their higher tuition payments to help pad their multi-billion-dollar endowments. Harvard had plenty of opportunity to do the right thing, and it refused. They have lost their student and exchange visitor program certification as a result of their failure to adhere to the law.
Illegal.
Let this serve as a warning to all universities and academic institutions across the country. So this is an intimidation tactic. This is a warning. All other universities, stop being so goddamn anti-Semitic, apparently.
She says, let this serve as a warning to all universities and academic institutions across the country. So let's break that down a touch. She's accusing them,
break it down.
Harvard University
Harvard
of failing to adhere to the law. Of course, there were some rules, essentially, that were put out as strings, if you will, on federal funding for what type of a curriculum universities could use, what type of DEI programs they couldn't have. Of course, this all stems from protests on college campuses. Harvard University is pushing back very hard at this. Just a statement coming out just a few moments ago. Harvard is saying that they will challenge this legally as well, and they go on to say this: the government's action is unlawful, Harvard says. We are fully committed to maintaining Harvard's ability to host international students and scholars who hail from more than 140 countries and enrich the university and this nation immeasurably. So how many students are we talking about here? Well, in this academic year alone, almost 30% of Harvard's student body were made up of international students, some 6,793 according to this year's academic record. So the government is...
Wow, Harvard just got even more exclusive than ever before. See what I did there? 30% of Harvard's matriculating student body. Foreign students, you say, CNN. Wow. That's a pretty large portion.
And if these students must transfer, we are told that they are likely to be able to transfer to another U.S. institution, not necessarily return to their home countries. But of course, this will be one of the many actions of this administration that will be challenged legally. But certainly, once again, a dramatic escalation from the U.S. government against Harvard. Boris and Brianna.
Certainly is, Jeff Zeleny. Thank you. And with us now.
Thank you, Jeff. Great job, buddy. Great job getting us started on this Harvard thing. Was there another piece of this CNN piece that I wanted? I hate CNN. I try to like block out when I watch these goddamn videos. They're always bothering me so much. Actually, I think there was part of this that I wanted to. Son of a bitch. Fine, I'll let CNN go a little bit longer.
To discuss is Ryan Enos, the professor of government at Harvard University. He's also a member of Harvard's chapter of the American Association of University Professors, which is currently suing the Trump administration. Professor, thank you for being with us. This decision that Harvard can no longer enroll foreign students and existing foreign students have to transfer or lose their legal status. What's your reaction to this?
I think it's awful and it's outrageous. It's another pattern of the Trump administration taking authoritarian actions. In the United States, the president does not have the power to punish people, target people for punishment because he doesn't like their politics. And he's targeting Harvard because he thinks he politically disagrees with them. It's a political vendetta. And he's doing this on the back of students who were admitted to Harvard from around the world for their merit, for things that they accomplished in life. And now he's trying to punish them, to hold them hostage, essentially to try to win what he considers to be this political fight with Harvard. That's what authoritarians do. It's not done by the rule of law.
Exactly. This is 100% an authoritarian move from Donald Trump. We've been saying it all along. Is that his decision to try and be the man that determines unilaterally what is taught and or done at universities is absolutely an authoritarian tactic that's been taken by a number of different fascist leaders. You know, I don't think we have to go down the list because we've done it so many times. But it's just, you know, continuation of these fascist tactics from the Trump administration. Of course, now Harvard was basically the first of the educational institutions to actually stand up to Trump. I think we all know why. Mostly because they were the ones that could see their way to paying financially for this more than anyone else. I think it's certainly one of the reasons, undoubtedly, but also it could be other reasons, right? Hard to say for sure whether there's any principle or not behind all of that. But let's keep talking about this AP here from yesterday as well. It is wild. I mean, the fact is Harvard didn't exactly just, you know, they cracked down on Palestinian protests just like Columbia. I mean, Columbia was more in the news for what they were doing last year, but it's not like Harvard was like handing out Palestinian flags or something.
The Trump administration revoked Harvard University's ability to host foreign students on their campus, and they said that any of the university's more than 6,000 foreign students either needs to transfer to another university or they will lose their status to be in the country legally. This is part of the Trump administration's escalating battle with Harvard. Harvard is the first university in the United States to openly defy the Trump administration's orders to limit pro-Palestinian protests on campus and to eliminate DEI practices. And this is one more front that the administration is looking at to kind of try to pressure Harvard into coming into compliance. The Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security had requested a bunch of documents from Harvard related to international students. She says that Harvard didn't comply, and as a result, she's taking this step to revoke Harvard.
No, I mean, this is an insane decision for the Trump administration to be asking colleges, any college, for all of their student records. I'm sure there's plenty of parents and students who would object to having all of their personal information just handed over to the government without you know, I guess in this case it would be what would it be, like a subpoena, right? Like an actual like subpoena for some sort of perceived illegal action. It would have to be on a case-by-case basis, unless you were claiming that the entire student body had committed a crime, some sort of crime that they had all collaborated on. I mean, again, there's just no way to get around that one. We allege that the entire Harvard University student body did a nasty, terrible heist at Trump Casino.
Illegal.
Let's see. Oh yeah. Nancy, not Nancy Mace. What's her name? The other, the oh god damn it. What's this woman's name? It's Mark Rubio's like second in command, I think, or third. I can't remember. Nancy Bruce. What's her for? Tammy Bruce. Tammy reacted to Kristi Noem's blocking of Harvard's student visas.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says that DHS is now terminating Harvard's ability to allow any foreign students to enroll in the university, saying in a statement that the administration is holding Harvard accountable for fostering violence, anti-Semitism, and coordinating with the Chinese Communist Party. This is obviously a program that isn't run out of the State Department, but some of these J-1 visas are issued by the State Department. So can you shed some light on this decision by the administration?
We've seen those reports, and we're looking at them, and I can't answer that immediately. But as soon as we might have an answer, I can get it to you.
Huh? Sorry, what?
A what now?
Wait, so the State Department, who, I mean, because here's the thing, DHS has no authority to rescind visas, right? This reporter is making a well thought through point here, right? Because the State Department should absolutely have an answer for this question. Tammy Bruce here is exactly the person who should know whether or not the State Department had anything to do with the revocation of these visas. But she's here going, I'm sorry, what? I don't know how you why are you asking me these questions right now? I'll get back to you on that. It's like, oh, come on, Tammy. This is your job. I mean, if you did, this honestly suggests to me that Kristi Noem here went beyond just the scope of her powers and is trying to rescind student visas without the explicit direction. It's not even from the direction. She just doesn't have the power to do it. And the State Department not having anything to say about this, in my opinion, sort of demonstrates the problem here. That the State Department didn't have anything to do with it. Because if they did, you'd think they would have a comment. They would have something to say. Let's go back to CNN real quick.
President Trump barring Harvard University from enrolling international students. That's nearly 30% of the university's student population. A letter from the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem reads, and I quote, "This administration is holding Harvard accountable for fostering violence, anti-Semitism, and coordinating with the Chinese Communist Party on its campus. It is a privilege, not a right, for universities to enroll foreign students and benefit from their higher tuition payments to help pad their multi-billion-dollar endowments." Noem didn't stop there, going on Fox News to warn other universities across America.
Get your act together, because we are coming to make sure that these programs that you are facilitating an environment.
Sorry, I gotta hear that again.
Other universities across America.
Get your act together, because we are coming to make sure that these programs that you are facilitating an environment where students can learn, where they're safe, and that they're not discriminated against based on their race or their religion.
Harvard calls the move unlawful. Out front now, Norm Eisen, former White House
Illegal.
ethics czar, executive chief of Democracy Defenders Fund.
I love that. Get your act together, universities. Stop having such violent curriculum. Harvard teaching students to do crimes.
Illegal.
Out front now, Norm Eisen, former White House ethics czar, executive chief of Democracy Defenders Fund. He attended Harvard. And Norm, people may notice you're in Sterling, Virginia. You are also outside President Trump's crypto dinner. We were just talking to Senator Merkley from there a few minutes ago. So I'm going to have more on that in a moment from you. But first, let me just start with this. The bottom line, will Trump prevail and Harvard lose a third of its students?
Aaron, like every other case where Donald Trump's retaliation has been tested in court over 150 times, courts have rejected it. The same thing will happen here. It's against the Constitution, against statutes, regulations. It's arbitrary and capricious. This isn't about supposed disputes over information with Harvard. It's revenge and retaliation, pure and simple. It will not stand legal.
Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
There you go, Norm Eisen, a Harvard Law School alumni himself, coming out and saying this is going to go the way that all of these other cases have gone. Donald Trump just keeps taking shots at whomever he can find, and the courts are going to continue to knock it down in the same way that they have with all the other ones, presumptively. Let's see what China had to say about this decision.
I have to have my China.
Here's the AP from 10 hours ago.
The U.S. Homeland Security Secretary said that
中美教育
Whoa, what just happened?
The U.S. Homeland Security Secretary said that
中美教育合作
China-U.S. educational cooperation. What the fuck? Cooperation. Yeah. Why are you doing this to me? Come on. This is incredibly rude. What the fuck? Take 7. China-U.S. educational cooperation is mutually beneficial. China has consistently opposed the politicization of educational opportunities. The relevant actions by the U.S. side will only damage its own image and international credibility. China will firmly safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of Chinese students and scholars overseas. China consistently opposes the politicization of educational cooperation and smears against China. The U.S. sanctions you mentioned are illegal, and the U.S. should lift them as soon as possible.
Immediately, if not sooner.
There's China's one of China's diplomats suggesting that what the U.S. is doing is illegal. And that we are further isolating ourselves from the rest of the world. I don't want reality. Does sound right. Now, shortly after China made that statement, a judge made a decision on this case. That was immediately, if not sooner.
While we have you, there's some news breaking on the showdown between Harvard and the Trump administration. What's happening there?
Well, that's right. A federal judge in Massachusetts has granted a temporary restraining order in which she has blocked the Trump administration from taking initial steps to block foreign students from studying at the prestigious and world-renowned university. It's very hard to be that world-renowned university if you cannot have foreign students studying there. There's about 7,000 students who are not from the United States who study there. The Trump administration had taken some steps to revoke 2 kinds of student visas and to block the university from getting access to those kinds of students who come here to study based on that. This judge has maintained the block. The Trump administration cannot enforce anything until Thursday, when there'll be another hearing in front of her. This comes as obviously the standoff and now legal battle between the Ivy League university and the Trump administration. Now,
well, there we go. Very, very quickly, this getting blocked. There will be, like he just said, another hearing on the legality of this measure on Thursday. I don't see how it's going to go any other way, but I guess crazier things have happened already in 2025. So you know, honestly, I feel like my ability to be skeptical is being challenged. I keep seeing things and thinking they're Onion articles, and then seeing actual Onion articles and thinking they're real. I don't know if anybody else is having that problem lately. Okay. Let's quickly go to see what Donald Trump had to say about all of this. Questioned earlier today. This is the AP from 7 hours ago on foreign students at U.S. universities.
From accepting foreign
Well, we're taking a look at a lot of things, and as you know...
Sorry, hold on.
Let's go.
Are you considering stopping other universities besides Harvard from accepting foreign
Well, we're taking a look at a lot of things, and as you know, billions of dollars has been paid to Harvard.
Billions.
How ridiculous is that? Billions.
It's ridiculous.
And they have $52 billion as an endowment. They have $52 billion.
I don't understand what's ridiculous about Harvard, of all places, getting billions of dollars. What is the objection there exactly?
Billions.
Billions.
And they have $52 billion as an endowment. They have $52 billion. And this country is paying billions and billions of dollars, and then gives student loans, and they have to pay back the loans. So
people got to pay loans.
Change its ways.
Free college for everybody, Medicare for all. What is Donald Trump saying? People are paying too much for college generally, and Harvard needs to lower its prices? Is that the problem? Harvard is tariffing America with high prices.
I want the best and brightest from around the world to come,
I do.
to come to Harvard.
I do, but a lot of the people need remedial math.
Remedial
Where these
math.
students-
Other people at Harvard, they need remedial math. Meridian? How do you say it? Meridian wrath. They need, all of the Harvard students need the Meridian wrath.
The best and brightest from around the world to come,
I do.
to come to Harvard.
I do, but a lot of the people need remedial math. Did you see that?
Have you seen that before?
Where the students
Can you do
can't
that?
add 2 and 2
Can't
and they
do
go
it.
to Harvard. They want remedial math, and they're going to teach remedial math at Harvard.
They're
Now,
teaching
wait a minute.
it.
So why would they get in? How can somebody
How
that
did somebody-
can't add or has very basic skills,
Very
how
basic.
do they get in?
How do they get in there with basic remedial meridian math skills? Math. You know, some people are better at some things than other. I'm just going to point this out. I feel like everybody understands this, but some people go to Harvard for things that are completely not related to math. Literature, for instance, art, where maybe math isn't that important. Now, one other thing I would like to you know, get to the bottom of is, does Donald Trump think that he has great math skills? This man is constantly changing numbers from one second to the next. And I think we need to find out how he got into office with his remedial skills as he's demonstrating on the regular.
They're going to teach remedial math at Harvard. No, wait a minute. So why would they get in? How can somebody that can't add or has
how does that happen?
Very basic skills, how do they get into Harvard? Why are they there? And then you see those same people picketing
So
and
that's why?
screaming at the United States.
And then they're
and
screaming.
At,
Oh, I see.
They're anti.
Oh, see, this is what happens. It's a pipeline. If you're not good at math, then suddenly you're out there on the streets, you're yelling, you're making signs. What is going on here?
Illegal.
This guy, this is the dumbest timeline ever that we are currently living in. I'm sorry, everyone. I've been trying to help us avert the terrible. Not doing a very good job, I think. I've been trying. This is where we're at right now. Just living in utter stupidity every single goddamn day. All right, let's go back to talking about that Kristi Noem interview on Fox, which was fascinating.
Understand what's going on here in terms of Harvard. Harvard was, I think, the first university to fight back when the Trump administration wanted them to kowtow to the administration. Remember, this is also a function. The administration, I don't know if they fell into this or this was, this was an active strategy. I would probably imagine the latter. They, oh, did you ever print that out for me? We can read it here. I'll be able to see it.
Yeah.
They, the Trump administration has been using in part this notion that there was rising anti-Semitism on campuses, and the agenda of the Zionist ideology in this country to stifle criticism of Israel and their act of genocide. And that became the fig leaf in which they were basically extorting law firms and universities over the past, I guess, five months now. Harvard was one of the early, or the first, one of the biggest, certainly, universities to balk at that. Then we started to have some law firms who said, we're not going to capitulate to your insistence that we fund immigration attacks on people. And so the administration's obviously been looking for ways to deal with this. Here is a letter written to Harvard from Homeland Security. Harvard Student and Exchange Visitor Program decertification. I'm writing to inform you that effective immediately, Harvard University Student and Exchange Visitor Program certification is revoked. Something like 25% of Harvard students, I would imagine across both undergraduate and graduate, are foreign.
Yep, it's around, so it's like a fourth of their student body, 6,800 international students at Harvard.
And they often pay full price.
Mish with the super chat, paying full price on the super chat here. I think this is the 5th super chat, right? I think it's 3. So you might want to check your glasses over there. No? Oh well, forgive me. I went to Harvard. Anyway, take my money. I will take your money, Mish. I appreciate it. Every dollar counts. Every penny gets us a little closer to paying the galactic and Earth bills, which we have over here piling up.
Yeah.
They end up subsidizing other students there in some respects. As I explained to you in April, it's a privilege to enroll foreign students, and it's also a privilege to employ aliens on campus.
It's psychotic.
Nazis.
This is really
all universities must comply with the DHS security requirements, including reporting requirements under student exchange visitor programs to maintain this privilege. As a result of your refusal to comply with multiple requests to provide DHS pertinent information while perpetuating an unsafe campus environment that is hostile to Jewish students,
illegal,
promotes pro-Hamas sympathies, and employs racist diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, you have lost
DEI.
this privilege.
Racist DEI. It's very nasty. The white genocide.
None of what they're outlining, incidentally, is in any way criminal or I don't know that any of this is statutory.
Right. That's my question. Well, I was trying to look into it a little, but we can touch on that after we get done with this insane letter.
The revocation of your student and exchange visitor program certification means that Harvard's prohibited from having any aliens on F or J non-immigrant status for the 2025-2026 school year. This decertification also means that existing aliens on F or J non-immigrant status must transfer to another university in order to maintain their non-immigrant status. This action should not surprise you, and it is unfortunate.
It shouldn't. It's a nonsensical. You want to maintain. You're gonna have to leave Harvard and go to a different university. Oh, gotta transfer those Harvard credits. Roll Tide.
Result of Harvard's failure to comply with simple reporting requirements.
So here she goes into this,
now,
this
wait a
timeline.
Second.
Yeah.
I just want to say, this sentence, I mean, I don't know who's writing these letters, but that sentence is not consistent with what they said in the first paragraph. This action is a result of Harvard's failure to comply with simple reporting requirements. And as we go back up, there were others that they claimed that it's an unsafe campus, employs racist diversity, equity, inclusion policies, promotes pro-Hamas sympathies. No, she says down here, this is just a function of reporting requirements.
Right, right.
So within 3 paragraphs, they have contradicted themselves.
She's admitted that it's
fine. Basically, what Kristi Noem is saying is, hey, you're an anti-Semite, okay? We are accusing you of being an anti-Semite. But actually, that's fine as long as you're not doing anti-Semitism at Harvard.
Come on! Not just that, it's also their speech.
On April 16th, 2025, I requested records pertaining to non-immigrant students enrolled at Harvard University, including information regarding misconduct and other offenses that would render students inadmissible or removal. Harvard's counsel provided information that he represented as responsive to my request. It was not.
And Harvard's suit against the federal government today addresses this, and this seems to be kind of where the core of this their case rests on. Harvard did produce the information that they asked for within the timeline, and she essentially admits it, Kristi Noem, and says that the information was not responsive to her request without providing any evidence. And so they give her the information. DHS says it's insufficient, and then they revoke the student exchange visa authority regardless. So this is just a mafia shakedown.
as a courtesy that Harvard was not legally entitled to, the acting DHS general counsel responded on my behalf, afforded Harvard another opportunity to comply. Harvard again provided insufficient response. Consequences must follow to send a clear signal, and all universities that want to enjoy the privilege of enrolling foreign students, that the Trump administration will enforce the law, root out the evils of anti-Americanism and anti-Semitism in society and campuses.
Anti-Americanism.
Head to the second page where we can see the laws that
hate. Soon they're going to start doing hate crimes against America. Anti-Americanism.
Illegal.
Burning the flag is anti-Americanism, even though it's protected by the Constitution. We have 60 likes, do we? That's a lot of likes. That's a lot of likes. There's like 20 more likes than you had before, the last time I checked here. Was there another part of this? I think they watched. Did they watch part of the? I feel like they watched part of. Yeah. Okay. I just want to go here.
There is a question, and someone just IM'd us about the specific law that protects students' education records is FERPA, the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. FERPA requires written consent from parents or eligible students before their education records can be disclosed to third parties. It is unclear to me, like whether education records constitute any records held about the student by and the educational institution. But nevertheless, it's quite clear that there's no legal basis for what they're asking for because they don't even cite a law. Here is Kristi Noem on Fox News trying to explain this.
On themselves. They have promoted and allowed violent activity on campus. They have allowed anti-Semitism, participation with CCP and Chinese infiltration and influence on their campus, and they haven't protected their students. So we have given them multiple opportunities to share criminal activity with us, backgrounds on these students, to let us conduct the oversight into this program that is our responsibility. And
pause it. Incidentally, apparently all these students can go enroll in another college and they'll be fine. We have all these
scatter these Hamas.
We have all these Hamas Chinese, these Chino Hamas agents,
the Chi-Com Islamists,
and as long as they go to a different college, they'll be okay.
I have to have my China.
Is that what, like?
For sure, Sam. That's what we're saying. Okay.
Also, I really liked the.
They're under the cone of protection by Cornell University.
Yes, there's like what do you call it? Like a beacon? It's like a wokeness beacon at Harvard, which emanates from the college, like the epicenter of the college. And it causes anti-Semitism, basically. Causes people not to do. They have to do remedial wrath. It's all very horrifying. Oh, there! I can barely get through this stream after that. Groundbreaking. Revelation. All right, let's go back to see what. Wait, we watched this one already, right? No, we watched this one. Why is this here now? No. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's talk a little bit more about judicial stuff that's been happening, specifically as it relates to the Supreme Court, who made a ruling, or ruled not to rule. Well, it's whatever. We'll get into that. But basically, this has to do this ruling or non-ruling, which left the lower court's ruling standing, has to do with charter schools in Oklahoma and whether or not they can use taxpayer dollars.
This is an ABC News special report.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. We're coming on the air because the Supreme Court has just released a major decision concerning government funding of religious charter schools. The ruling could reshape how taxpayer money is now used to fund education across the U.S. Let's get straight to ABC's Devin Dwyer. Devin, your first reaction.
Well, the Supreme Court here, Kira, surprising many observers in a deadlock vote, 4-4, because Justice Amy Coney Barrett, herself a Catholic, recused herself from this case from Oklahoma, in which the Catholic Archdiocese was seeking to put online the nation's first taxpayer-funded religious charter school, explicitly a Catholic school under the Oklahoma Charter Program. And the Supreme Court, because it was deadlocked today, Kira, effectively is letting lower court rulings stand. The lower courts in this case had found that creating taxpayer-funded charter schools would violate the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, and therefore this is a big blow to those efforts to expand religious freedom and religious education.
Great framing, ABC. Oh, this is yes, this is somehow an attack on the expansion of religious freedom. Right. Right.
Jesus, I say that.
Right. Okay. Fantastic framing from ABC. I would call it an upholding of the Constitution, and people still get to be as religious-y as they want. You can always pay for your own schools. You're still free to do that. But sensible ruling, shockingly, from the Supreme Court, or really a non-ruling, because it was tied to Amy Coney Barrett recusing herself, leaving the lower Oklahoma federal court ruling standing, which declared this to be unconstitutional use of taxpayer funds.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right. Where are we? Back to the Ministry of Truth. Talk more about what Supreme Court has been doing, or will do, and what Caroline Leavitt thinks they're going to do. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday.
Sure. Thanks, Caroline. You mentioned at the top of the briefing that the migrants were to be sent to a third country. I was just wondering, could you share any more on, which countries the administration has struck these agreements with, and what that agreement with South Sudan specifically looks like?
Well, first of all, I won't litigate foreign policy from the podium, but what I will reiterate is the absurdity of this ruling from a district court judge in Boston who is just creating new immigration laws out of thin air.
Just creating immigration
Let me be very clear.
Creating new Oh, Caroline, you cracked me up.
Immigration laws out of thin air. This administration, let me be very clear, because there have been a lot of fake headlines about the deportation flight over the last 2 days. This administration has complied with all court orders, and the individuals whose names I just revealed and whose criminal histories I just spoke of that are on this flight, every single one of them had a final order of removal from our country. In fact, one of these violent illegal criminals had a final order of removal given to him in 1999. It's 2 years after I was born. This individual, this criminal, has been living in our country for an entire generation. And now we have a district court judge who is trying to tell the president and the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Homeland Security that an illegal criminal murderer who's been hiding in the shadows in our country for nearly 30 years cannot be deported from United States soil.
It's too many adjectives, Caroline.
That not only is undermining our entire immigration system, but it is also undermining our diplomatic negotiations with countries around the world. How are countries on this earth supposed to trust the United States government and these good faith diplomatic negotiations when these countries accept these repatriation flights? How are they supposed to trust us if we have radical district court judges who are going to say, no, you can't do that? And now these illegal criminal murderers and rapists have to sit in Djibouti with our ICE agents who now have to sit there for more than 2 weeks with
Yeah, you're not supposed to. That's kind of, I love how Caroline frames this. How are we supposed to do the thing that we want to do when courts tell us we can't do it? It's not fair.
How rude.
It's not fair.
Sit in Djibouti with our ICE agents who now have to sit there for more than 2 weeks without the proper resources. This judge is not only undermining our immigration system, undermining our foreign policy and our national security, but this judge is undermining the safety of the ICE agents who are putting their lives on the list, on the line to remove this list of illegal criminal terrorists. It's truly despicable what's happening in our court system, and the president and this administration hope that the Supreme Court will do what it needs to do to rein in these liberal activist judges. And the Supreme Court has already said it is well within the president's purview to dictate foreign policy.
But that's not what we're doing. We keep conflating foreign policy with internal policy. It's very strange. Because once you're inside the United States, then it's domestic policy. There we go. Caroline, very, very hopeful. Along with your boss, Donald Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
The Supreme Court allows them to keep circumventing the Constitution. Speaking of lower court judges, let's go to CBS Minnesota. Video released showing moments surrounding this supposed obstruction.
Update from Wisconsin. New video shows an ICE arrest in Milwaukee, but it all started in the county courthouse. A judge is now facing charges that she allegedly tried to help a defendant give federal agents the slip.
The incident begins at about 8:43 April 18th, when Eduardo Flores Ruiz arrives on the 6th floor of the Milwaukee County Courthouse for a hearing in a domestic abuse case. He meets his attorney in the hallway and walks towards Circuit Court Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom. Along the way, he passes plainclothes federal agents who are sitting on a bench. They are there to detain him. After Flores Ruiz walks by, the agents turn to each other and appear to confirm his identity amongst themselves. But a few moments later, Judge Dugan and another judge approach the agents sitting on the bench. A criminal complaint against Dugan says she was alerted to their presence by a court official. The complaint says during the interaction, Dugan and the agents disagreed over the type of warrant they had to arrest Flores Ruiz. According to...
It's ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous. They're coming after a judge for speaking to ICE agents in her courthouse. Or being alerted to the presence, as if somehow being alerted to the presence of ICE agents is illegal. Or doing her job is illegal. All of it is just, they're just turning the entire justice system upside down on its head. Just the rule of law. We just have kangaroo court instead of rule of law now. We just have pure fascism instead of supposed democracy right now. It's just everything. It just feels like a completely Twilight Zone world we're living in right now. One tiny bit of good news as it relates to courts. Things happening in courts. Mahmoud Khalil was in immigration court yesterday and was able to meet his son.
A pivotal hearing for
the first time since being born. It's been months now since I believe that child was born. He's been in jail, has not been able to hold his own son. Finally happened. Not that it changes the fact that he has to go back to this detention center, or that there's no justification for him being where he is.
A pivotal hearing for detained Columbia University grad student as the immigration department looks to deport this legal permanent resident. The immigration judge today began the hearing by denying a government...
What are we doing?
A government motion that would have prevented Mahmoud Khalil from raising an asylum claim. The judge also heard witness testimony on Khalil's behalf. He was involved in pro-Palestinian protests on Columbia's campus last year. He's not been accused of a crime, but immigration officials arrested him last March in New York City, and he's been held in a Louisiana detention center ever since. Elliot was incarcerated when his son was born, but attorneys say he got to hold him for the first time today.
He was arrested before his son was born. NYC getting an Eyewitness News ABC not getting all of the details quite accurate there. But okay, let's keep talking about all of this. More Perfect Union had a video, very enlightening video. Let's talk about the sort of place where people like Mahmoud Khalil have been staying. Private prisons.
Usually the private companies that run these private prisons, it's money-based. They don't really care about human rights. They don't really care about who's in there. They don't even care about their workers.
Whenever he left, it's like they took a piece away from me. And like just not hearing from him and not knowing if he was alive.
This is a modern-day concentration camp. This is what this is. Because there's people dying in there. There's people being starved.
The private prison industry is set for a historic boom with President Donald Trump launching his mass deportation.
Shares of Geo Group and CoreCivic rose more than 50% since the election.
I've worked at CoreCivic for 32 years, and this is truly one of the most exciting periods in my career with the company.
Meet CoreCivic and Geo Group, the two publicly traded companies that have come to dominate.
Hearing people who imprison people for money talk about getting excited over their company's future outlook is just so disgusting. We're really excited. I think we're gonna have a lot more prisoners. It's just, it is perverse.
Meet CoreCivic and Geo Group, the two publicly traded companies that have come to dominate the private prison industry.
Private prison companies, mainly Geo Group and CoreCivic, are champing at the bit at their prospects for big profits in 2025.
It's no secret that corporate America values lining their shareholders' pockets over any other values. But what happens when the model of profit-seeking over all else gets wrapped up in an industry where the bottom line is dependent on millions of human bodies?
It's akin to modern-day slavery.
And the only people profiting from this are these private companies and the government.
We talked to former detainees, correctional officers, community advocates, and attorneys who are all speaking out about CoreCivic and Geo Group. Our journey took us from Kansas to Nashville to remote detention facilities in rural Louisiana to explore how these companies are taking advantage of this moment to line their shareholders' pockets. In the towns we went to, private prisons had come to define the local economy, almost like a factory town in the past era.
Contrary to factory towns, those factories were producing things, right? Producing cars, etc. Here, they're not producing anything. They're causing pain and they're causing destruction to families across the country.
What was attractive to you about the job opportunity?
Well, I'm just gonna be very blunt about it. I needed a job. Up to that point, I had never even heard of for-profit prisons. I'm almost a little bit embarrassed to talk about that or to say that, but I didn't know. I just thought prisons were prisons. So I just needed a job, needed to work.
Bill Rogers worked as a correctional officer at a CoreCivic private detention facility.
My job was to house them in a safe manner. It's an impossibility. The way CoreCivic makes money, it's impossible to house inmates safely.
He told me that the company was always looking for cost-cutting measures, with staff accounting for 70% of its overhead.
If we're gonna raise profits at that facility, if we cut staff, or I say cut staff, when they quit, we just don't replace them at the rate we should, we're making more money, we're generating more money. As I worked there longer and longer, it seemed to get worse. Looking back on it, I was very, very outspoken about safety, about the dangers of being short-staffed. I was stabbed, I had my head split open, I got bitten, a lot of times in violence. They lash out, whether it be at each other or staff.
Rogers lives in Leavenworth, Kansas, where CoreCivic is trying to reopen the facility that has been sitting empty for 4 years. It shut down in 2021 after a Biden administration executive order prevented federal agencies from renewing contracts with private criminal detention facilities. The place was plagued by allegations of violent and inhumane conditions, prompting one federal judge to label the prison an absolute hellhole. The city of Leavenworth is now suing CoreCivic, arguing it cannot reopen the prison without a permit from the city. Bill Rogers has been vocal about the issue.
CoreCivic did it because it was a profit. The more...
It's disgusting that we are reversing any and all even slightly good things, like divesting from private prisons, going right back to it, using them even more than before. It is disgusting to me. You know what's not disgusting to me? PB with the super chat to the space chat. Rocket emoji. Medal. Space chat medal. First place. Great job. Alright, that actually gets us confetti, since that's a double. It's a double whammy right there. Although I will leave the goal going so we can get chat confetti. We only need one more $5 super chat to get chat confetti. But there we go. Great job, everyone. We are going to get all the content tonight. I mean, come on, is it not worth it? It's like 8, you know, usually we get like 8+ hours of content, you know, for five little super chats. I mean, come on. It's almost too much.
That's too much, man!
It's like you're getting free content. Who else does that? Alright. What next? Oh, right. No, I'm not done with this. I just want to skip ahead. We can't watch this whole thing. It's like 20 minutes long. But the conditions under which people are living here are horrible. I'm trying to remember when they go back to talking about the conditions.
Is all about arresting people who committed horrible crimes.
Oh my gosh, I feel like a little girl. Like the last time I seen, I ran into his arms, and I said, "Please don't ever leave me again."
We wondered, how was all this even possible?
It's a question that I still ask myself to this day, and I guess power and money is what controls this country now.
The Trump administration wants you to think that their crackdown on illegal immigration is all about arresting people who have committed horrible crimes and getting them out of the country. But the fact is, many of the people being detained right now are people like Edwin. They haven't committed a crime, but were picked up anyway because Trump's executive orders and other policy statements have revoked many people's immigration status and given ICE very broad authority. The next stop in our investigation was Louisiana. First, we met with ACLU attorney Nora Ahmed. Ahmed and her team published a report in 2024 documenting human rights abuses and conditions in the state's prisons.
So 8 out of 9 of our facilities are for-profit prisons. We have 65,000 people that move through our immigration jails annually. We have about 7,000 people who are jailed here on a daily basis.
We're in rural Louisiana now, getting close to Bazille Prison. ICE wouldn't allow us to bring in cameras, but we are getting permission to go inside to meet with them. This is an all-women's detention facility?
Yes, it is unique in that sense that, you know, there are no men at the facility. I mean, of course, there are transgender individuals at the facility, but by and large, it is intended to house women only.
And this is a facility that you wrote about in your report for the ACLU. Does it fit the pattern of human rights abuses?
It absolutely fits the pattern of human rights abuses and what many would characterize as cruel and unusual punishment.
Illegal.
We heard from these people that they're starving. They're only given a spoonful of beans and rice every day. Poor to limited access to medical care. They describe an environment with not enough staff, not enough toilet paper, no female hygiene products, limited access to outdoor time, to recreation time. One detainee told us that she works for $1 a day cleaning the facilities.
Wow.
And sometimes they don't even pay her. This is pretty wild stuff.
I think it's wild for people who don't go to immigration jails. I think this has been happening under everyone's noses in rural locations for years. And if now's the time for the American people to confront who this country is and who we are, then it's good that we're going to start to confront it. But none of this is new.
With all of this pain and suffering, it's hard to imagine that anyone other than these corporations are benefiting from private prisons. But some communities have shaped their local economies around private prisons. We went to meet Walter Dorr.
Series completing the goal. Confetti palette cleanser. Beautiful. Beautiful. We got full confetti all around in chat and on the stream. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna move this slightly ahead.
Have you been inside Geo Group's facility?
6 or 8 months ago was the last time I was in there. I have no reason to be going there.
Less than 5 minutes from Walter's office is Geo Group's LaSalle detention facility. It's currently housing more than 1,100 detainees. Some of the people who've been held there you may have heard of. Mahmoud Khalil, a Columbia University student and Palestinian activist, and Badar Khansouri, a Georgetown postdoctoral fellow who was recently released. Additionally, Rumeza Ostrick, a Tufts University doctoral student, and Ali Reza Daroudi, a University of Alabama doctoral student, have also been held in Louisiana. Across the state, about 7,000 people are being detained under private prison deals. It's second only to Texas for detaining the most immigrant detainees in the entire country.
When we think about the operation of these jails, what folks in that community will say is, yeah, but there's good jobs. There's pension jobs. And it's not always clear that they understand that there are also alternatives, right? That if we invested in other types of industries and services, that people might be able to, one, make a better living in a more safe environment.
Jesus, some great reporting from More Perfect Union. I mean, it is shocking. The conditions which people are living in, being fed a spoonful of rice and beans a day.
Illegal.
These private prisons doing everything they can to cut costs and corners, all while holding thousands and thousands of inmates under their care. It is despicable. It is disgusting. And this is where Mahmoud Khalil and Badar Khansouri and Rumeza Ostrick and everyone else we've been talking about, at least either on an extended or interim basis, have been held in these private detention centers. People can profit off of the, taking away of the rights of people. They are absolutely complicit in what's going on. Now, one guy who's been the architect of much of what's been going on finally made a appearance. I don't have a video on it, but we did watch it live the Wednesday, where the House Republicans passed by, I think, like 5 votes or something like that. The big, beautiful billionaire enrichment budget bill, And Russ Vought, who's been hiding away in the White House nerdery for quite some time, thinking up new and twisted ways to make Americans' lives worse, made an appearance after that budget bill was passed. Let's see what he had to say here out behind the White House.
What changes do you expect in the bill in the Senate, including on carried interest, business provisions being?
Look, we're just getting started with the Senate in terms of, our focus has been on the House. Enormous historic victory this morning. A lot of hard work into it. I think, they're going to go home for their recess. Obviously, Senator Crapo and the team and Senator Thune have been working diligently to be prepared. We'll start those conversations today.
Can you face the cameras a little, sir?
Is the White House at all flexible on assault and identity coming into the Senate?
Look, we're really excited about the package that just occurred, and I think the message that we would have is the extent to which it's a very careful balance. And it was not easy to get to where we were this morning. A long series of late nights in this week, and ultimately the president closed it out. And so obviously the Senate's going to want to put its mark on it, but there's a certain coalition there to both accomplish what the president wants to do and have the votes that are necessary to get it through Congress, and we want to bill the president's desk by July 4th.
Can I ask you about this Moody's downgrade? That's got to hurt a little bit to the nation's budget.
Well, look, Moody's is catching up with their other rating agencies, but by being irrelevant for the last 15 years. So I think there's a timing aspect of what they were trying to do in an attempt to sink the president's tax cut.
So Russ Vought thinks that Moody's, the ratings agency, is downgraded the U.S. on purely political reasons to somehow tank Trump's budget bill? That Moody's is so ideological that they're coming after Trump? Really? And it has nothing to do with the fact that it's going to increase the deficit by trillions of dollars over the next 10 years?
Of what they were trying to do in an attempt to sink the president's tax cut. The long and short of what the credit ratings assessment has been was that this town could not produce what we just saw today. Well, their accusation is that this political class could not get to the point where we actually have major spending reforms on a.
It's not really major spending reforms. We're just shifting money around. We're just giving more money to billionaires. Right? This still creates a deficit bigger than there was before. This is idiotic. Russ Vought knows what he's doing perfectly well. He knows that this just adds to the deficit, but it does, cut spending to the people who need it most, and then gives those cuts, all that money, away to the richest people in society. That's all it really does. Let's see what AOC had to say about the budget bill here. This is Forbes breaking news from yesterday.
Gentlelady's recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you so much, and I thank the ranking member for yielding his time. 13.7 million Americans. 13.7 million Americans are the number of people in this country whose health care are going to be stripped in this bill. Now, Republicans are going to try to tell you every single distraction in the book from that essential number. I want people at home to understand that Medicaid and the federal matching funds for Medicaid can make up 30 to 40% of some of the state budgets that we have going on back in your home. Republicans have put this bill together, rushed it together in a matter of hours on the back of a napkin, shaking it, walking out of the White House, and brought it right here to this floor. They are defunding Planned Parenthood. They are ending tons of Medicaid coverage for 13.7 million Americans, including Affordable Care Act coverage as well. And if you want to get an abortion and have a silver plan on a health care plan that you paid for, you will also be affected by this legislation as well. Also, allowing suppressors on guns to be deregulated to some of the largest amounts that we have seen since the 1930s. This is just a Christmas bill. It's a Christmas tree.
I yield the gentlelady to 30 seconds.
And so I want people to understand, for my Republican colleagues who are sure what is in and not in this bill, in this process that has been this rushed, when you wake up in the morning, you will realize that you voted to defund Planned Parenthood and to take away health care from 13.7 million Americans. And when this country wakes up in the morning, there will be consequences to pay for this. And
consequences.
Hopefully there will be consequences for this. Hopefully people will try and hold Republicans accountable and stop them from doing what it is that they plan to do here. Now, of course, it still has to pass the Senate. Whoops. Still has to pass the Senate. And they're going on recess right now for the Memorial Day weekend. They'll be back, I think, on Tuesday. So there will be plenty to talk about next week. Regarding this, plenty to keep our eyes on. But yeah, people need to come out and speak out against this bill, which is just the poor people's punishment project, the quadruple P. Let's go here to CBS News from 4 hours ago. Nonpartisan analysis calls Trump budget bill fiscal failure.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Welcome back to America Decides. As you might remember, 1 week ago, we devoted the entire hour of this show to the House bill carrying the Trump economic agenda. That bill passed this week in the House. And I want to quickly summarize some of its key components. It renews the Trump tax cuts of 2017. It raises the standard deduction from $1,000 to $2,000, also raises the deduction limit from $10,000 to $40,000 for state and local taxes. It also eliminates federal taxes on overtime and tips, eliminates taxation on interest for auto loans for American-made, that's important, American-made cars. It also increases the standard deduction by $4,000 for Americans 65 and older. There are also some spending reductions. Medicaid down by nearly $700 billion, food stamps down $267 billion, and $64 billion in other assorted cuts. All of this over the next decade. Now, 7.6 million Americans would lose Medicaid coverage, 1.4 million due to changes related to eligibility linked to their legal status. Those are some of the granular specifics. For the big picture on deficits, debt, and spending trends, let me welcome back to our program Maya McGinnis, president of the Nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Maya, you with me at this table last Friday. Talk to me about what this bill is, what it isn't, and the implications for those worried about the increasing debt load of the United States.
Yeah, thank you, Major. Nice to be with you again. And there are even more reasons to be worried about that debt load, just given the past week where markets continued to be concerned. So as you went over, this is a bill that extends tax cuts, expands tax cuts, creates new tax cuts, adds spending, does have some offsets, but not nearly enough to fully cover the cost of the bill. So
yes, exactly. This is exactly what I was saying, is that, yeah, they're doing some cuts on all of the things that people love most, and then just shifting that money around. But this is going to increase spending rather than decrease it in terms of the net spending. Going to add to the deficit faster than we already were, so that we can give billionaires tax cuts. I mean, that's all it is. Is all it is. It's the only thing it achieves. Makes people's lives, everyone's lives, a little bit worse, a lot worse in many cases. Just so the rich can get a little bit richer. Buy the new G series jet or whatever.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. We begin today's show looking at Trump's sweeping budget bill that includes what's been described as the biggest Medicaid cuts in U.S. history. On early Thursday morning, House Republicans passed the bill giving massive tax breaks to the rich while slashing spending for Medicaid, Medicare, food assistance, and subsidies for clean energy. The measure just eked through with a 215 to 214 vote that came after an all-night session and days of negotiation. Food assistance under the federal SNAP program would also see $300 billion in cuts while adding billions in funding for Trump's border enforcement and mass deportation agenda. House Speaker Mike Johnson praised the budget package, speaking after the vote.
We look forward to the Senate's timely consideration of this once-in-a-generation legislation. We stand ready to continue our work together to deliver on the one big, beautiful bill, as President Trump named it himself.
Ahead of the House vote, Democratic Congressmember Greg Casar of Texas confronted Republicans on the House Budget Committee on rising health care premiums for their constituents while giving billionaires more tax breaks.
In this bill, they're going to jack up the premiums on health care for the people that rely on the marketplace for their health care. And so I will hand the mic over, yield my time to any of my Republican colleagues that want to address the amount of money that their tax-paying citizens are going to have to pay in increased premiums for their health care. And what bothers me the most is that we want to hide it. Nobody wants here to talk about the fact that they're jacking up insurance costs on their own constituents while giving a billionaire a tax break. Nobody on the Republican side pushing this bill wants to have an in-person town hall and look their constituents in the face and explain to them why they want to hand Elon Musk another $25 billion contract while jacking up your health insurance costs, not just by hundreds, but by thousands of dollars.
Again, they're the largest Medicaid cuts in U.S. history. The legislation would trigger $625 billion in Medicare cuts over the next 10 years. Some Senate Republicans have voiced some concerns over the measure and will now have to pass their own version of the budget. With all Democratic senators opposed to the package, Republicans could resort to using the reconciliation process to avoid a filibuster. For more, we go to Washington, D.C. We're joined by Chris Lehman, D.C. bureau chief of The Nation. His latest piece is headlined Trump and Johnson's Big Ugly Lie. Chris Lehman, welcome back to Democracy Now! Lay out what's in the legislation.
Thanks, Amy. Always a pleasure. Yeah, I would say the legislation is basically a mugging conducted by the 1%
illegal
against the rest of us. It represents the single largest upward redistribution of wealth effectuated by any piece of legislation in our history. The tax cuts work out to about $4 trillion, and the chief beneficiaries are at the upper end of the income spectrum. People earning $4 million or more, the 0.1%, will realize $389,000 gains in their after-tax income, whereas the lowest quintile of earners, who make $17,000 or less, will be on the hook for $1,000 and some change in their after-tax income, and that number will rise.
Yeah, I can't remember if they put the chart up during this video, but no, I don't think so. But the chart is disturbing in terms of who sees the benefits, what benefits, and who's losing money. And there's going to be people who this tax cut is actually going to represent a new financial burden, rather than any sort of benefit.
Over the 10-year course of this package. And the GOP has dishonestly peddled it as a, necessary, the cuts in the legislation as necessary fiscal discipline. In point of fact, this package will increase the federal deficit by $3 trillion. And you saw instantly the bond markets swooned on the news that this legislation has passed. The futures markets today are sort of in free fall. So it is just an outlandish piece of legislation, based on basic economic principles, and it is a massive giveaway to the wealthy. You mentioned, the historic cuts to Medicaid, to SNAP, to food assistance. There's also just, crass and corrupt lobbying giveaways. There's a provision in it that prohibits all states from regulating artificial intelligence. It's a staggering work of theft from on high.
And explain the on high. Explain what the billionaires get in exchange for cutting Medicaid, triggering the Medicare cuts, cutting clean energy, cutting food assistance.
They get $2.5 trillion in tax cuts. And that's been the social contract,
Yeah, and I think that's only counting the tax cut itself, not the salt tax cap raise. I think that's going to add a massive amount more. And the fact that they are raising that salt tax cap to $40,000 in this bill is going to add even more to the deficit than was already projected before they came to that conclusion in the recent days. Now, when we're talking about Congress and what they're doing with the budget, just want to see what Donald Trump did here earlier in the White House, in the Oval
For certain
Office.
products, we want cars. We want to make cars. We don't want to have, and I like Canada very much, but we don't want to have Canada making our cars. We want to make our cars. Oh, it's a phone call. Do you mind?
Phone call. Hold on. Hold on. Who's it?
It's only a congressman.
Just a congressman. Just a congressman. No big deal. So yeah, Donald Trump doesn't seem concerned at all about congressmen trying to call him. They call him. They actually I forgot. We gotta watch this. He does it again.
I'd let you know, actually.
Mr. President, are you considering stopping other universities from taking foreign students?
It's a different congressman.
It's a different congressman.
Congratulations.
They're all calling me right now. All the congressmen are calling me. Probably to congratulate me on my greatness. So yeah, Donald Trump, just ignoring multiple congressmen, according to him. Supposedly. Now let's talk quickly about the concerns of some people as it relates to Trump's budget bill cutting Medicaid in Western New York.
We begin tonight with a multi-trillion-dollar tax and spending package House Republicans passed early this morning, sending President Trump's one big, beautiful bill over to the Senate. This bill would slash federal spending by more than $1.5 trillion. It would include also cuts to food assistance and Medicaid, which could leave more than 8 million Americans without coverage. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer calling the bill a dangerously radical plan.
House Republicans took a bill that was already rotten to the core and made it even worse to appease the most radical factions of their party.
We will
bring
win.
Deeper, harder, and even faster.
We will win. We will win.
Quicker pain.
A lot of reaction coming into this. 7 News senior reporter Eileen Buckley finding out how some of our most vulnerable community members could be impacted locally here by the cuts to Medicaid.
It would be very, very catastrophic for the most vulnerable people that we have in Buffalo.
Buffalo is below the national average of household income, especially on the city's east side. So cuts to Medicaid could be devastating to those who rely on it for health care. And they could be among the more than 7 million who could lose Medicaid under the Trump budget bill.
Right now, there's a lot of resources that are just not available on the east side. And so by cutting Medicaid, what that would do is limit people's ability to be seen in primary care, if they even have primary care.
Samantha Nephew is with the Buffalo Center for Health Equity, an organization working to end health disparities for marginalized community members. Nephew tells me the approved budget bill led by the GOP could harm many pregnant mothers here in Buffalo.
That you can't be pro-life and then want to cut Medicaid, because Medicaid is what's saving lives in this country. Hundreds of thousands of lives every day. Medicaid is truly, truly that lifeline.
This is the beginning of a great American comeback.
Local Republican congressional leaders Nick Langworthy and Claudia Tenney both voted in.
What a disgusting way to refer to this. It is despicable. Great American comeback. For who? Not for a huge swath of Americans. Great American dying. More like. Speaking of dying and Medicaid and health-related concerns, the MAHA! The MAHA event happened at the White House earlier this week. I think it was Thursday.
But no, MAHA's become hot.
MAHA is very
Over
hot
the
right
past
now.
few years,
So hot right now.
An unstoppable coalition of moms and dads, doctors and young people and citizens of all backgrounds who have come together to protect our children, very importantly, keep the dangerous chemicals out of
Protecting
our
the
food
children.
supplies, get toxic substances out of our environment, and deliver the American people the facts as to really where we're going. And we want to have what we deserve, and we want to be healthy, and we want to have a lot of good things happen, and I think we're going to have that. I think this is just the beginning. We have some of the most brilliant people sitting on this panel, and likewise,
Some of the
in
most
audience,
brilliant
I
people.
recognize so many of them are in the administration. With us today is the man who fought harder than
Some of those brilliant people. People like Lee Zeldin and Linda McMahon, RFK Jr., all geniuses. Russ Vought, Stephen Miller. Some say these are the smartest people in the entire world.
anyone I know to bring these issues to the center of American politics. Our Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Bobby, thank you very much. And we're also joined by Secretaries Brooke Rollins, Scott Turner, Linda McMahon, Doug Collins.
Forgot about Brooke.
Doug Burgum, Lori Chavez DeReamer. You're doing a very good job.
Doing a
Lori.
great job, Lori.
She's, considering she's a Democrat.
I'm really shocked.
you know.
It's really shocking. You're a woman.
The unions say she's really good. I did it. You know, I took a lot of heat for doing it, and then they were all saying what a great job we did. Now everybody's
They're all
happy
saying
with
it.
you.
Everyone's
Great
saying
job.
it's a great job.
Thank you very much.
Everybody, please
As
clap.
well as EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, Budget Director Russ Vought, SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler. Kelly's been amazing. She runs
Kelly,
small
everybody's doing such a great job. Great jobs.
We will not be
Still
silenced
droning
or
on.
intimidated by the
You will not be
corporate lobbyists or
intimidated.
special
Blah, blah,
interests. And I want
blah.
this group
Things
to
that
do
are
what they have to
happening.
And I made a couple of the
yes,
statements that
we're
he made
gonna,
because I
we're gonna make America healthy again. We're gonna take away their health care, which actually makes more health care. We're gonna take away their food, which actually gives them more food. You don't get it. If you take away people's food, they actually come up with great, innovative ways of feeding themselves. They're much better, some say, than alternative ways. Sorry, I just cannot watch this whole thing. It's like an hour long of Donald Trump just like droning on and saying, everybody, you're all doing such a great job. Canceling all this important scientific research and trying to find out the cause of autism.
I'd like to ask Oz in particular, because you and I know each other. He's a very tough hombre, this one. He's tough as hell. And so if you can lead the group, and it's not going to be easy. You're going to have to get in, and you're going to have to fight.
Get in there.
If you do it, you can have, within a period of weeks, you can have drug costs that drop like a rock, okay? So you, as a group, I have great confidence, and if you don't do it, I am firing every single one.
Everybody's fired. Everybody is fired. If you don't lower drug costs for America, you are fired, Dr. Oz. This is your new job. Get all of the companies to lower their prices. I love that. That's exciting. I'm excited for that. I'm really excited. Cannot wait to see that happen. Less money for drugs. Why are they so expensive? I don't understand. I have a very portly friend. Went to the UK. He said, Trump, why do I pay $80 in London and $2,000 in New York? It makes no sense. Billionaire, very fat. Ozempic, I don't think it's working, the fat shot drug. I don't think it's working. You should pay less. If it doesn't work, you should pay less. Yeah, I mean, it should be fascinating to see a Republican administration significantly lower drug prices across the board. Really excited to see how all that goes down. Let's go here to ProPublica, who posted a video yesterday about a particular drug, cancer drug, which saves a lot of lives, but should be saving a lot more. But it is incredibly expensive. Maybe this will be one of the things that gets lowered.
That pill was Revlimid. It costs 25 cents to make, but the company that distributes it charges almost $1,000 for each daily pill. Our reporter David Armstrong has been taking this drug to keep his own cancer.
$1,000 per pill that you take on a daily basis. That is $365,000 a year for one drug. That is ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous.
For each daily pill. Our reporter David Armstrong has been taking this drug to keep his own cancer at bay. He's been covering healthcare for decades, and he wanted to know how a drug whose parent compound was banned in most of the world became one of the biggest selling drugs of all time. This is just some of what David found. David, can you just start by just telling us why you started to investigate Revlimid?
So in 2023, I was diagnosed with multiple myeloma. And when I was in the hospital, one of the doctors told me that my treatment would include a thalidomide drug. And I was really taken aback by that because I knew this is a very dangerous drug. And in the late 50s and early 60s in Europe and Australia and Canada and some other countries, this drug was commonly given to pregnant women for morning sickness and to help them sleep. Unfortunately, the drug caused horrific birth defects, and upwards of 10,000 plus babies were affected this way, and many died shortly after birth.
How did it go from being blacklisted pretty much to becoming one of the biggest selling drugs ever?
Yeah, so it's a really incredible story of science, luck, and love. There was a patient in the mid-90s, late 90s, named Ira Wolmer, who was diagnosed with multiple myeloma. At the time, that was a really grim diagnosis. Most patients didn't live for more than a couple of years after diagnosis. And his wife, Beth, who was a lawyer, was desperate to find something to help him. And in her search across medical journals and talking to doctors and researchers, she connected with Judah Folkman, who's sort of a legendary researcher at Boston Children's Hospital. And one of the drugs he was studying was thalidomide. Unfortunately for Ira Wolmer, it didn't work. He died a couple months later. But two other patients were given the drug, and one of them had an amazing response to it. The level of cancer in his blood declined. It was like nothing doctors had ever seen. And it turns out that this drug with a horrific past is a pretty good cancer fighter.
You mentioned in your story that when the pill first came out, that it was $7.50, but now it costs upwards of $1,000 a pill.
Oh my God.
How did that happen?
It went from being $7 a pill to $1,000 a pill. That is like, this fucking insane. It's like 150 times as, how?
A what now?
How? Cents. But now it costs upwards of $1,000 a pill. How did that happen, and why did it happen?
So the company that owned the rights to thalidomide decided to develop analogs of the drug. These are slightly tweaked versions. And the analogs were shown to be more potent. So Revlimid is one of those analogs. So they developed that drug and put it on the market at a steep premium to what thalidomide was costing. And then from there, they worked really hard to keep competition away. And the way they did it was the very thing that made Revlimid dangerous, which was this potential risk of birth defects, meant that they controlled the distribution of it. And they refused to sell it to generic companies who needed the drug to test it against their drugs to get FDA approval. So they were very successful in keeping the drugs out of the market, but that allowed them to charge whatever they wanted, and they continually raised the price over the history of the drug. To learn more about my journey with Revlimid and how the drug...
There we go. ProPublica with a great story on this it's cancer drug, which of course is being used to make obscene profits on the backs of dying people. Okay, hold on one second. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Okay, I'm back. Alright, let's keep talking about making America healthy again with RFK Jr., who went on CNN for an interview with Caitlin Collins yesterday. Let's hear about the myriad ways RFK is making us all healthy again.
And I'm joined now by the HHS Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It's great to have you here. You've just unveiled this new report, and a lot of it focuses on chronic disease in children, which in part, when you read into this, essentially says that you believe a lot of that has to do with ultra-processed foods, chemical exposures, lack of physical activity, stress, and excessive use of prescription drugs. If people are reading this and say, okay, but what are the solutions to fix that? What would you say?
Well, this exercise was really a diagnostic exercise, and it's important because this has never happened in the federal government, where you have all the agencies recognizing we have a chronic disease crisis. And President Biden did his HHS directives. The word chronic disease was never mentioned. And so and my uncle tried to do this in 1962 after Rachel Carson's book came out.
Oh my God.
And unfortunately, he was killed before that. For 60 years, we've been waiting for the government to recognize that there's a crisis in chemical exposures and the increase in chronic disease. This was important for that, but this was just the diagnostics. 60 days from now, we put out the prescription. So we will put out a series of policies to address this issue and to eliminate the chronic disease epidemic.
Yeah, but I'm sure you've been thinking about this. I mean, a lot of these are things that you've been saying for years now.
Yeah, and we're already doing it. I mean, we were already getting rid of the food dyes. We're changing the SNAP program so that, we now are handling a tsunami of.
By the way, Christmas is basically going to be canceled this year, whether it's the tariffs or lack of red dye number 40. I mean, you can't have Christmas cookies without red food dye. Just saying.
Applications by the states to give them SNAP waivers, so to get sodas and candies off of SNAP. We're reviewing the dietary guidelines, and we're going to have those out by August. And the dietary guidelines under President Biden were 453 pages, and they were basically a product of the same kind of industrial impulses that put Fruit Loops at the top of the food pyramid.
But you're saying in 60 days,
What?
people should expect to see concrete solutions of how these.
Did anybody else just hear that? RFK. How dare they put Fruit Loops at the top of the pyramid, the food pyramid? That's where it goes. It's, I mean, I don't know if he understands how the food pyramid works, but the top is where you put the sugars and the fats. And of course, Fruit Loops are basically just processed sugar. So that would actually be where they belong, the top of the food pyramid.
Food pyramid.
But you're saying in 60 days, people should expect to see concrete solutions of how these things can be solved?
We're already reviewing the GRAS standards, the generally recognized as safe standards. So we've done more in 100 days than my predecessors have done in decades in terms of redressing the causes of this problem. So, and we're going to keep doing that. We're not waiting for this to come out, but we are going to do comprehensive diagnostics across the entire government of what each of these agencies need to be doing to end the epidemic.
Well, and you're talking about working with
It's not an epidemic, okay? It's a societal problem, accessibility to healthy options, and honestly, more than anything, right? And I don't know what his plan is, but it's not going to be enough. It's definitely not going to be enough. Unless they start doing government-funded grocery stores in all neighborhoods that provide fresh fruits and vegetables, healthy options to processed foods. There's nothing is going to change. You know, maybe one or two little tiny things get tweaked, but people's access to healthy foods is one of the main problems here. Right? Massive portions of America live in food deserts or have like one place to go, like a Dollar General or like a Walmart. Now, Walmart technically has more availability than, say, a Dollar General, but like this is a societal issue. We no longer have local neighborhood grocery stores like maybe they had back in, I don't know, the 40s or something. And that's a huge problem if we're talking about chronic disease like diabetes.
agency heads. The EPA is also on your commission, and as part of this, Lee Zeldin was there in the room. Your report says that kids are exposed to harmful environmental toxins and microplastics. I wonder how you square that with some moves that we've seen the EPA take to roll back or to weaken rules that limit forever chemicals in drinking water, which obviously would be one of those issues.
We're working very hard on PFAS. A lot of what you read about.
We're working so hard on PFAS that we had to roll back all of the Biden era regulations on forever chemicals in drinking water. It's because we're working so hard. I see.
Those issues.
We're working very hard on PFAS. A lot of what you read about EPA's regulations, rolling back regulations on PFAS is not true.
Oh, it's
PFAS
not true.
Is something I've been working on for years. I was part of the trial team in the first case against PFAS, and it is a priority for my agency. It's also a priority for Brooke Rollins at USDA because the PFAS is now on farm crops, and we're going to do everything in our power to limit the proliferation of PFAS in the environment and limit its use as a.
Aside from in drinking water, where absolutely the EPA did roll back regulations on limits of PFAS for the next 3 to 5 years, depending on what we're talking about. RFK is just lying. Just lying. The EPA absolutely is doing it. We did multiple stories on this.
manufacturing.
So it sounds like you don't think that those rules should be weakened or rolled back or postponed, as some of the instances have shown.
I can't talk to the details of what's come out of EPA on that.
The Secretary of HHS can't speak on the new limits in drinking water, something which some might say relates to your health. Yeah, they went on and on about a lot of different things. RFK talking about autism and poison in our food.
It's something we'll continue to be involved with.
Okay, and we're talking about the big release of this report today. The Health Commissioner and Senator Tammy Baldwin. Yeah.
You could hear me read my.
Sorry, I just got to go back a little bit to where she started her question.
I can't tell you how many are on the ground in the city of Milwaukee, but I can tell you we are there.
But you don't.
75% of American kids can't qualify for military service.
Let me ask you about something you said when you were on Capitol Hill this week. You were asked about the lead crisis in Milwaukee schools. You told Congress, quote, "We have a team on the ground in Milwaukee." The city said that's not true and that they are still not getting the help that they want from the CDC. Do you know who is on the ground? Who were you under the impression?
The CDC is giving them assistance with their labs, their analytics, and advice.
They just said one technician was on the ground.
I can't tell you how many are on the ground in the city of Milwaukee.
I can't tell you how many are on the ground.
But you don't know how many.
I can't tell you how many right now.
Impossible to tell you.
This is from the Milwaukee Health Commissioner and Senator Tammy Baldwin. Yeah.
You could hear me read my other exchanges with Tammy Baldwin and. Anyway, I'm not necessarily believing what Senator Baldwin.
So you're disputing and saying that there are more than one CDC employees.
Like I said, we have 62,000 employees. I'm not sure how many we have deployed to Milwaukee. I'm happy to check and give you that information.
And are you committed to helping with the schools there? Because obviously they're having a real issue with this, and say it's really affecting the students.
Of course, I've been working on lead in the schools including in Milwaukee, for 40 years.
You've been working on it for 40 years.
Crisis in our country.
Who is we? Who is we? The Trump administration has been in power for 3 months. 40 years, RFK. What are you talking about?
What now?
84% of black youth in our municipalities have dangerous levels of lead in their blood. And that is crippling them for a lifetime, potentially. So it's an issue that is foremost on my mind. It's a high priority, and it's something we'll continue to be involved with.
Okay, and we're talking about the big release of this report today. The next report that you've said that you'll produce is in September, when you want to determine the cause of autism. Do you still plan to know the cause of autism?
The dietary guidelines come out in August, and the second stage of this report also comes out in August.
Okay, so that's in August. But this would be in September, when you said that you would be able to determine what the cause of autism is. Is that still the timeline that you are sticking with?
We will have some studies completed
by
September.
What? Wait, we're only going to have some studies completed by September? I was told by RFK that we were going to know the cause of autism by Labor Day, I think it was, right? I think that's what I remember, is that we were told by Labor Day we are going to know what causes autism, and now we're just going to have a couple of studies done? God, wow, what a walk back.
And those studies will mainly...
It's almost like RFK is realizing that he's not going to know what the cause of autism is just because he said it. Just because he mandated that we do. Just because he said, we will do it. It doesn't mean that it actually gets done.
The replication studies of studies that have already been done.
You're replicating... Wait. So the HHS is using taxpayer dollars to replicate already done studies.
Replications September. And those studies will mainly be replication studies of studies that have already been done.
So he's redoing studies. He's using taxpayer dollars to redo studies that have already been studied. This is incredible competence and merit. Efficiency, for sure. This is very efficient. Redoing already done science. That makes sense. That's smart. It's a good use of everyone's time and money. Oh my god. How are we here right now? Anybody have an answer for me on that one? I keep getting told that our government is going to use our money more efficiently. And yet it seems to be getting used in all of the worst possible ways. And given to all the worst possible people. People who don't really deserve it. Oh, we're fucked. We're fucked. America is not going to be healthier. I don't think. Okay, I think now is probably a good time to take a quick break. After this, we're going to be talking some economic stuff, stock market, cost of living, and Trump's crypto enrichment scheme. But first, we must do some galactic messages, but stick around, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe hit that bell icon too so you get the latest galactic notifications, ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this here Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as without you, we would cease to exist. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, but right now I've been recommending people consider Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon as we get that money immediately, if not sooner. And rather than with YouTube or Twitch, almost all of that goes directly to funding the stream, rather than having a big corporation taking a large portion of it. And of course, right now, we need that money faster and more than ever. Since last month, we streamed a great deal less than normal due to unforeseen technical circumstances. Thankfully, we have solved those circumstances, but are left with a massive hole in the galactic budget. So, yeah, show how much you love galacticness and space content. Contribute before we go floating off into the void. Anyway, chat, that's enough messages for me. Enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. means we're going to be coming right back with the news action very shortly. That said, I am trying to finish making noodles for myself since I didn't eat before the stream. So, please do bear with us. Okay, I'm back, which means it's time for us to get back to the content, of which we still have a lot to get through here tonight. It's looking like it might be a pretty long stream here. Let's go and talk about some finance stuff, economics, everything in between. Start off here with CBS News from yesterday. Stocks closed relatively flat after Wednesday's sell-off. Alright, CBS News, get us started. Let's go.
All right, to Wall Street now. One day after the Dow tumbled more than 800 points, it landed in the red again, this time by just the tiniest of margins. The closing bell rang just moments ago. So let's take a look at our interactive stock market heat map. This is brought to you by FinViz, showing the top 500 stocks. And as the budget bill heads to the Senate, investors kind of digest what it means for the federal deficit. So CBS News contributor J.D. Durkin breaks it all down. He's live from the New York Stock Exchange. Hi there, J.D. Let's talk about the stock market today, the gains. Also, let's look at the bond market, though. Things look a little shakier there. So what's going on?
Yeah, that's right, Jules. We'll start with the equities side of things. After a notable sell-off yesterday, things kind of flat to the downside today. Kind of comparable story there for the S&P 500, the Dow, the tech-heavy NASDAQ as well. In the so-called Magnificent Seven stocks, we saw Tesla and Google outperform, but we did see only 2 of the 11 sectors of the S&P 500 in positive territory. But you're right, because arguably down here on Wall Street, the big story of the week is the Treasury market. It is what the bond market is telling the U.S. government about how concerned investors are, not just of the ongoing borrowing that the federal government needs to do, but whether or not the government really even has the ability to pay off the interest on all of the debt that it has. And Jules, you know as well as I do, my friend, this is going on just within a week or so after that Moody's downgrade following years ago comparable moves from S&P and Fitch. It's going on the same week that the budget reconciliation bill is passing, which the CBO has said would add about another $2 trillion or so onto the national debt over the course of the next few decades. People here on Wall Street like to say the bond market cannot be fooled, and it is once again flashing some of those warning signs.
Yeah, let's quickly look at the bond market. Over here, as you can see, the bond market's definitely been doing some weird stuff. If you look at the 30-year treasuries over the last 5 years here, we're pretty much on a steady trend up. Recently hitting, I think, new 52-week highs a little while ago, like a couple days ago. I think it was Thursday that it happened, or Wednesday. But you can see there's a clear uptrend right now in interest rates, and that's it's going to hurt consumers, especially people who are on adjustable rate loans of any kind. And it's also, as this goes up and up, I mean, it's going to affect the government's ability to borrow money to finance the government. And it's gonna. And unfortunately, there's not a lot that can be done in this moment to solve any of this. Now, of course, we could raise revenues. That would help, right? If we raise taxes rather than lowering taxes, that would certainly put less pressure on the bond market, right? Because if you have more revenue coming in from taxes, then there will be enough money to pay for the deficit and the interest rate payments that the federal government has to pay. Now, it's not clear who did all of the selling this week in bonds, but there was certainly quite a lot. It may very well have been, people like China and Japan who hold the most U.S. debt right now. It's not clear. Generally speaking, investors were exiting U.S. treasuries and have continued to do so for well over a month straight. Really, since pre-Liberation Day, honestly, it's been going straight up. Let's talk about affordability, something that's absolutely going to be affected by higher interest rates. CBS Evening News from yesterday. According to them, most Americans don't make enough money to cover basic costs of living.
The majority of Americans don't make enough money to cover some of the basic costs of living, like healthcare and rent. It's called the affordability gap. For tonight's interview, we're joined by Gene Ludwig, founder and chairman of the Ludwig Institute for Shared Economic Prosperity, which authored the new report. Gene, thank you for being with us. What's the key takeaway from your report?
John, the key takeaways, you might say, are three. Number one, 60% of Americans and less fortunate even can't meet a minimum quality of life standards. So 60% of Americans can't afford a minimum quality of life, point one. Point two, things are getting worse, not better.
60% of America cannot, the richest country in the world, 60%, the vast majority of people cannot afford to just have a decent life, and we're taking away health insurance, food assistance, and all sorts of other governmental assistance to this group of people who are already struggling. That's where we're at.
Point three is that, it's interesting, the fact is we don't have good statistics publicly. The headline statistics are misleading and painting a rosier picture than in fact is lived experience.
Let me ask you about minimum quality life relative to, say, something like the Consumer Price Index. Is that what you're talking about, that mismatch?
That's exactly right. In other words, the indexes that are out there right now are really survival indexes. They're valuable. They tell us something. We have one at LISAB, that is the Ludwig Institute for Shared Economic Prosperity, which I represent. And but they don't tell us, really the kind of life that is the basic life you need to come up to the American dream, to make life better for yourself.
The report shows an income gap, and we're going to put a graphic up on the screen, between the top 20% of earners and the bottom 60%. You say we're not sharing enough of the pie. Help people understand what that means.
Well, for the last, we think 40.
Wow. It's really almost more than 40, although this is really about flat here, but yeah. Really almost 80 years that, almost a century. There's a big tumble here in the 40s during the New Deal era, and then ever since then it's been the steady trek back upwards for the ultra rich. By the way, the green line is the share of national income for the top 20%. The red line is for the bottom 60.
But certainly the last 20 years, middle and low income Americans' well-being has declined. But as you can see from that graph, that isn't true for the upper income groups.
And also, let's look at some specific things that used to make up the American dream. Housing is up 130% since 2001. Healthcare, 178%. The amount of savings needed to attend college, 122%. I mean, wages can never keep up with those kind of increases. So
they could.
What do those numbers tell us?
Well, they tell us wages, by the way, during this 20-year period, we're up about 98%. There's a huge gap between the increase of these costs and the increase in wages, which means over 20 years, middle and low-income Americans have actually declined.
I find it kind of gross how CBS decides to frame that, where there's there is no possible way for wages to keep up with that. Aside from raising wages. The obvious solution.
Years, middle and low-income Americans have actually declined in terms of their ability to afford these things. Real wages are down 4.2%.
So, Gene, if you had to take on one thing, what would it be?
I think it's getting the facts out. I think you've got to be able to have good headline statistics, good statistics.
Well, thank you for those statistics, sir. All right, let's talk about a guy who doesn't worry one bit about the income gap, aside from, I guess, worrying sort of the inverse, as to hoping that his income is becoming more and more perverse and just a pure reflection of this very problem in our society. Elon Musk.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
South African billionaire Elon Musk was at the meeting with South African President Ramaphosa and Trump, where Trump tried to give him the Zelensky treatment and tried to badger him into admitting that there's a white genocide happening in South Africa. We just had an interview where we laid this out pretty clearly, but if you're just coming to this clip, I'll say that's not happening.
They're afraid of land reform.
You should listen to Benjamin Fogel and what he had to say about it, but it's less than 50 farm murders in a year over the course, and I think it's
in
less
a violent
than,
society,
less
too.
than 1% of the population that was killed in these murders, and half of those murders were also black people. On farms.
Right, and it's inequality that's leading it to opportunistic violence, not a race war ideology to just kill white people or white farmers.
Right. So but largely Elon Musk has kind of receded from public life because, or at the very least political public life, because he was putting on the cheesehead in Wisconsin. He broke records for the amount of money that was spent in the judicial race in this country, and he got his ass whooped. And here's Harry Enton over on CNN, who always has these fun little segments, can't help but enjoy these, explaining that dynamic and why Elon has become so toxic politically.
How low can you go?
And just a second.
Apologies. Here we go. How low can you go? Oh my. Okay, take a look here. Elon Musk net favorability rating. Look at this shift. Back in 2017, before he really started this politics thing, he was at plus 24 points. Look at where he is now. Whoa, he fell through the floor. Minus 19 points. Among Democrats, the poll is even more dramatic. We're talking about going from plus 35 points on net favorability rating. That is quite a popular guy among Democrats. To get this, now down to minus 91 points. You can't even go lower than that. I guess you could go down to minus 100 points, but he became political kryptonite. He was...
Okay, so CNN has a big budget. I want them to send reporters out to find the 9% of Democrats who are still pro Elon Musk, because it's James...
Seriously. Minus 91% with Democrats. That is bad. Jesus. But Matt is right. Who are those 9%?
To find the 9% of Democrats who are still pro Elon Musk, because it's James Carville and like Fareed Zakaria.
It's embarrassed Tesla owners who don't want to admit it.
Yeah, right. Or just, yeah, that's got to be it. That's got to be it. But there's always those like 3% of voters who are like Democrats who support Trump or something, or think he's doing a good job.
Yeah. Who think we have two moons.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can find a decent sized percentage of people who believe anything. That's like the dangers of a very public world we live in now.
Yeah.
Flat Earth and yeah.
Awful. Lower than that, I guess you could go down to minus 100 points, but he became political kryptonite. He was greatly disliked by the American public and greatly disliked by Democrats. And obviously we saw that in Wisconsin when, of course, he spent all that money and then the liberal won that Supreme Court race.
Yes. How has that plummet of popularity impacted the brand?
Yeah, exactly right. So this is Elon Musk individually. How about Tesla? Okay, let's take a look. The net favorability rating. Look, General Motors, we're going to...
By the way, you guys laugh at this, but this is what Tim Pool calls seventh generational warfare.
It is. This is a good point. This is seventh generation. This might be eighth generation.
Tesla. General Motors quite...
Go ahead, Brandon.
I thought you were referring to seven generational warfare like this. That was like Elon Musk's strategy, and I was going to say like it's only 7 generational warfare on Elon Musk's part if like those generations have been interbreeding, because this is the worst business plan I've seen in my entire life.
Nobody was texting war plans.
Keep going.
About Tesla. Okay, let's take a look. The net favorability rating. Look, General Motors, we're going to compare General Motors and Tesla. General Motors quite well liked by the American people, plus 23 points on net favorability rating. But look at Tesla, minus 20 points. So this idea that Tesla could somehow separate itself out from Elon Musk, the American people saw it the exact same way. And of course, Tesla is a business. They're in the business of selling cars. Awfully difficult to sell cars when you have a minus 20-point net favorability rating driven by Elon Musk's net favorability rating right around this.
As Harry Enton would say,
awful. Weak.
Exactly, Harry. It is awful and weak. It's not just America where Elon is struggling to sell cars. Canada, you're seeing some wild numbers here. Just like in that poll, apparently Tesla sales in Quebec have dropped 90%.
This place is probably a whole lot quieter these days than it used to be, according to new stats. The number of Quebecers bringing new Teslas home has dropped dramatically in the past few months.
Right now, Tesla, I'm just not a big fan of Elon Musk and everything he represents.
According to government data, in the last quarter of 2024, 5,097 new Teslas were registered in the province. In the first quarter of 2025, that number was 524, down 90%. Some believe the blame should fall on CEO Elon Musk.
I think he's done a lot of damage to the brand, even though it may be a good vehicle itself.
To buy a Tesla right now feels like a statement, which I might not be comfortable with.
Tesla sales have declined in many parts of the world since Elon.
So not only is Elon's favorability in the United States among Democrats at negative 90%, it would seem like all of Quebec, 90% of Quebec has decided they don't want Teslas. With Tesla sales plummeting 90% in the first quarter. Shocking. Poor Elon. Must be crying in his sleeve somewhere. Now, I think it was yesterday evening, Donald Trump held a crypto gala where all of the top Trump coin holders were able to pay to play with Donald Trump.
Don't be creepy.
No, I'm not the one who came up with it. He's the one. It was his idea. And Senate Democrats, I think actually some House Democrats in here too, came out to demand something from Donald Trump. A guest list.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. We'll start quickly. I apologize for being late. I know we have votes pending in the United States Senate right now. Thanks to our House colleague, Representative Liccardo, for joining us here today. This is the most corrupt White House in the history of the country. Just because the corruption is playing out in public where everybody can see it doesn't mean that it isn't rampant, rapacious corruption. And what is happening tonight, this private, secret dinner in which individuals who have put money in Donald Trump's pocket get access to him, is maybe the most corrupt of all of the corruption.
Illegal.
Tonight, Donald Trump will have a secret dinner and meeting with the 200 individuals who have spent the most money buying up his meme coin. Donald Trump's meme coin has no value in and of itself. Its only value is based upon how much demand exists for the meme coin. And it's not hard to inflate demand for a product that doesn't have any value when you're president of the United States and you have command of nearly infinite resources given to you by the taxpayers. He creates demand by essentially opening a channel for bribery. If you buy his coin, the price goes up and he makes more money. If you buy his coin, you get secret access to the president to be able to plead your case, to be able to ask for preferential treatment. And the extra benefit is no one will ever know that you bought the coin or that you got the private access. And so it provides cover for the most corrupt, for the most compromised, for the worst of the worst, to channel money to Donald Trump in order to get their private audience with him, in order to plead their case for favorable treatment from the federal government or for investment from the U.S. taxpayer. Reportedly, there's going to be a guy there tonight called Ogle. That's it. That's all we know about this guy. He wears a mask all the time. He says he'll take the mask off when he meets with Donald Trump, but he has supposedly spent millions of dollars getting access to the president today, and an anonymous individual who is going to make an ask of the president tonight that we don't know about. The most worrisome aspect of this dinner tonight, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues, is the fact that it is likely to be loaded with non-American citizens. It would be bad enough if you could pay as an American citizen to get secret access to the president, but from what we understand, most of the attendees tonight will be foreigners. These could be individuals with ties to terrorist groups. These could be representatives of Vladimir Putin. These could be sanctioned individuals. They could be Gulf princes. They could be oligarchs. They were able to pay their way in to get an audience with the President of the United States to ask for favorable national security concessions. The Secretary of State won't be there. He claimed he didn't even know about this meeting the other day.
What now?
And it's an opportunity not just for domestic corruption, but for foreign policy corruption as well. And so we're here today, first to just make sure that people know this is happening amidst all of the dizzying news in the world. A lot of people may have missed this celebration of corruption that's happening today at one of Trump's properties. But to call on the president and the people who serve him to do something really simple. Release the names of the people who are going to be there. Even if you release the names, it's still corrupt. but at least let us see who's going to be there. At least let the American people know who has bought access to the president. Release the names. If there's nothing wrong, if you think that this is all above board,
I did
then what are
everything
you
right
doing?
and they indicted me.
Yeah, I think that's a fair ask. It'll still be incredibly corrupt. Just like he said. I almost wanted to call him Shat. That's not. Oh, God. Whatever his name is. But absolutely right. And, I mean, American people deserve more than the list, but this is absolutely sort of a bare minimum of transparency from a supposedly the most transparent administration of all time. We've heard it multiple times now. Trump, Caroline Leavitt, all sorts of people claiming historic levels of transparency from the Trump administration, but they're not going to give us a list of the pay to coerce, essentially, Trump event. Let's go see what people thought about it on CNN.
President Trump, at this moment, hosting what is being billed as, quote, the most exclusive invitation in the world.
By the way, I just want to remind everyone that right now our membership numbers have been going down on YouTube, which means we're getting further and further away from getting more emotes. At one point, we were almost at 19 emotes, but unfortunately, we've had a real dip in new members. And people's gifted memberships are starting to fall off this month. We are, oh God. It's dire times right now, people.
Well, what is that, you may ask? It is a private dinner for 220 of the biggest backers of Trump's own private cryptocurrency. These are investors, many of them from outside the United States. They've forked out a lot of money to Trump in order to have the chance for tonight's face-to-face with the President of the United States. And just before arriving, Trump posted, heading to the crypto dinner. A sit-down that has been advertised on a website. Let's just show you this website. It is fitting for one of those as seen on TV products, as opposed to a dinner with the president. I mean, there's the AI-generated images of Trump that you can see on the website. We're going to show you. You can go check it out yourself, though. It's quite fascinating. Multiple register now buttons in case you miss it. Confetti. There's a silhouette of you shaking Trump's hand. And then there's more. There's a, quote, exclusive bonus, which...
Wow. This is elite. This is elite grifting. The top 25 Trump meme coin holders on the leaderboard will enjoy a private VIP reception with President Trump and separately, capital S separately, by us to a special VIP tour. Only the top 25 holders will experience this. The question is, are you in? Own Trump and climb the leaderboard. Have dinner with President Trump and the Trump community. 220 special Trump meme coin holders will be invited to an unforgettable gala dinner with the president on May 2025. Wow. Our leaderboard updates hourly in real time. Hourly in real time? That's not real time. That's hourly. Pick one. Your Trump coin count puts you in the running. The competition is fierce. Own Trump or watch from the sidelines.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
You shaking Trump's hand. And then there's more. There's a, quote, exclusive bonus, which reads, for the top 25 coin holders, you are invited to an exclusive reception before dinner with your favorite president. Plus, we have separately arranged by us, arranged for a special VIP tour for you. So make sure you stay in town. All right, a special VIP tour, but to where? So when this contest was first announced,
showing them the nuclear bunker.
Actually read a little different.
They're gonna see all the codes for the nukes and all the national security secrets.
It was specific. When we found the archived version of the site from back in April. So when you go there, you can see where this mystery tour was. Originally, they said, we have separately by us arranged for a special VIP White House tour for you. Now, why is that significant? Because that initial statement and phrasing makes the obvious clear. There is no separating a president from the presidency. There is no this is personal and something else isn't. The impression of a presidency for sale is bad for America. And now tonight, the White House, maybe no surprise, is quickly trying to shut down the perception that this could have anything to do with Trump profiting off the presidency.
I don't want reality.
The dinner tonight, the president is attending it in his personal time. It is not a White House dinner. It's not taking place here at the White House.
Okay, that doesn't add up. The president of the United States holding a raffle to the top 25 holders of a meme coin that he is profiting from is not okay. Because Trump is personally getting money from the transaction fees on his meme coins, at least $1.3 million in fees in the weeks after Trump first announced this dinner, according to a crypto research firm, Chain Analysis. And according to the Wall Street Journal, they write, quote, he is forging ahead with the event over the objections of some of his own aides and lawyers who were initially shocked that he had agreed to it, according to people familiar with the event's planning. The Journal goes on to report Trump's own son, Eric Trump, was even taken aback when he heard about the dinner. Well, those who forked out millions did so they could meet the president. They could get a direct line to Trump's ear.
Dad's doing what? Crypto dinner? Why don't I have an invite?
Come on!
That sort of access is priceless. And something else the White House said today while defending this over-the-top dinner caught our attention. Listen to this.
This president was incredibly successful before giving it all up to serve our country publicly. And not only has he lost wealth, but he also almost lost his life. He has sacrificed a lot to be here.
I'm sorry. He lost his wealth?
We will never make light of the horrific assassination attempt against President Trump. But the claim that Trump has, quote, lost his wealth stands out because it is false. He has made a lot. So today we...
Yeah, I think it's fascinating to suggest that Donald Trump has lost money by becoming president. It sort of contravenes all semblance of reality.
I don't want reality.
Reached out to Forbes' Dan Alexander because he tracks Trump's wealth. He's a frequent guest on this show. He does the numbers for Forbes, and he ran the numbers. He said since the time of Trump's first term ended in 2021, so from the end of 2021 till now, he has more than doubled his net worth to about $5.4 billion. Now, that's the latest Forbes analysis. That is a doubling of net worth to $5.4 billion. That's the facts. And according to Bloomberg, the Trump family made roughly $1 billion in paper gains alone from, you guessed it, crypto. Trump has a coin. The First Lady has a coin. Eric Trump and the son of Special Envoy Steve Witkoff announced a $2 billion crypto deal in Dubai. It certainly sounds like Trump is doing exactly what he accused Hillary Clinton of doing in 2016.
Illegal.
Hillary Clinton has perfected the politics of personal profit.
Jeff Zeleny is...
And I did it even better. I said, Hillary's actually really great at making money. I wonder if I can do a good job enriching myself over and over again. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say when asked by reporters questions about this crypto dinner as he was headed to that dinner. Hello.
Can you tell us about crypto?
Here you go, Donald Trump ignoring reporters' questions, giving them fist pump and point, a little wave. Hello, everyone, just off to do some corruption.
Illegal.
All right, another Abby Martin CNN roundtable on this Trump crypto pay-to-play dinner.
I was feeling worse about it until I found out that he spent all of 68 minutes with 200 people. I don't think you can get a lot of bribery in if you're competing for that kind of time. But
an hour of the president's time.
I love this. I love this. Katya Ungar-Sargon will make any argument that makes Donald Trump look good, or at least an attempt to make him look good. This woman still hasn't responded to any of the claims from Donald Trump. I question CNN on their unwillingness to ask her about this, but I really need to know what Katya believes, or Batya, whatever her fucking name is, what it is she believes about the South African genocide that we've been hearing so much about. Because she was utterly just like outraged over Hitler comparisons and things like that. But whatever.
Split among 200 people.
Well, 68 minutes for the event, but there was also the bro down, the 25-person bro down. So Batya is sort of ignoring that part of it, whereas a very, 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 very intimate sort of situation with Donald Trump. And who knows how long that particular part of it went.
That's 68, 200 divided by 68.
I mean, you would assume a private tour of the White House would go 45 minutes. Maybe longer. It's a pretty big building.
It's 2.9 minutes per person. Here's how I'm thinking
not
about
actually
it, Abby. No one who
correct.
voted for him, I don't think, thinks that he is a person who can be bribed easily. Certainly after he took a.
I think Batya needs to take some remedial wrath, because actually that math doesn't check out. You get less than 1 minute per person, so. Might need to go back to Harvard or whatever. Get some remedial wrath classes. Batya.
Thinks that he is a person who can be bribed easily. Certainly after he took a hatchet to the world economy, that solidified that in my mind, that he has his view of what he wants to do and he's going to do it. What this is the appearance of something. So somebody like you who's not convinced that he can't be bribed would look at this and say, look, I have no reason to believe him. And that is true. But what I'm balancing that with is everything else that he's done that I consider to be just epic, and only he could have done it. Like the 10% global tariff that we now have that's generating billions of dollars in revenue, deporting gangbangers and Hamas supporters, defunding Harvard.
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Securing the border. I mean, this is stuff that is so significant.
So great.
That it really does outweigh.
It outweighs any kind of corruption.
I know. I will also say
Trump is doing such a great job. See, anything is justifiable, right? So, like, this is a fascinating take, but basically, the ends justify the means in Batya's mind. As long as we can point to things that Trump is doing that are good, it doesn't matter how corrupt he appears to be, how much he enriches himself. None of that's a problem, which is fascinating, since people like her were screaming off from the rooftops over the Hunter Biden laptop and supposed payments made to Joe Biden in the thousands of dollars. Now we're talking about millions and billions of dollars. And she's like, actually, he's doing such a great job, it doesn't matter if he's being corrupt.
I do wish that the media had enough credibility so that when the Democrats and the leftist media came out here and criticized him for stuff like that, it actually landed. But because they gave a pass to Joe Biden on Hunter Biden.
Batya wishes that that the media had more credibility. The leftist media that she hates so much, she just wishes they had more credibility, so that they could make their arguments more better.
And on the paintings, and because they refuse to admit when he does anything good, the Democrats and the liberal media have no standing with which to have that credibility to convince the American people that this is problematic, and that's where we find ourselves.
So it is problematic?
Only that you know about the Hunter Biden paintings because of the liberal media, so to speak. We reported, media outlets reported about that, which is why you know about it. So the idea that we're just ignoring it.
Conservative media.
I know you heard about it on conservative media, but it was reported in the rest of media. But anyway, okay. So your point is a little bit of maybe corruption, but certainly the appearance of corruption is fine because you get other things in the bargain. Fawn, what do you think?
No, because I said first, I actually don't think he can be bribed, but I'm saying the
Right,
fact
No, he can't be
the
bribed.
fact that it's
It's impossible to bribe Donald Trump. You can't bribe because he has no loyalty. You can bribe someone without loyalty, I'd point out. You know? And really, just bribe is really just the act of coercing somebody by money, right? Influencing somebody's decisions by giving them money. That's all it is. But she's like, I can't even do that with Trump. It's impossible. It's physically impossible to bribe Trump.
unpleasant to me that you now can
Listen,
be
I don't think I've been covering politics for a long time, Montel. I don't think anybody can't be bribed. I'm sorry. I just
Elon
don't.
Musk selling automobiles on the White House lawn is not a bribe.
Who got bribed there?
$125 million he put into his campaign?
No, I mean, which
he got
direction
elected
did it go in?
because he got $125 million
what did
from the
Elon
guy
Musk-
who pulled his
what did
trucks
Elon
up on the
Musk
front
get?
lawn and said he got an advertisement from the rest of from the president of the United States
Yeah,
saying,
but look
buy.
at the stock. Look at Tesla's stock.
Look at Tesla's stock.
So this is-
The reason I love this, look at Tesla stock. As if that's not one of the main reasons why Elon got Donald Trump to do just that. Tesla stock started tanking, and then immediately after it,
Immediately, if not sooner.
he did the used car dealership on the White House lawn. And Bhatia, whatever, is like, look at his stock, it's not doing very good. That shows you that it's not a bribe. Which is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. It's a publicly traded stock. It's going to do whatever it's going to do. I don't understand how that somehow removes it just because his stock has done badly, because everything that Elon has done has made people hate him. It's not like Elon was paying Donald Trump to make people like him. It was to get government influence, which he absolutely fucking got for the money. Okay. Let's talk more about this crypto fiasco.
President Donald Trump last night hosted a gathering with the highest-paying customers of his personal cryptocurrency business, sparking bipartisan concerns that he's selling access to the presidency for personal profit.
Illegal.
The dinner, held at his Northern Virginia golf club, was organized to boost sales of his cryptocurrency coin, launched just days before the inauguration. The top 220 buyers of the meme coin were extended invitations. A guest at the dinner provided a video of the president to the New York Times.
We've been pushing the market of crypto and Bitcoin and all of it, everything. And I do it for a reason, not for me, ever for you, because I think it's the right thing to do.
The gathering featured hundreds of guests, including former NBA player Lamar Odom and Justin Sun, a well-known crypto investor who has reportedly spent more than $40 million on President Trump's meme coin.
Jesus
Christ. Really nice to be here today with everybody in the crypto to witness this great moment of crypto.
Sun was once under investigation by the SEC and DOJ for securities fraud. After
Illegal.
Mr. Trump took office, the SEC probe was dropped.
No way!
Joining us now.
Shocking! No way. That doesn't sound corrupt at all. A guy who owns $40 million in Donald Trump's cryptocurrency who was under investigation by the FCC suddenly being, not investigated by the Trump White House. Wow. Huh. That doesn't sound like there could have been any corruption going on in that.
Discuss all this is Eric Lipton, who covers the intersection of the presidency and Mr. Trump's businesses for the New York Times. Thanks for being with us. So, Eric, to secure a seat for this dinner last night, attendees had to be among the top 220 holders of the Trump meme coin, which meant that they spent somewhere in the range of $2 million. How does this all work? And how is the president and his family, how are they profiting off of this?
This is a very unusual situation. This is not a campaign contribution that's going to a political cause that supports a candidate. This is money that's going directly to Donald J. Trump, his sons, and his family, along with their business partners. And so you have individuals here that, with his position as president, he's urging people to buy the cryptocurrency meme coin in exchange for getting access to him at a dinner and also visiting the White House. And in fact, I was outside of the White House today while 25 of the VIPs, the biggest holders of his cryptocurrency, I watched them as they entered the White House, and then I was there as they exited as well. So, I mean, this is what you would pay to play. I mean, this is where the term comes from. You're paying to get access to and directly, personally, financially benefiting the president and his family. It's a very unusual situation in American history.
Well, the guest list was private, but tell us more about who was in the room, including the 25 people you just mentioned.
The guest list was private, but actually we obtained a copy of the guest list, and we know who was at the dinner, and we have identified many of them and communicated with many of them. And they come from all over the world, but particularly from Asia, from China, from Singapore, from Korea.
China!
Many of them are major crypto players from Asia, and they are seeking, in some cases, to enter the United States marketplace. And they're seeking a regulatory blessing from the Trump administration to begin to seek profits here in the United States.
Well, let's talk more about the ethical concerns, because there are two mainly. One is that Trump is profiting off the presidency by selling access. And to your point, that this type of event allows foreigners the opportunity to purchase access to the president, and the Constitution bans a president from receiving foreign gifts or money.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a blatant violation of so many things, emoluments as well as whatever that one is on receiving foreign contributions. I mean, he's just doing whatever the fuck he wants. And it's fascinating to watch Republicans not speak up about it at all, and in fact justify it, like we just heard Batya Ungar-Sargon doing, when all these people have for years complained about corruption in Democrats, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Hunter Biden or whomever else. It's just all of a sudden all that shit goes out the window, and actually presidents can enrich themselves however they want, can take money from whoever they want. It's all fine. It's all perfectly fine. That list exists somewhere. I'm gonna try and find it. Actually, I'll try to find it for tomorrow. Let's move it along now to Reuters. Talk about certain group of people who are facing an uncertain future. People who definitely don't make enough money to be able to buy their way to talking to the president and advocating for themselves or their industry. That being the longshoremen.
I've been a baby of the waterfront for my entire life.
Kisa Stan lives and breathes the Port of Seattle.
I can look at mainsail.
The 39-year-old third-generation longshore worker remembers joining her parents in the Union Hall as a child. But lately, she fears her children will not be able to carry on the family tradition. U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs in recent months caused a slowing of shipments into West Coast ports. Even with the recent tariff truce between Washington and Beijing, which temporarily lowered the duty to 30% from 145%, shipping has yet to come back to normal levels.
You can raise your kids and your family on good union wage jobs at the port as a longshoreman up and down the coast. And we're not entirely sure that that's a future that these kids can look to.
During the first week of May, the Port of Seattle and Tacoma saw international imports reduced by 23%, compared to the weekly average for the year. That's according to data provided by the Northwest Seaport Alliance, a marine cargo operating partnership in Washington state. Year-to-date container bookings on ships traveling to the U.S. from China are over 2 million 20-foot equivalent units, about 12% below the year-to-date volumes booked at this point last year. According to container tracking software provider Vision. In her role as ILWU Local 52 president, Stan has been telling part-time workers not to quit their other jobs.
Sometimes work will dry up in a port when, over the last 5 years, it may have been really flush. So Seattle has seen that in my lifetime, over 20 years of working at the port, in my mom's lifetime, her entire career at the port. And it's just kind of what I grew up understanding how longshore life works.
Well, yeah, I'm afraid these people probably don't have $40 million to go and buy themselves a seat at the Trump crypto dinner, or certainly not enough money to, go and try and influence Donald Trump into dropping the tariffs, which are causing this massive contraction in shipping. Can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Speaking of tariffs, Donald Trump earlier today decided to start making new tariff threats again. Yay, Re-Liberation Day. It might be coming sooner than expected, people. Could be re-liberated. We get sick of winning. Let's see what Trump had to say about tariffs.
All right, we've got some breaking news for you. It's just come in. President Trump saying he wants a straight 50% tariff on the EU beginning June 1st because trade talks are stuck. He is typing away and also going after a U.S. company, a big one, Apple, which is already seeing its stocks get a hit. Let's go to CNN's Elena Treen, who is live for us at the White House. Tell us what you know as we're seeing these social media posts come fast and furious this morning.
Yeah, this was definitely a bit of surprise here at the White House, Sarah, and we learned of this. He really delivered this new policy via social media, something, of course, the president often does. I want to read for you a little bit of what he wrote, because clearly he has long taken issue with the European Union, and now we're actually seeing that result in real repercussions, ones that, of course, are going to be impacting the market today once they open. He wrote, quote, "The European Union, which was formed for the primary purpose of taking advantage of the United States on trade, has been very difficult to deal with." He went on to say that there are powerful trade barriers, VAT taxes. He talked about monetary manipulations, etc., all citing that as reasons for what he argues is a massive trade deficit with the United States.
So yeah, a straight up 50% tariff on the European Union starting June 1st. There is no tariff if the product is built or manufactured in the United States. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So here we go. Once again, reigniting the trade war. Donald Trump getting impatient with European trade partners. And so now we might just get a broad 50% tariff against all European goods. And this is why this insane trade war Donald Trump is doing is creating such a massive amount of uncertainty in the market, because there's no way to plan around this kind of behavior. Donald Trump is acting erratically, like a petulant child. Something goes in a way that he doesn't like, or not fast enough. He's like, "Are we there yet? Not there yet? Well, I am pulling over the car right now. I'm turning us back." And that's where we're at right now. A completely delusional man who doesn't seem to even understand trade is waging the history's biggest trade war, it would seem, with no clear motives. So yeah, I expect things to get worse again, and this is going to hurt a bunch of people who most likely, we're trying to beat the reintegration, the Re-Liberation Day, which was coming in like 60 days. How many days now? When did we unliberate ourselves? April? Is it April or is it May? I can't remember. Either way, there was a bunch of people, I think that have been trying to rush shipments over here that may now very well just be hit by tariffs anyway. Got more from CNN on this insane plan. Because not only did Donald Trump threaten the European Union with a straight 50% tariff, he also threatened multiple tech companies like Apple and Samsung with more tariffs for not building a factory in the last month.
It's a different congressman. They're all congratulating us. Yeah, it's lucky it is. Right?
It's actually a funny moment. That was President Trump interrupted not once, but twice, allegedly by two different congressmen today in the Oval Office by his iPhone ringing. Now, just moments after saying that the 25% tariff he threatened to place on Apple will also apply to other smartphone makers if they don't produce their products here in the U.S. He also turned up the pressure in a major way on the EU, imposing 50% tariffs set to go into effect on June 1st.
I'm not looking for a deal. I mean, we've set the deal. It's at 50%. But again,
not even looking for a deal.
Tariff if they build their plant here. Now, if somebody comes in and wants to build a plant here, I can talk to them about a little bit of a delay. But, while they're building their plant.
The man who's been saying that we're going to make a huge, big, great deal with all of the countries, that he could announce a deal with 200 people, 200 different countries, like a month or 2 months ago or something like that, is now saying, actually, I don't even want a deal.
What?
Like,
come on!
What the fuck? This guy keeps telling us so many contradictory statements. My brain is just breaking in real time right now. I could announce 200 deals, but actually I don't even want those deals. They're not even good. The deals I could announce aren't even good enough. So why even get a deal in the first place?
It's just something I think that would be appropriate, maybe.
So what's the potential impact to the U.S. economy? CNN's Matt Egan is at the magic wall.
Yeah, Phil, this would be a major escalation in the president's trade wars. And this definitely caught investors off guard, right? They had been relieved about the fact that trade tensions seemed to be calming down. Now they're heating back up. Just to remind you how we got here, last month the president briefly imposed 20% tariffs on the EU. Then he lowered them to 10% to allow for time for negotiations. Now he's not happy about how those talks are going, and he's threatening a 50% tariff on the EU. Now, just to give you some context here, the EU is America's biggest trading partner, far and away. We're talking about almost $1 trillion worth of imports and exports between the U.S. and the EU last year alone. That's more than with Mexico, more than with Canada. It's actually more than with China and Japan combined. When you look at what the U.S. gets from the EU, we're talking about more than $600 billion worth of goods last year alone. It's not just the BMWs and the Volkswagens from Germany. We're also talking about aircraft, pharmaceutical products, machinery, wine, and other alcoholic beverages. And if you put a 50% tariff on those goods, there's obviously a risk that they're going to get expensive, more.
There's a risk. There's a guarantee. There's a guarantee those things are going to get more expensive if you do that. A risk. Yeah, a 100% probability. All right, let's go to hear Reuters, see what they had to say about these new trade threats from Trump. Trump trade threats, the triple T.
I just said it's time that we play the game the way I know how to play the game.
U.S. President Donald Trump told reporters Friday that a threatened 50% tariff on EU goods beginning June 1st could be delayed if European companies start moving to the United States.
I'm not looking for a deal. I mean, we've set the deal. It's at 50%. But again, there is no tariff if they build their plant here. Now, if somebody comes in and wants to build a plant here, I can talk to them.
That's the deal. The deal is I unilaterally raised tariffs to 50%. And that's the deal. Nobody told me. Nobody said anything. And I said, great deal, everyone.
About a little bit of a delay.
Trump's broadside was first delivered in a Truth Social post where he said trade talks with the EU, quote, are going nowhere, Washington is demanding unilateral concessions from Brussels to open up to U.S. business, while the EU seeks an agreement in which both sides could gain, according to people familiar with the talks.
I don't think there is anything set in stone.
Polish Trade Minister MAHA Baranowski told reporters on Friday that Trump's latest tariff threat on EU goods is just another step in their ongoing trade negotiations. The EU trade chief said the European Commission was fully committed to securing a deal that worked for both sides, following a Friday phone call with his U.S. counterparts. He added that trade must be guided by mutual respect, not threats.
I think there's significant uncertainty.
Guntram Wolf is a senior fellow at Bruegel, a Brussels-based economic think tank.
I think the European Union cannot cave in and should not try to appease Donald.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, Donald Trump, he is back to his Liberation Day antics. It seems like things are about to get a whole lot more uncertain once again. Let's see what he had to say about phone manufacturers.
Mr. President, on Apple, you said this morning that if they don't make their iPhones in the U.S., you're going to hit them with a 25% tariff. Right. Do you have the power to tariff one single company? And why would you want to hurt an American company?
It'll be more.
It would be more. It would be also Samsung and anybody that makes that product. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. So anybody that makes that product, and that'll start on, I guess, the end of June. It'll come out. I think we have that appropriately done by the end of June. So
like less than a month ago, Donald Trump carved out a hole for phones and computer products, and now he's plugging the hole. There's no coherence to anything Donald Trump is doing. Like, do you remember? Does everyone remember that? Like, shortly after people started screaming about the cost of iPhones and stuff, he came out and said, actually, we're going to make it so the computers and TVs can come into the United States, no tariff. And now he's going back on all of that and actually saying, no, we're going to tariff all phones.
if they make that product. Now, again, when they build their plant here, there's no tariff. So they're going to be building plants here. But I had an understanding with Tim that he wouldn't be doing this. He said he's going to India to build plants. I said, that's okay to go to India, but you're not going to sell into here without tariffs. And that's the way it is. If they're going to sell it in America, I want it to be built in the United States.
Here we go. Back to the erratic, insane trade war Donald Trump is waging against everyone, essentially. So if you were thinking that things were going to be fine for a couple more months, it's not so clear that that's the case. Donald Trump also going after Walmart again during the same White House press briefing.
They're able to do that.
When you say that Walmart should eat the cost of the tariffs, is that an acknowledgement that it is U.S. companies that bear the brunt of tariffs, not foreign countries?
Sometimes the country will eat it. Sometimes Walmart will eat it, and sometimes there'll be something to pay, something extra.
Something that consumers have to pay.
And I've always believed, and if you look, take a look at what I did 4 years ago. We had the greatest economy, and we had no inflation. Remember that. We had no inflation, and yet we had hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs.
I think everyone knows that that's just not true, and that there was inflation during Trump's term, but there was also just a massive financial shock which happened in the middle of it. But yeah, there was absolutely inflation during Trump's term.
Put on China, yet we had no inflation. We had no big cost differential.
None.
Oftentimes, and I don't like it when a department store, because they'll do a lot of business, but you know, they announce record profits and everything else. They have to take out some of their profits. They'll make a little bit less.
They just got to make a little bit less. All these very greedy corporations. I love this. So it was greedflation this whole time? I do love that Donald Trump has come out against greedflation. It's all very, very exciting. It's fascinating, really. The fact is those companies are going to do whatever the fuck they want. And they're probably going to pass those costs on to consumers wherever they can. Something that Donald Trump just admitted, by the way, if you didn't hear it in there. He definitely suggested there was a third option. Not China, not Apple, but American consumers who wind up paying for the cost of that.
But why impose tariffs that you know are hurting American businesses?
They're not hurting, they're helping because they're creating jobs in America. We're creating tremendous amounts of jobs in America like you.
Oh my god, this guy's so fucking stupid.
We're having investment in America. We're not getting ripped off by every country in the world. We've been ripped off by every country in the world. They're making their product, they sell it. They don't give our people the jobs. They make them with other countries' jobs. And we will have something that nobody will ever see again, I think.
I love how the answer to this doesn't hurt people, this doesn't hurt companies. It actually helps everyone because more jobs. Of course, this analysis completely ignores that there's plenty of people who are currently working, who have jobs, who are on things like food stamps or Medicaid, things that he's currently taking away. People who are already struggling to make ends meet. And having more jobs isn't actually going to solve anything for any of them. But okay. Now, with all of this winning, the United States is going to be holding a massive North Korean-style military parade on Donald Trump's birthday. Let's see what Caroline Levitt had to say about all this.
Now for some scheduling announcements. On Saturday morning, President Trump will deliver the commencement address at the United States Military Academy at West Point. On Monday, to commemorate Memorial Day, the President will visit Arlington National Cemetery and participate in a wreath-laying ceremony. The President will further honor our military next month on June 14th when he hosts the 250th anniversary of the United States Army with a grand military parade celebration right here in our nation's capital. President Trump will be joined by veterans, active duty troops, wounded warriors, Gold Star family.
This parade is shameful. The fact that we feel it necessary to do such a thing, it is pathetic. This is weak.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
We have the biggest military on the planet, and the fact that we would spend another $1 on it to parade around in this sort of, like, what do you call it? It's just so frustrating to me that this is going to be seen. I mean, everybody around the world is going to look at this and say, "Wow, America, pathetic." We all get it. You have the biggest military on the planet. But most normal governments don't do these sorts of things because it's just completely wasteful. Celebrating our military in this way is just so unnecessary. It does nothing for the country. It's just a waste of taxpayer money.
And patriotic Americans from across the country to celebrate our heroes who have kept us safe. Tickets for the parade and the celebration are available through the
We're celebrating them enough. They get free healthcare and a bunch of other benefits that nobody else gets. That's a celebration.
Who have kept us safe. Tickets for the parade and the celebration are available through the America 250 Commission's event registration portal. It will be a truly historic and special day for our country.
Will it?
After the parade, President Trump will travel to the G7 Leaders Summit in Canada from June 15th through the 17th.
Yay. Now, we've been hearing from Donald Trump as well as Caroline over and over again that the military is getting record recruitment numbers, but it's not clear that that's slightly true. Here's CBS News with the numbers from 4 hours ago.
The U.S. is seeing an upswing in military recruitment. President Trump is repeatedly taking credit for the recent rise, even remarking no one wanted to join the service before his re-election. Our CBS News Confirmed team took a look at the data. CBS News Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson joins us now. So, Ellie, one claim the president has made is recruitment is at a 30-year high since November of 2024. Why is that misleading?
It's misleading because the Trump administration, as you mentioned, has repeatedly linked his re-election with a bump in recruiting when the numbers that we analyzed show that there were recent spikes even before November, before Election Day. For instance, if you look at the number of monthly recruits, the highest number of President Trump's second term so far since November was in January.
Donald Trump is going to sue the Department of Defense.
Illegal.
These numbers are wrong. I love this, though. Here's August 2024. You can see the numbers are much higher than in January 2025, or as they are now in May of 2025. This is hilarious. This is hilarious. The Department of Defense. Someone get Pete. Where is Pete? Why are you giving us these fake news numbers?
When 15,600 people joined the military. That is higher than in January 2024, but is still lower than in August 2024 while Biden was still in office when about 20,000 people were brought in. So yes, military recruiting is on the upswing, but it's not linked to...
Doesn't really look like an upswing to me. I mean, it seems pretty flat, honestly. Oh, God, it's hilarious. Just get lies from from the federal government, the executive branch of our government, the president of the United States. Is just every single day we hear a different lie, just a multitude of falsehoods, over and over and over again.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
All right. Let's talk a few climate-related stories here. Let's talk about global warming more broadly and the numbers surrounding all of that stuff, climate science. PBS Terra from 2 days ago.
This may be climate skeptics' favorite graph. And at first glance, it seems to show that climate change is just a part of Earth's natural cycle. And in some ways, it is. Earth has always warmed and cooled. But according to its natural cycle, we should be in the beginning stages of a gradual cooling trend, eventually leading to another ice age. But we're not.
We've totally broken the ice age cycle, and we're not going back into another ice age.
The reason for this is simple. We've added around 50% more carbon dioxide to the atmosphere than in previous warm periods. But this is where things get confusing. When we look back at Earth's past climate, CO2 doesn't seem to be the thing that kicks off the warming. In fact, temperatures start rising first and carbon dioxide levels follow. Every single time. So does that mean CO2 doesn't actually determine global temperature? And if not, could there be something other than fossil fuels behind global warming today? Let's get to the bottom of it. More than 70% of US citizens today agree that the Earth is warming. And that's not really surprising because the evidence is everywhere. Glaciers and sea ice are disappearing, Antarctica is getting greener, and days of extreme heat have increased dramatically. What fewer people agree on is why. Zeke Housefather is a climate scientist who's frequently in the media, including on this show. He told us the two most common arguments he gets from climate skeptics are 1, the climate has always changed, and 2, it's the sun. And the reason these arguments are so compelling is because they're right, or at least kind of right. Let's start with the sun.
So when we talk about solar cycles, there's really two different things we're talking about.
The first is the solar magnetic cycle, where the sun's magnetic poles flip. This 11-year cycle influences solar activity, including sunspots, solar flares, and very slight variations in the sun's energy output. While these fluctuations can cause incredibly minor and short-term climate effects, they don't explain the long-term warming trend that we're currently seeing today. Satellite measurements since the 1970s show that solar energy reaching Earth has actually declined as global temperatures have not only continued to rise, but actually accelerated. So for the sake of this video, we can forget about this first kind of cycle. But the other one is a lot more relevant to this conversation because it's behind the ice ages.
Ice ages for a long time were a big scientific mystery. Earth scientists didn't really understand why they occurred when they did. And it took Milankovitch, who finally proposed that it's actually due to these small changes in the Earth's orbit that happen over periods of 20,000, 40,000, 100,000 years.
And these are three different changes here that combined trigger ice ages by changing the distribution of solar energy across Earth's surface.
The first is what we call precession.
Arctic ice formation is especially important for ice ages because the northern hemisphere has more land, which is easier to freeze than the ocean. When ice forms, it reflects the sun's radiation back into space, which cools the Earth and leads to even more ice formation. This creates a feedback loop, and eventually Earth enters an ice age. But as Milankovitch cycles continue, Earth shifts its relationship to the sun. The Arctic then receives more sunlight and melts enough of the ice over a long period of time to bring us back out of an ice age. This theory is now widely accepted as the impulse that begins or ends ice ages. So yes, sun cycles, or at least extremely long orbital cycles, do affect our climate. So how does CO2 fit into this equation? While Milankovitch cycles initiate climate changes, CO2 amplifies their effects by creating a feedback loop. When more ice forms at the poles due to slight changes in Earth's orbit or tilt, more sunlight is reflected and causes more cooling.
That cooling causes reductions in CO2 concentrations because colder ocean water absorbs more CO2. Vegetation is taking up less CO2 because it's covered with ice. And these carbon cycle feedbacks in turn lead to less carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, lead to colder temperatures, and push the Earth further into ice age conditions.
And the opposite is true when we're moving out of ice ages.
Retreat of glaciers, higher vegetative activity, warmer oceans, a bunch of different factors that combined lead to more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, which itself is a feedback loop leading to more warming.
So Milankovitch cycles initiate warming, warming increases CO2, and CO2 amplifies that initial warming by trapping even more heat.
CO2 is remarkably good at trapping heat in the atmosphere, particularly the heat that re-radiates from the Earth as it's absorbed by the sun, gets blocked by CO2 molecules, re-radiated back down, and it warms up the planet, which is a good thing. If we didn't have CO2 in the atmosphere, the Earth would be an uninhabitable ice ball.
And something like that has actually happened before. During the two theorized snowball Earth periods over 600 million years ago, average global temperatures are believed to have dropped to around -50 degrees Celsius or -58 degrees Fahrenheit. The planet was almost completely frozen, with ice stretching all the way to the equator. It's likely that the Earth was only able to escape these deep freezes thanks to CO2 and other greenhouse gases. Over millions of years, volcanic eruptions gradually released enough greenhouse gases to warm the atmosphere and eventually melt the ice.
The fact that we have greenhouse gases at all is good. It's just you can have too much of a good thing.
Which brings us to today. Since the Industrial Revolution, we've emitted about 1.8 trillion tons from burning fossil fuels, and approximately 1.1 trillion tons of that has accumulated in our atmosphere.
To put that in perspective, that's roughly the equivalent of burning every living thing on Earth, or the mass of everything that humans have ever made. The pyramids, the roads, all our skyscrapers and buildings. We put that much material into the atmosphere.
Which has led to an incredibly dramatic increase in atmospheric CO2. We know that because in 1958, Charles Keeling began measuring it at the Mauna Loa Observatory in Hawaii. This led to the Keeling curve, a daily record of atmospheric CO2 showing levels rising from 315 parts per million to about 420 parts per million. And like I
just want to point something out. This kind of data we're seeing right here is exactly the kind of data that we need to be able to prepare ourselves for, climate change, and to honestly to work towards a better future. And it's the exact sort of funding where research is under threat. If you look down here, this data comes from NOAA. And as we all know, we've been talking about it over and over again, but NOAA's been getting its funding cut, having employees fired by DOGE. And so we're going to have less and less of this kind of important data to work from.
15 parts per million.
Something that's been going on for 60 fucking years, I'd point out. They've been monitoring this.
420 parts per million. And like I said earlier, that's 50% more than at any point in the last 800,000 years. And we know this because scientists are amazing.
When ice forms in Antarctica, bubbles of air get trapped into the ice. So it's like this time capsule. All you really need to do is go in there and melt the ice and measure the bubbles, and you actually have a sample of ancient atmosphere.
So we can extend far beyond the Keeling curve and compare CO2 today with paleoclimate proxy data from millions of years ago. Maybe even more amazing is that CO2 molecules actually tell us how they were created, either naturally or by the burning of fossil fuels.
The chemistry of the CO2 in the atmosphere that comes from humans is different. It actually has this unique chemical signature of ancient dead carbon. Because we have that chemical fingerprint, we can see that increase in that fingerprint through time, which tells us that the CO2 is going up, and it's also definitely from fossil fuels and not from any other source like volcanoes or anything else.
All right, there we go. A disturbing but effective explanation of current trends in the data, causes of climate change. Both natural, but more specifically unnatural, as it's caused by humans. All right. Let's go on from PBS Terra. Talking stuff happening on the ground, starting in California. KTLA 5 from 10 hours ago, according to them, the PCH highway, which of course was right in the middle of all of the wildfires in LA earlier this year, is now reopening.
PCH is now officially open to the public. The road had been shut down and restricted to the general public because of the Palisades fire. Caltrans warning drivers, though, to expect delays. KTLA's Eric Spillman live in Pacific Palisades with the details. Eric, good morning.
Good morning. It's been a long time now, but Pacific Coast Highway has finally reopened to everyone just in time for the long holiday weekend. It was supposed to officially reopen at 8 o'clock this morning, but about an hour ago, they took down the checkpoint here. The LAPD cleared out here at PCH in Chautauqua. The National Guard left around 2 this morning. Everyone is being allowed to use PCH and to drive all the way up to Malibu, from Santa Monica to Malibu, if that's what they want to do. They don't need a pass anymore. It was restricted to just contractors and residents and emergency first responders. Now everyone can use it. Let's talk to Larry Vane, who is with a community group called Pali Strong. You're a Pacific Palisades resident. What do you think of this?
Well, myself, and on behalf of the Palisades residents, we're fully in support of Governor Newsom's decision to open up PCH. It's about time. We've been in touch with the Mayor of Malibu and support that they need to get the business up there. It's summertime coming. We're also super happy that we reached an agreement that there will be 16 checkpoints that will remain in place to secure the Palisades community.
So what we're saying is that although you could use PCH to drive from Santa Monica to Malibu, you can't drive into Pacific Palisades neighborhoods that burned during the fire. They're going to have LAPD checkpoints there to keep people out of those neighborhoods where they don't belong.
That's
wow. The ultra rich get special security for their homes. Love that. Love that. Making gated communities even more gated. All right. Now, while PCH is reopening in LA, in the Bay Area, fires are reminding us that we are on the cusp of fire season once again. Here's Cron 4 from 21 hours ago.
All lanes are back open on 580 in the East Bay tonight after a fast-moving brush fire forced the freeway to shut down for hours. Thanks for joining us tonight at 10 o'clock. I'm Dan Thorne.
And I'm Noelle Bello. It all happened in the middle of the afternoon commute. What's being called the Midway Fire burned nearly 300 acres between Livermore and Tracy. Forward progress has since been stopped, but as Cron 4's Stephanie Rothman reports, firefighters plan to be out there through the night.
Fire crews here will be keeping an eye out overnight. This Midway fire exploded in size Thursday afternoon right here in the rural area outside of Livermore. Strong winds coupled with dry vegetation fueling a brush fire in rural Alameda County. What's being called the Midway Fire burned 262 acres of rural land outside of Livermore within a couple of hours. A stretch of I-580 was shut down for hours after flames jumped the highway.
Bumper to bumper coming down from Vallejo. We realized there's going to probably be some work traffic, but we didn't realize it was going to be this much traffic.
Brian Goff, a battalion chief with CAL FIRE, says smoke from the Midway Fire also caused a 10-car pileup.
Smoke was laying down. It's kind of like a foggy situation where you're trying to drive. Some cars drive faster than others, and some people drive slow, and they kind of bump into each other.
Fire crews working with the elements surrounded by PG&E, a Tesla battery storage plant, and cattle.
It looks insanely dry out there. Look at it. It looks like a desert. Like truly like a full-on desert. Oh my god. It is a tinderbox.
A preliminary report says the fire may have started from a down PG&E transmission line.
Another one?
We had several aircraft. The new C-130 that the department's got came out of Sacramento. We have our new Firehawks that showed up, the helicopters. They helped out immensely.
Wow, another one. Another PG&E caused fire, perhaps, in California. Thankfully, firefighters were able to stop the progression of this fire before it got out of control. But as things heat up, things dry out, we are going to probably be seeing a hell of a lot more of these in California, just like last year. I mean, last year was wild. I mean, sure, the LA fire was the big one of discussion, but don't forget the post fire or any of the other fires that we saw last year. I mean, there were some massive fucking fires. All right, let's go across the country to the East Coast. Talk about something that is coming for your ears. That being the newest brood of cicadas.
Call it a ground invasion. The cicada buzz is back. Some of the youngest swarming this tree trunk in Ohio. A crowd so thick, they almost look like moving mulch. After years spent buried deep beneath the soil, they're back and ready for the spotlight. But will they take center stage like last year? Some of the youngest swarming this tree trunk in Ohio. A crowd so thick, they almost look like moving mulch. After years spent buried deep beneath the soil, they're back and ready for the spotlight. But will they take center stage like last year? Some of the youngest swarming this tree trunk in Ohio. A crowd so thick, they almost look like moving mulch. After years spent buried deep beneath the soil, they're back and ready for the spotlight. But will they take center stage like last year? The eastern part of the U.S. is the only place in the world where you will find cyclical cicadas. While in their nymph stage, the bugs bury underground for up to 17 years at a time, depending on the type. Then, as the season turns and the soil warms to about 64 degrees, they re-emerge, opting for higher ground to molt or shed their skins and spread their wings for the first time. In all, 12 broods of cicadas emerge every 17 years, including this one, brood 14, known to be extra chatty just because of the sheer numbers.
We're talking about not tens or hundreds, but tens of thousands.
Or even more. This group is expected to mainly hit Kentucky and Tennessee, with some making an appearance as far north as Massachusetts. But the batch you'll see this year will be different from last year. That's when billions of cicadas from 2 different groups came up from underground at the same time in a once-in-a-lifetime event that hasn't happened since 1803.
These things creep me the fuck out.
Not to be mistaken with the group that invaded Washington, D.C. in 2021 over the course of 2 years.
I swear to these fucking cicadas are just so goddamn creepy. And loud. Creepy and loud. So loud and so annoying. Now they do good things, supposedly. And they are a big food source for local wildlife. Even aerate the soil. But that doesn't mean that I can't be creeped out by them. I'm going to continue to be creeped out. Speaking of things that are happening in Kentucky, let's go back to talking about that storm which went through Kentucky. The massive tornadoes wreaking havoc. This is just a quick video from the AP archive. People digging through the wreckage of their homes.
Right over
My
there
God.
where the tablecloth is where
Look
me
at
and my husband were pinned down.
It's just it's like a garbage dump now. Nice. Good job.
The house started shaking and the loud roaring happened and we just fell right there in the hallway. And then when it finally did stop, he wasn't moving, but I screamed at him and he started shaking his leg to let me know he was, okay. And I told him, you have to say something. So he did. And we started peeling our way out.
Can you imagine trying to pick up your life from this garbage pit of a home at this point? I mean, these tornadoes just utterly just destroyed these places that it hit. Just it's like they got put into a fucking blender. All right, let's go now to talking about this story. I don't know if you remember this. I think this is from technically over the weekend, but RFK Jr. took the fams out for a little outdoor enjoyment in DC. The Good Liars went to check out the spot.
We're here at Rock Creek in Washington, D.C. This is where RFK Jr., the Health and Human Services Secretary, went for a swim with his family, posted it on social media. A lot of people were coming down on him, saying there's a lot of bacteria here, you're not supposed to swim in it.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. took to Twitter, posting these pictures, saying in part, quote, Mother's Day hike in Dumbarton Oaks Park and a swim with my grandchildren. The 71-year-old can be seen deep in the water, but there have been long-standing warnings about the high bacteria levels.
Rock Creek is not safe for human contact. Our data has shown that over the last 5 years. We sample every single week, and basically because of it's a small water body, it receives combined sewer systems. There's broken sewer pipes. There's urban stormwater pollution. And so in a small water body like that, you're just going to have consistently higher levels of bacteria.
Concentrated poop water is another way to phrase that.
We're or E. coli in that stream.
I live right by Rock Creek, and you drive by it, it looks nice, then you just smell all the sewage in there.
We wanted to do an investigation, see how gross it is. Devron, what do you notice here?
Well, we're looking around, we're seeing the yellow, green kind of water come down, create like a froth that looks like it's just full of whatever's in the water. And then over to the left here
Poop.
is, I guess, a floating patch of garbage.
Garbage, yeah.
Bottles, cans. I saw a condom.
Nice.
There's also a sign over here that says that nobody should get in, no wading, no swimming, no pets even.
No pets, yeah. Does it say anything about Health and Human Services Secretary?
It does not.
So Devron, my question to you is, why would RFK Jr. jump in this body of water?
Well, Jason, I think maybe because of the brainworm. My theory is that if he gets
expand on that.
Well, my theory is that if he gets one more brainworm, it could fight the other brainworm. Okay. He could get rid of both brainworms. But you're taking a risk if they get along, then you have two brainworms.
And honestly, you get two brainworms, suddenly you might have reproducing brainworms and suddenly have an entire brainworm colony. Terrifying. Okay, hold on one second. I'll be right back. Okay, back to it. Going from the Gross Creek now down to the Florida Everglades, where severe drought is impacting wildlife. Everglades, not a place that you really associate with drought too much.
Right now, there's very little to no water within the footprint of the Everglades except for man-made waterways, such as these canals.
This drought is impacting the park's 2,000 plant and animal species and severely disrupting tourism.
That's above my belt line.
One man who owns a tourism business says most of the canals
This year just happens to be an abnormal drought.
Usually navigates are now dry due to the drought.
This year just happens to be an abnormal drought that is substantially lower water levels than an average drought season. Just last month in April, we had the driest April ever recorded here locally in Broward County.
For centuries, rainfall from May to October naturally flowed southward through the Everglades, mitigating droughts. However, over the past century, this natural flow has been diverted for urban and agricultural development, damaging the region. Now the park is severely affected by climate change, causing a lack of rainfall.
Well, that's one of the big concerns that we have every year, but especially this year, given how dry it's been, is the increasing threat of wildfires.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a ton of brush fires in South Florida lately. A bunch of them. In recent years, the state of Florida has undertaken a large-scale restoration project, co-funded by the federal government, to protect the birds, fish, alligators, turtles, and snakes that inhabit the park. Yep, I'm sure we'll be canceling that. We don't need the Everglades, okay? Can't even build a hotel. It's gross, it's swampy, there's alligators, who needs it? Now, while we're in Florida, probably a good time for us to talk about impending hurricane season on the horizon, and whether or not we'll be even slightly prepared for any of that. Let's go here to CBS News. Talk about NOAA.
Let's pivot now. Just moments ago, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, that's a mouthful, right? We just call it NOAA. They released their initial outlook for the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season, and they are predicting an above average season. So let's bring in Jess right now. We know the Atlantic season starts spinning in just 10 days. What are they saying?
Well, right now, I mean, it's showing pretty active conditions right around the corner. We are gearing up for a lot. And so to have more on that, let's bring in CBS News reporter from Galveston, Texas. What did you learn from this report?
Hey, Jess, Reed, good to be with you. So like you mentioned, we are just 10 days away from the start of this Atlantic hurricane season, which goes from June 1st to November 30th. NOAA predicts 13 to 19 named storms this season, 6 to 10 of them hurricanes, and 3 to 5 of them major hurricanes, which means category 3 or above. That's category 3, 4, or 5. So while NOAA says there is a 60% chance this will be an above average hurricane season, the number of hurricanes they predicted this year is actually fewer than the number they predicted last year. And last year, their predictions were spot on. Now, the main reason NOAA predicts this season will be above average is because of warmer ocean surface temperatures due to global warming. Climate change, of course, as we know, creates more rainfall in these storms as well. And according to the National Weather Service, every category 5 that's made landfall started as a category 3 tropical storm earlier, so they do move quite quickly. Let's take a listen to what Ken Graham, who is from the National Weather Service, had to say.
Based on a clump of clouds, can rapidly develop into a Cat 5 storm, as we saw with Milton, in only a mere 2 or 3 days. We've seen that with Michael, we've seen that with Camille, we've seen that in many different storms. We can now give emergency managers, can you imagine, Joe, 72 hours notice on something that's not even there.
Yeah, so this year is notable because it marks 20 years since Hurricane Katrina, and we all remember the devastation that we saw there. The big difference this year is, of course, these DOGE cuts that have affected federal aid agencies like FEMA, NOAA, and the National Weather Service. However, the acting NOAA administrator, Laura Grimm, she says their hurricane center is fully staffed. However, when asked about the staffing at other National Weather Service agencies, she would not comment on that staffing. Listen.
The Hurricane Outlook is just one preparedness tool that citizens, forecasters, and decision makers use to get ready for what lies ahead. The 2024 hurricane season outlook that was issued in May last year was right on the money. The results that came in final, the named storms, the hurricanes, the major hurricanes, the accumulated cyclonic energy, or ACE, all fell within NOAA's predicted ranges.
Yep, NOAA has very accurate prediction models. It is an incredibly important, vital resource. Just for America broadly, but also the world, as NOAA's satellite data gets used by all sorts of different people, not just Americans. And we are defunding it. Let's go here. Keep talking about these storms that are heading our way. Won't be long now until we start seeing activity in the Atlantic.
This year's hurricane season in the U.S. will likely be above normal, with 3 to 5 major storms. That's according to the National Weather Service on Thursday, ahead of June 1st, when the Atlantic hurricane season starts. Ken Graham is the director of the NWS.
For the range of storms, we're calling for 13 to 19 named storms. That's when we get to 39 miles an hour when we name the storms. So 13 to 19 of those. Of these, 6 to 10 are forecast to become hurricanes. And that's when you get to the 74 mile an hour mark. And 3 to 5 is the number of major hurricanes. That's Cat 3 and above, with maximum sustained winds of 111 miles an hour or greater.
The forecasts come amid worries over whether cuts under the Trump administration will affect the service's operations and ability to warn the public. The NWS is overseen by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association, which has been a target of the Elon Musk-led Department of Government Efficiency. Nearly 900 employees, more than 7% of NOAA's workforce have been cut, leading to protests across the United States. The agency also plans a second round of cuts in June, putting thousands more jobs at risk. Graham spoke to those anxieties Thursday, saying staffing and budget cuts wouldn't affect its forecasts or alerts. Critics have warned the cuts could stop the NWS from launching weather balloons and tracking storms in key farming and energy areas. But Graham said the Miami Hurricane Center is fully staffed and relies on not only weather balloons, but satellites, ground reports, and hurricane hunter planes for forecasts. No representatives of the Federal Emergency Management Agency were present at Thursday's briefing.
Yeah, shocking that FEMA wouldn't be here for this meeting. Let's talk about how some of these cuts are absolutely going to affect NOAA's ability to predict and prepare for severe weather.
For many people,
PBS.
Memorial Day weekend is the unofficial start of summer. But along the Atlantic and Gulf coasts, it also means the start of hurricane season is nearly here too. And this particular hurricane season comes at a moment when NOAA and its agencies are being cut and facing their own turmoil. Science correspondent Miles O'Brien has the story.
Nearly 20 years after Hurricane Katrina ravaged the Gulf Coast, federal officials came to Gretna, Louisiana, to predict the U.S. is on the cusp of another above-normal hurricane season. Between 13 and 19 named storms, 6 to 10 hurricanes, 3 to 5 of them major. National Weather Service Director Ken Graham did not utter the word climate, now scrubbed from the federal lexicon, and yet still made clear the main culprit.
When you have a planet that's warmer, you look at the ocean temperatures could be impacted by that. Warm sea surface temperature.
I love how the National Weather Service isn't allowed to say the word climate anymore. It's so nonsense. Oh my god, we just live in this just such an idiotic time. Oh my god. Can't say climate anymore. You have to call it everything.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Everything, climate, same word.
Probably the number one contributor to the whole thing.
A lot has changed since Katrina. Forecasters now issue an outlook for global tropical storms 3 weeks in advance. Hurricane Hunter aircraft are flying with new experimental radars able to collect data on the ocean waves and the wind. And there are improved models for predicting precipitation and the rapid intensification of storms.
The modeling has never been better. Our service has never been better. Our ability to serve this country has never been better, and it will be this season as well.
And yet, the Weather Service and its parent organization, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, are facing an uncertain financial forecast. The Trump federal spending overview, known as the skinny budget, released by the White House on May 2nd, calls for a 24% cut to NOAA's budget.
Jesus Christ.
The Department of Government Efficiency terminated more than 800 NOAA employees, raising concerns about the frequency of essential forecasting tasks like launching weather balloons. And the science budget is hit even harder. Trump proposes a 74% cut to the Office of Oceanic Research.
I think these numbers are very difficult to believe, frankly.
Yeah, no, they're nonsense. These are nonsense numbers. Cutting the science budget by 70%. Cutting the NOAA budget by 24%. This is irresponsible.
Glaciologist and former NASA chief scientist Waleed Abdulati is the director of the Cooperative Institute for Research in Environmental Sciences, CERES, a joint venture between NOAA and the University of Colorado Boulder.
It's important to study climate change because it is a big driver of our environment. The environment in which we live now, the environment in which we're going to live a year from now and 10 years from now. And understanding that enables us to anticipate what the future may look like. If some challenges are coming, how do we head them off?
At first, the Trump budget sought to eliminate all funding for climate, weather, and ocean laboratories and cooperative institutes housed primarily at major research universities.
So stupid.
CERES and 15 other cooperative institutes are strategically distributed across the country. Collectively, they explore climate, weather, oceans, coasts, air quality, water resources, and disaster resilience. The Cooperative Institute...
Why would we need any of that? Why would we need to protect any of those important things? Jesus Christ. This is so wildly irresponsible. I don't even know what to say. Like, I'm just dumbfounded by the wild incompetence that's being exhibited here. The hatred of science is going to ruin this country and probably this planet if America gets its way right now with Trump at the helm.
The University of Miami is deploying drones and remote research vessels to improve hurricane forecasts. In Boulder, Waleed Abdulati showed me some of the tools they have developed to predict how fires behave.
But this is derived from satellite observations. Coupling this with information on the ground, drought information, how much fuel is there for a fire, to really get at the dynamics and the ultimate implications.
Certainly there are many places like Park City.
That's what this team of CERES scientists is focused on. They manage the Western Water Assessment, one of 13 NOAA-funded teams across the country focused on climate adaptation. They work closely with small agricultural and ranching communities, trying to cope with worsening drought conditions fueled by rising temperatures. Bené Duncan is the managing director.
Looking at things like how drought is changing, it's getting bigger, it's getting drier, it's coming on more quickly, trying to understand how we can better predict that, which is so important for things like agriculture, farming and ranching, figuring out what to plant, when.
This was among 13 NOAA climate adaptation teams. At least one has closed, and there are concerns that others may as well.
Jesus.
What would you do if it ended?
What are we gonna do if it ends? Just gonna, you know, as long as we don't know that the climate is this is basically just the government sticking its collective head in the sand and saying, as long as we don't see it, climate change isn't real. As long as we don't see it, you know, the poisoning of the air and the water doesn't exist. As long as we don't see it, you know, no species are being endangered. You know, and as long as businesses make money, we don't care. Let's see what Caroline Levitt had to say about the cuts and shakeups happening at places like FEMA. Asked questions about the FEMA leadership shakeup that happened in this week leading up to hurricane season. Seems like a perfect time to change leadership at FEMA. Literally the week leading into hurricane season. That's perfect. That makes perfect sense. I don't even know why we have to talk about this.
Can you explain the decision to totally shake up FEMA leadership just a week before hurricane season?
You'd have to ask the Department of Homeland Security in terms of leadership, but certainly the administration, and I know the National Security Council here at the White House is monitoring storms and natural disasters that are happening across the country at all times. We're briefed on those. The administration is briefed on those, and Secretary Noem is leading that effort for sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so not really an answer from Caroline here. It's all up to Kristi Noem, Secretary Puppy Killer. R.I.P. Cricket. But that's who we have in charge of FEMA right now. And it doesn't seem responsible to me to go changing leadership up at FEMA sort of willy-nilly a week before, with no explanation as hurricane season approaches. Doing such a thing seems irresponsible once again. Strange decisions coming from the White House over all of this. I'm sure no red states will be hit by hurricanes this year. Let's go to France, where they were hit by a massive hailstorm this week. Jesus, look at this. Those are massive. Wow. Look how much ice came down. That's insane. That is wild. That was in, I believe, the south of France. Suddenly hit by a massive hailstorm. We've been seeing some very strange hailstorms recently, just all over the place. All over the place. Huge, powerful hailstorms. Some say the biggest you've ever seen. Alright, now let's go all the way to Australia, where we have been following as floods have hit New South Wales over the last few days, causing multiple deaths and tens of thousands of people to be stranded in their homes, or wherever they might be, I guess.
Australians here have never seen anything like this. The bend in the trees is where you'd normally see the banks of the River Manning.
We've got a situation here where the rain really has been falling quite heavily and quite hard, and it hasn't been moving away. Part of that is because the ground is so saturated. Another part is also because the rivers are swollen.
This is the only way to get about.
We've had cats, dogs, budgies, and a number of animals rescued as well. So there's been a lot of full boats that we've seen, and as I said, we're trying to get along to everyone and as many people as we can on these boats in these floodwaters.
Some roads have been closed, others closed themselves. Such was the speed of the floods.
I knew the rain was coming, but I didn't think I'd get this flooded. Like I thought, it'd just be really wet. But yeah, no,
it's still really wet.
Google Maps said,
You're kinda right.
This way you're taking, avoids all road closures and everything, and then you get down there and there's no road there, or there's a truck bogged in the middle of the road, and it's just, so we had a nightmare actually getting here, and then time we actually got here, yeah, the road's flooded, so yeah, it's not too fun.
The lucky...
Not too fun. Says that man on the street. Let's keep going through these videos. Now my understanding is that rains have dissipated at least, but the floodwaters still remain and are going to take a while to recede.
Start with the latest on the New South Wales flood emergency, where there are currently 50,000 people preparing to isolate across the mid-north coast. The region has been battered by rain, some areas receiving more than 300 mils of rain in the last 24 hours.
There are currently 126 warnings across the region. 31 of those are emergency warnings, affecting more than 9,000 people.
The SES conducting 500 rescues during this event, 339 in just one day.
Let's go live to Nine reporter Erin Ramsey, who's in Taree for us this morning. Erin, what is the latest?
Well, Carl and Sarah, I come to you with some devastating news that a body of a 63-year-old man was found in a home at Motto, not far from here at Taree at the Manning River, due to these serious and now deadly floods. This is a serious emergency, and the rescue efforts are now having to spread even further north today, with rescue efforts turning their attention to the areas of Kempsey, Nambucca Heads and Coffs Harbour, with 300 millimetres of rain expected to lash the coast. This emergency situation is certainly far from over. Now, we saw hundreds rescued from their homes yesterday, waiting up to 10 hours for help to arrive as river levels continue to exceed 2021 flood levels here in Taree. A very emotional day for plenty of locals taken to evacuation centres. Take a listen.
It's broke my heart. It has broke my heart. But I feel sorry for everybody. Not just me, but it's ripping my guts out.
How are you feeling now? What's going through your head?
Oh, what we're going to go through when we go home. Yeah.
Now, emergency crews here at Taree have just concluded a morning meeting and are now getting ready to head back out and assess the situation. But just to recap, we have learnt that the very devastating news that the body of a 63-year-old man was found inside a home at Motto near here where we are in Taree.
All right. Geez. Yeah, these floods were devastating. They came on quick. 3 months of rain in 24 hours. Taking people by surprise. And honestly causing an untold amount of devastation, as the floodwaters still haven't fully receded yet. There's more footage of the floods taken by somebody, some random person with a cell phone. Oh my god, it's almost going over the bridge. Just the water just goes on and on and on. The entire neighborhood is submerged. Let's go here. This is from yesterday, SBS News. 3 people now reported dead.
Winched from roofs after another night of rapidly rising floodwaters.
We live on Scotts Creek, 11 metres from the water normally. Now we're just it's just deep.
Locals stepping in to save their neighbours.
These guys need a Gold Star medal. Risking the biscuit.
Today, a man found dead in floodwaters at Warhope. Yesterday afternoon, the body of a 63-year-old man was discovered in a flooded home at Moto, north of Taree. Others still missing as floodwaters isolate communities.
I don't want to preempt any results of anything, but obviously, as we said, we hold grave fears for all 3 individuals.
Some feeling let down.
To be honest, a natural disaster should have been declared on Tuesday afternoon, really. We keep saying it, but the government needs to do better. If it wasn't for community spirit, there would be thousands of people still waiting to be rescued.
More than 2,500 SES staff and volunteers have been deployed to the region from across the state, doing their best to reach everyone calling for help.
It's not a bad thing that locals helping locals. I think that is a good aspect It's if there's urgent calls, we'll respond to those urgent calls.
One of the largest deployments for a storm cell that we've seen in New South Wales, but I have to say it's a natural disaster. Disaster is in the title.
Helicopters have been coming and going all day from this makeshift SES command centre on the outskirts of Tari, which is completely surrounded by floodwater.
Yeah. All right, this is our last one for the half, actually, and for the environmental news. Channel 4 news, 14 hours ago.
Jonathan Tizzy Tisdall evacuated his family from his flooded Tari home through his bedroom window. He and his son Noah have since made it to a friend's house in Cundletown, where he joins us now. Thank you so much for joining us to both of you.
Hey, how you going?
Can you tell us exactly what happened? Tell us the process of how you saw these floodwaters and how you managed to get out.
It was pretty chaotic. Went to bed, Tuesday night, knowing that we're probably going to wake up with water at our feet, and at 20 to 6 in the morning I got out of bed and it was just lapping under my bed, so we're almost knee deep in water. So I kind of made the decision. A few hours later we hung around. I wasn't exactly my first point of call to get ourselves to safety, but I knew something had to be done. The SES and that were flat out already with over 100 calls, so we weren't getting picked up anytime soon. So I just kind of done what you do and got everyone out through the bedroom window into the boat and ended up making my way to the next door neighbour and picked her up.
You done what you do, and got the family together and got the fuck out of there. Sorry, that was a false alarm. We have one more. This is just some quick, I think, cell phone footage showing more of this flooding. Yeah, this one is Channel 4 news from 14 hours ago.
Death toll from flooding in southeastern Australia has risen to 4 after a body of a man was found in a car trapped in floodwaters earlier today. 3 days of incessant rain have cut off entire towns, swept away livestock and destroyed homes. Around 50,000 people are still isolated, emergency services said, while residents returning to their flooded homes were warned to watch out for dangers such as...
As you can see, the death toll has now risen to 4. So this is a really violent storm in terms of how much rain came down so quickly. Enough to kill this, almost half a dozen people. Horrible. Okay, don't worry. We're gonna take a quick break, but don't worry, we'll be right back with the space content right after these brief messages. Well, I do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we truly would cease to exist if it weren't for donations from people such as yourself who enjoy and watch the stream on the regular. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support: YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. We really got to get the memberships back up, as we are losing ground on the fight for more galactic emotes for our YouTube members. Of course, we have Twitch too, with the bits and the subscriptions, Cash App and PayPal, but of course the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon, where you can become a galactic patron for only $3 a month. Get you a sweet, sweet avatar on one of the break screens, a shout out at the end of every stream, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy this short break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Time for us to get back to the show. Fourth half incoming, perhaps the final half of the night. So get back in your seats, space fams, lest you miss out on all the galactic happenings. Alright, where did we leave off? Ah, yes. We left off in Australia. Now it's probably a good time to do a little bit of space news. Elon Musk continues to launch rockets into space, unmitigated by federal regulations. For all the rockets he's been blowing up as of late, no one there to stop him. Here's the Associated Press. Live streamed 4 hours ago, another SpaceX launch. Another goddamn SpaceX launch. When will the madness end? I do not know.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff of Falcon 9. Go SpaceX, go Starlink.
Go SpaceX, go Starlink.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Go billionaire.
Vehicles pitching down.
Takeover of space. Hostile takeover, I would point out. There you go, another goddamn SpaceX launch. Yeah. Another 27 Starlink satellites thrust into low Earth orbit, ruining my view. Let's go to the UK. Got a few things to talk about there. To start off the Earth news, let's go to Novara Media from yesterday. Talk about a little band called Kneecap, who are now being charged with terrorism.
Illegal.
A member of the Irish rap group Kneecap has been charged with a terror offence. Liam O'Hanna, who performs under the name Mo Chara, was charged for allegedly displaying a flag of the proscribed organisation Hezbollah at a gig in the O2 Forum in November last year. The Metropolitan Police have said this, that basically the reason that displaying that flag has been charged in this way is because it violates the displaying of a flag in such a way or in such circumstances as to arouse reasonable suspicion that he is a supporter of a proscribed organisation.
Aroused, you say?
Kneecap have insisted they do not support Hamas or Hezbollah and, quote, condemn all attacks on civilians always. The charges come following weeks of intense scrutiny after old footage was dredged up of them shouting "Up Hamas, up Hezbollah" at a concert. They also came under fire for projecting pro-Palestine messages on the stage at Coachella, in which they condemned Israel for, quote, committing genocide against the Palestinian people, and the US government for arming and funding Israel despite their war crimes. In response to the charge, NECAP issued the following statement on Twitter. 14,000 babies are about to die of starvation, with food sent by the world sitting on the other side of a wall. And once again, the British establishment is focused on us. We deny this offence and will vehemently defend ourselves. This is political policing. This is a carnival of distraction. We are not the story, genocide is. As they profit from genocide, they use an anti-terror law against us for displaying a flag thrown on stage. A charge not serious enough to even warrant their own Crown Court. Instead, a court that doesn't have a jury. What's the objective? To restrict our ability to travel, to prevent us speaking to young people across the world, to silence voices of compassion, to prosecute artists who dare speak out. Instead of defending innocent people or the principles of international law they claim to uphold, the powerful in Britain have abetted slaughter and famine in Gaza, just as they did in Ireland for centuries. Then, like now, they claim justification. The IDF units they arm and fly spy plane missions for are the real terrorists. The whole world can see it. We stand proudly with the people. You stand complicit with the war criminals. We are on the right side of history. You are not. We will fight you in your court. We will win. Free Palestine. Stephen, do you agree that this is political policing and a carnival of distraction?
Yeah, completely. That statement was, fucking amazing. And
yes, indeed. NECAP under fire. Being charged with terrorism for saying Free Palestine and supposedly displaying a Hezbollah flag. Meanwhile, the UK government supporting the genocide, not doing fuck all to prevent it. Really pitiful.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Now, the UK government has been doing some other weak and awful things. But let's see what they've been doing down Africa ways as it relates to a land lease with Mauritius. Yeah, here's Channel 4 from yesterday. Go web, go.
The UK has signed a deal to hand over the Chagos Islands to Mauritius and lease back a crucial military base there for £101 million a year. The deal was blocked at the last minute after an injunction was filed at 2:30 this morning. But a High Court judge overturned the injunction earlier this afternoon. Campaigners behind the legal intervention have called it a very, very sad day. But the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has said the deal is of the utmost significance to Britain.
The base is one of the most significant contributions that we make to our security relationship with the United States, which is critical for keeping Britain safe. Almost everything we do from the base is in partnership with the US. President Trump has welcomed the deal, along with other allies.
Well, our political editor, Gary Gibbon, joins us now. Gary.
Well, that High Court case caused a bit of drama. I think Keir Starmer probably went to bed last night thinking he had a breakfast event to sign this deal, but actually that got delayed. It was mid-afternoon when he eventually got round to doing it. And what we really learnt today was the cost of the deal. It averages out over 99 years at £101 million a year given to Mauritius, who've already had the Chagos Islands ceded to them as part of this, to lease back Diego Garcia and the base there. And that amount, 3.4 billion, that the government is talking about is clearly not 99 years times 101 million. There is a Treasury accounting procedure that works out what the total is for a cost like this over many decades by trying to work it out in today's prices. What would it be worth now? But if you wait for tomorrow morning's papers, you'll see some very different estimates. Some people are saying this is actually going to cost the country 30 billion. If you can't wait for tomorrow's papers, you can see Nigel Farage tweeting it's 52 billion. But a lot of economists would accept that Treasury number, 3.4, but any number for an amount that you're giving to a country abroad, which an awful lot of people probably couldn't find on the map, is a tricky thing at a time when you are doing things like cutting benefits. And it's also quite tricky for someone like Keir Starmer, because he's seen, focus groups tell us, by people who are disenchanted with him as someone who thinks too much about abroad. He's also seen sometimes as a man who's a little bit too pernickety in some people's eyes about international law. So no wonder then that in that statement Keir Starmer is invoking in his support a man who isn't remotely bothered by international law or domestic law sometimes, Donald Trump. And I think he feels the fact that he's got Donald Trump's endorsement on this, even though it's going to be embarrassing and difficult to get through all the talk about how much he's giving to Mauritius, that actually this will get him through this very awkward moment.
Well, there we go. The UK paying billions of dollars to continue their colonial territory in the Indian Ocean of the Chagos Archipelago. At least part of it. Whatever it's complicated. But yeah. It was $100 million a year, this land lease with Mauritius, who technically has claim to this territory. All right. Let us move along from the UK to quickly talking about Russia and Ukraine, who, after coming to a agreement at the recent talks in Turkey, have exchanged hundreds of prisoners without any ceasefire being agreed upon, really just prolonging the conflict more than anything. But earlier on Friday, those prisoners were exchanged, at least the first batch of them. This is somewhere in Ukraine, undisclosed location. People wearing Ukrainian flags as they return home. Undisclosed location in Russia. No flag capes though. The exchange took place today. I'm very happy to be back home. I am overwhelmed with pleasant and warm feelings that I will see my family, relatives, children, and loved ones. Everything will be fine. Glory to Russia. I got one more on this from Reuters, also from about 9 hours ago.
Russia and Ukraine each released 390 prisoners on Friday as part of what is expected to be the biggest prisoner swap of the three-year war so far. The agreement to exchange 1,000 prisoners each was the only concrete step towards peace to emerge last week from talks in Istanbul. Both sides said they had released 270 soldiers and 120 civilians so far, with more to come on Saturday and Sunday. At the Istanbul talks, they had failed to agree.
I gotta say, it's almost a guarantee that these guys will be shooting each other within the coming weeks. Whoopsies.
Agree to a ceasefire proposed by US President Donald Trump. On the prisoner swap, Trump wrote on Truth Social, "Congratulations to both sides on this negotiation. This could lead to something big." Hundreds of Of thousands of soldiers are believed to have been wounded or killed in Europe's deadliest war since World War II. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian civilians have also died as Russian forces have bombarded Ukrainian cities. Ukraine says it is ready for a 30-day ceasefire immediately. Russia, which launched the war by invading its neighbour in 2022 and now occupies about a fifth of Ukraine, says it will not pause its assault until conditions are met first.
Yeah. Conditions like one-sided troop withdrawals, things that are never going to happen. And so yeah, that is where we're at right now. Prisoners being exchanged, but no real tangible progress in the peace talks that we were promised were going to be solved day one of the Trump administration back in January. It's now the end of May. Still nothing. Still waiting for peace. Any day now. Any day. And if not, it's up to them. Actually, I can't fix it. Alright, let's move on to talking Israel. Starting here, this is from a couple of days ago. Benjamin Netanyahu came out and outlined his conditions for ceasefire to an end of the genocide. Genocidal end ceasefire terms. I am ready to end the war, but with clear conditions that will ensure Israel's security. All the hostages return home. Hamas hands over all of its weapons and their leadership is expelled from Gaza, or what is left of them, and Gaza is completely free of weapons. And we implement Donald Trump's plan. It's a very good plan and makes a difference. And it means something very simple. That the residents of Gaza who want to leave can leave. So anyone who calls us to end the war right before achieving those goals is actually calling for Hamas to keep power. To prevent Hamas from being able to take control of humanitarian aid, we developed another plan together with the United States. A plan to distribute basic food to civilians and children that will not reach Hamas. And it is divided into 3 phases. Phase A, bringing basic food now into Gaza to prevent a humanitarian crisis and to allow the fighting to continue. Phase B, I love how Phase A is we keep killing people but give them food. We give people food but we kill them. That's Phase A. Okay, Phase B is opening food distribution points by American companies. Yeah, I gotta get the private guys and private sector involved. Secured by the IDF. Why wouldn't you? And Phase C, while taking control of the territories of the Gaza Strip, creating a sterile zone in the south, to which the civilian population will be evacuated, otherwise known as an ethnic cleansing. And in this area, which will be free of Hamas, the residents of Gaza will receive full humanitarian aid. So it'll be people will get to eat, but they'll be in a tiny concentration camp in between the sterile ethnic cleansing zone and another sterile ethnic cleansing zone that's in between them and Israel proper. Fascinating. I think I heard at least 3 war crimes in here in this demand letter from Benjamin Netanyahu. His hostage demand letter. Because of course Israel's holding like 100, 200 times more hostages than Hamas is right now. Let's go to democracy now and talk about pressure coming from different European countries after almost 2 years of basically nothing. A couple of EU leaders have been speaking up slightly.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We turn now to look at how criticism of Israel is growing in Europe as the UK pauses trade talks and the EU reviews its relationship with Israel. This is British Prime Minister Keir Starmer speaking Tuesday.
But first, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say something about the horrific situation in Gaza, where the level of suffering, innocent children being bombed again, is utterly intolerable. The recent announcement that Israel will allow a basic quantity of food into Gaza, a basic quantity, is totally and utterly inadequate. So we must coordinate our response, because this war has gone on for far too long. We cannot allow the people of Gaza to starve.
Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, long an ally of Israel. The British Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, also condemned Israel's actions in Gaza in a speech to the House of Commons.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, end this blockade now and let the aid in. Regrettably, Madam Deputy Speaker, despite our efforts, this Israeli government's egregious actions and rhetoric have continued. They are isolating Israel from its friends and partners around the world, undermining the interests of the Israeli people, and damaging the image of the State of Israel in the eyes of the world. Therefore, today, I'm announcing that we have suspended negotiations with this Israeli government on a new free trade agreement.
The comments of the British Foreign Secretary and Prime Minister came days after as many as 500,000 people took part in a massive march for Palestine in London to mark the 77th anniversary of the Nakba. Meanwhile, the European Union has announced it's reviewing its relationship with Israel.
We're joined now by two guests. From Brussels, Lynn Boylan is with us, Irish member of the European Parliament, chair of the European Parliament's Delegation for Relations with Palestine. And joining us from London, British MP, former Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, MP Corbyn. If you could start off by responding to the shift. We just were in Gaza talking to a British doctor who's there helping the children and the people of Gaza, saying that what Keir Starmer has done does make a difference. Now, you were certainly opposed to the Prime Minister and so much of the support of Israel. What is causing the shift in the British government's position?
It's pretty clear that the huge demonstrations in Britain and the outpouring of public condemnation of Israel's bombardment of Gaza has eventually forced the British government into a slightly different position, in that they've now suspended, as you reported, the trade talks with Israel. They claim to have suspended all arms supplies to Israel, but we question that because we believe that parts for the F-35 jets are still being sold to Israel, and we're also questioning the amount of arms that have been sold over the last few months. But there's no doubt that the position of the Palestinian people being starved to death, bombed to death in Gaza, has forced the British government into a different position. We are keeping up all the pressure we can in order to get aid in, but also to end the occupation, because that is clearly what the ICJ position is: end the occupation of Gaza and of the West Bank.
Well, let's bring in Lynn Boylan. Lynn, you are a member of European Parliament. Could you talk about, and also chair of the European Parliament's Delegation for Relations with Palestine, if you could talk about the significance of this review. The European Union is, of course, Israel's largest trading partner. But what do you think could come of this review, given that there is no unanimous position within the European Union on Israel?
Well, I think first and foremost, I'd echo what Jeremy is saying, is that the only reason why the EU has announced this review, and there isn't even an overall, there isn't even a majority at the EU Council level to review the trading agreement, is because of the people power and the pressure that is coming on politicians right across the European Union. And I'd encourage people to continue to do that. But I would say that the time for a review is long since past. So what we're calling for is to suspend the agreement pending the review review. The review can take place. They can do the research. If they haven't seen what everybody has seen on their phone, is that Israel is not upholding human rights and Article 2 of the trading agreement. It should be suspended, but we're calling for them to suspend it, then carry out your review and come back with your findings. But what we're fearing is that the announcing a review is like kicking it down the road. It's, I suppose, addressing the people pressure, but actually not doing anything concrete to address the situation. So we're also calling on MEPs right across Europe who are frustrated by the lack of European-wide action to call on their national governments to end trade with Israel. For example, in Ireland, we have what's called the Occupied Territories Bill, which would cease trade, obviously just with the occupied territories, but it would be a significant message sent out that at least Ireland wants to be compliant with international law, and we're encouraging MEPs across Europe to do similar initiatives in their countries.
Yeah, and this is a hugely important step, even though it feels like way past due, like she suggested. But certainly necessary in this moment. And so, yeah, it's very, very frustrating, honestly, how long it's taken for any sort of even what do you call it? A sort of surface level resistance from so many Western European powers.
West Bank settlers, but the British Foreign Minister Lammy stopped short of targeting Israeli officials. Can you talk about the significance of those sanctions and what you think has to go further?
The sanctions themselves against individual violent settlers are important and a good step forward. So far, the only sanctions apply to Benjamin Netanyahu and Benny Gantz, who have arrest warrants out from the International Criminal Court, and Britain, as a signatory to the Rome Convention, is required to carry out those arrest warrants should either of those individuals turn up in UK territory. What David Lammy stopped short of doing was what many of us requested, which is a wider sanctioning of officials in the Israeli government who've been a party to the decision-making on the bombardment of Gaza. Their names are well known, but also of Israeli Defense Force High Command, who are also obviously very much part of the decision-making process on which buildings to bomb and which buildings blow up. Not that there's many buildings left in Gaza that are still to be blown up. And so we are continuing that pressure. So there's a big move in Parliament on military equipment, on demanding aid get in rapidly to Gaza, and also sanctions against Israeli officials. And so changes are happening, but it's desperately slow, and already over 60,000 have died in Gaza.
Can I also ask you about your response to what happened in Washington? All these young embassy and consular staffers from different consulates and organizations gathered at the Jewish Museum, and a young man opened fire, killing 2 of those who worked at the Israeli embassy. Your response?
It's absolutely shocking. Nobody should be shot. Nobody should be killed at any event anywhere around the world. That is not the way to solve the issue. And so we have to be resolute in demanding peace for all, and also recognize that in the case of Britain and also in the case of the USA, the big demonstrations in support of the Palestinian people are of Christian, Jewish and Muslim and people of no particular faith. And one of the biggest groups on our demonstrations in support of the Palestinian people is actually the Jewish bloc.
Lynn,
okay, that's enough of that interview. It's good to hear Jeremy Corbyn coming out and demanding things like sanctions against Israel and Israeli high officials and things like that. All right, let's go back to Novara Media, where I found this U-turn here fascinating. From one Piers Morgan. Shocking, I know. Piers Morgan. A little flip-flop.
Last year, when Piers Morgan interviewed Mehdi Hasan, he challenged him on his contention that Israel was a genocidal regime. So that's what Mehdi Hasan put forward. Piers Morgan said that was going a bit far. But now, Piers Morgan has changed his mind.
Mehdi, welcome back to Uncensored. Listen, you and I have talked about this war in Gaza for ever since it started, this phase of the 75-year conflict. And I have resisted going as far as you have done in your criticism of the Israeli government. I resist no more. I think we've reached common ground about what we view is happening and has been happening through this period of this blockade, which frankly is just starvation of the people there, including so many innocent young women and children. And I think that the incessant bombing and killing, and we don't know how many civilians have been killed, but it is on a daily basis. It looks like hundreds of people every day, with no apparent attempt, it seems to me, to have any real plan for how this ends or what happens when it ends, other than if you look at what Smotrich has been saying, probably the most right-wing member of a very right-wing government, he is talking in a genocidal language about kicking all the Palestinians out. Illegal. So I think you and I have reached a place in the last few weeks where we are in agreement.
I mean, obviously,
shocking.
They were also saying that.
Shocking how long it took Piers Morgan, and also shocking to hear "Do you condemn Hamas" man coming out and saying there might be a genocide going on. Actually, suddenly I'm noticing maybe some genocidal stuff happening. It's just very strange, very strange tack from old Piersy. Is porn murder? What kind of question is that? Come on.
18 months ago, they were saying that immediately after October the 7th, that how the Israelis wanted to respond is they wanted to kick everyone out. They were saying they're all animals. They're saying no one is innocent. So, I mean, Piers Morgan has taken a little while to get to this position. I mean, I suppose to his credit, he has invited a lot of people on from all sides and sort of had probably more vociferously pro Palestine pundits than any other channel. He's also had vociferously pro-Israel pundits, but, he hasn't closed down the debate, at least. Let's look at how Mehdi Hasan received that change of heart from Piers.
And I'm glad we're in agreement. I wish we weren't. Actually, I wish I had been wrong and you were right. I wish that a year ago when I said on your show, you said, well, if it's not about the hostages, what's it about? And I said, it's about depopulating Gaza. It's about conquering Gaza. I wish I'd been wrong. But as you said, Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister in the Israeli government, said this week, we are there to conquer, cleanse, and remain. Those are his words. We are disassembling Gaza, he said. We are leaving it as piles of rubble. He says, we're doing something that no one's done in the world before. He bragged out loud, and he said, yes, the Gazans will have to leave. So all of those things are stuff some of us were saying last year. I wish we hadn't been vindicated in this horrific way. The killing is ongoing. The starvation is ongoing. And look, I do hope that a dam is bursting. You mentioned the genocide word. Shmuel Lederman, who is an Israeli researcher of genocide, spent much of 2024 saying it's not a genocide, it's not a genocide. He was interviewed by a Dutch newspaper last week. He said, I've changed my position. It is a genocide. He said, in my field, there's a consensus among genocide scholars that it's a genocide. In fact, that Dutch newspaper interviewed 7 leading scholars of genocide. Every single one said, we think what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. In fact, this week, Piers, you have an Israeli former general, Yair Golan, saying a sane country does not attack civilians, does not kill babies as a hobby, and does not expel civilian populations. That is Yair Golan, the former deputy chief of the Israeli military, prominent Israeli politician. He was a hero on October the 7th, fought Hamas himself on October the 7th. This is what he said this week.
Aaron, I want your take on this. I think Mehdi sort of talked there about a dam having burst. People who beforehand were sort of giving Israel the benefit of the doubt when they definitely didn't deserve it, now sort of saying, oh, okay, fine, now it's clear enough. Does that matter?
I don't know, Michael. I don't know. In terms of what was said by Smotrich about depopulating Gaza and people never living there again, or Gazans never living there again, I mean, maybe it stops it. I don't know. In terms of a greater Israel project, it perhaps helps it probably has implications with regards to how Israel conducts itself in the West Bank over the next 6 months. But until, we can agree, we can say, yeah, it's genocide, yes, it's ethnic cleansing. But our government right now, Michael, even though Keir Starmer is, co-signing letters with Mark Carney and Macron, the Royal Air Force is giving more reconnaissance to Israel about what's going on in Gaza than the US is, right? Where, as Matt Kennard so expertly...
Yeah, it's a fair point. And whether or not, people like Piers Morgan accepting that it's a genocide will tick the needle in any significant way, I do not know. I find it kind of unlikely, but hey, better late than never, I suppose. Although it would have been much better if they could have done it sooner. It's been like 17 months or something, right? At least. Longer. 18? Are we around 18 months now, I think. Let's go to Israel's parliament. Things got a little heated earlier this week. Here's Guardian news from yesterday. The other thing I want to say, you don't know how I see you weak. You are weak people. Very, very weak. After a year and a half of a war in which you killed 19,000 children, 53,000 residents, you destroyed all of the universities, all of the hospitals, and for you there is no political win. You feel there is no political win, and that's why you go crazy. Why are you going crazy? Why are you weak? Why are you sad? Why are you not happy? Why? Because there is no political win. There you go. That Israeli MP was roughly taken away from the podium by Israeli security for saying, I would say, generally true stuff. Generally true stuff. The political win, if as he referred to it, really doesn't exist for Israel anymore, as they lose, support all over the place. Just continues in this direction. All right, let's go here to Channel 4 from yesterday, talking about the tiny trickle of aid that has made its way into Gaza.
They unloaded the few trucks that reached Khan Yunis under cover of darkness, armed guards defending the precious cargo. They wanted to get the flour to the bakeries immediately, but also daylight would increase the risk of riots or fighting. People in Gaza are hungry and desperate. At Deir al-Balah and across southern Gaza, they started baking without delay. The flour is being distributed to as many bakeries as possible by the World Food Programme.
The bread produced in this bakery will not be sold at the moment on the counters and the bakeries. It's going to be distributed through our existing network of partners, mainly the ones operating the hot meals kitchen, and given to the ones that are mostly in need.
The Israel Defense Force plans to replace this network with its own food distribution system. They say they want to stop Hamas from stealing aid, but humanitarian agencies suspect the real reason is to force Gazans into military-controlled zones in the south, and to dismantle a long-standing and effective system that employs as well as feeds Palestinians in Gaza. In Nuseirat, every family had sent a young man to see if they could get bread. During the ceasefire, 600 trucks of food entered Gaza every day. Fewer than 100 after an 11-week blockade is nowhere near enough.
Yeah, just throngs of people, massive crowds showing up just for bread. It is horrifying. Let's see what the White House had to say about the state of aid getting into Gaza. Ministry of Truth. Representative Caroline Levitt.
So on the,
or this morning, rather.
Every
day is going into the next. Go ahead.
The Netanyahu call. Just curious, did the president raise the flow of aid into Gaza? Is he happy with where that situation is right now?
Not to my knowledge, but I can certainly go back and check.
And then, did you have any reaction to the Supreme Court's ruling about the religious charter school today, as well as Justice Coney Barrett's decision to recuse herself?
We'll get you an answer on that case specifically. Sure.
So yeah, not a great response here from Caroline Levitt about the state of aid going into Gaza. It doesn't seem like the White House has any objections to how little aid is making its way in. Seems a very, very pathetic response, if you ask me. Let's talk quickly more about that deal, or that I don't know what you call this. It's not really a deal. It's like a agreement, I guess, between Canada, France, and the UK.
I could never understand how this simple truth evades the leaders of France, Britain, Canada, and others. They're now proposing to establish a Palestinian state and reward these murderers with the ultimate prize. Well, for 18 years, we had a de facto Palestinian state. It's called Gaza. And what did we get? Peace? No. We got the most savage slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust.
Jesus Christ.
You won't be surprised to learn that Hamas thanked President Macron and Prime Ministers Starmer and Carney for demanding that Israel end its war in Gaza immediately. Hamas was right to thank them, because by issuing their demand, replete with a threat of sanctions against Israel, not Hamas, these three leaders effectively said they want Hamas to remain in power.
Wow.
They want Israel to stand down and accept that Hamas's army of mass murderers will survive, rebuild, and repeat the October 7th massacre again and again and again, because that's what Hamas has vowed to do. I say
Israel has again and again and again killed more people than Hamas did on October 7th every single month since then. And yet they keep getting aid. And I fucking hate this guy. But yeah, there's Benjamin Netanyahu suggesting that the UK and Canada and France are giving Hamas carte blanche. A supreme gaslighting from Nazi-in-chief of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, wanted by the ICJ and ICC for war crimes, complaining about people suggesting that he's committing those war crimes and that he should maybe stop. Let's talk more about the U.S. plan that we keep hearing about now. Supposedly, U.S. companies are going to be involved in distributing aid in Gaza for no clear reason, aside from, having a multilateral effort on ethnic cleansing. Not clear what the purpose of it is.
We're going to help the people of Gaza get some food. People are starving.
A US-backed aid organization aims to start work in the Gaza Strip by the end of May.
It's meant to oversee distribution in the Palestinian enclave, where experts warn famine looms. But the United Nations refuses to work with it.
It makes aid conditional on political and military aims. It makes starvation a bargaining chip.
Here's a look at why. Israel stopped all aid access on March 2nd. It's now letting some in, but it's hindered by Israeli restrictions. Israel first inspects and approves aid. It's dropped off on the Gaza side, where the UN hands it out. Israel accused Hamas of stealing aid, which the militants deny. Under Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs Tom Fletcher says the UN system works when it can.
We have rigorous mechanisms to ensure our aid gets to civilians and not to Hamas. But Israel denies us access, placing the objective of depopulating Gaza before the lives of civilians.
Looting by armed gangs is a result of desperation, according to Jens Lurker of the UN's OCHA agency.
Open access for all this aid to come in to meet the needs of desperate people. And the market of desperation disappears, and there's no reason to loot the trucks.
The US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, founded in February in Switzerland, will work with private US security and logistics firms. A source informed on the plan said more than $100 million have been committed to the body, but it wasn't clear where from. Initially, 4 secure distribution sites are planned, 3 in the south and 1 in central Gaza, later spreading to northern Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel intends to have large safe zones in the south of Gaza, to which the Palestinian population would, quote, move for their own safety. That's raised alarm bells.
It forces further displacement. It exposes thousands of people to harm.
The GHF said it wouldn't support the forced relocation of civilians, and that there was no limit on the number of sites it could open or where. Alex Duval of Tufts University's World Peace Foundation warned of surveillance humanitarianism.
Israel has... This is a completely unnecessary thing that we're doing here. It does not make any sense to do what is happening. There's already, just make Israel let the aid in. That's all it is. Just make them let it aid in. There's no need for an American company to come and facilitate it. There's already existing aid agencies that have been helping this whole time that Israel's been attacking. And it's just, this is almost guaranteed to be some sort of enrichment scheme for somebody somewhere. And it's going to be used for U.S. involvement in ethnic cleansing. That's basically what it's going to be when it comes down to it. Now, while all this is supposedly in the works, Israel is continuing to ramp up its attacks, helping settlers kill Palestinians in the West Bank, destroy buildings and other important infrastructure here. After a series of alleged arson attacks overnight, Palestinian residents in the West Bank say Israeli settlers continue to attack their families and homes. Tens of Israeli settlers, maybe hundreds, arrived. I left the house. Then I saw that my vehicles were burnt. And then they beat me on my head. And until now, I've been dizzy. They burnt 2 of my cars, 2 of one of my brothers, and 1 of my older brothers. They burnt my son's house by throwing a Molotov cocktail into the window. Under military occupation since 1967, the West Bank has seen an increase in the number of Israeli settlement clusters spread throughout the territory. You will be burnt. The settler stood here and said, you will be burnt. You are a saboteur. Leave here. Suffering, attacks, they come towards us on an almost daily basis. Sometimes multiple times a day. They attack us with stones and verbally abuse us. It's a very difficult situation. 8 locals were treated on scene for burns overnight, according to the Palestinian Red Crescent. I can't leave my children and wife at home. I am sure one day they will burn the house down. If not today, maybe tomorrow. I've given up my fate to God's will. Yep. Can't forget about the West Bank. Israel has not given up on what they're doing there. Israel has also not given up on attacking its neighbor Lebanon, where explosions were seen over the last 24 hours. Jesus Christ. What is happening?
كما تشاهدون ألسنة النيران والدخان المشتعل. بدأت الإسعافات وبدأ الدفاع المدني بالتحرك لإخماد النيران المشتعلة. مهم يكونوا
There we go, Israel attacking 6 different towns in southern Lebanon. It's just insane. It's just fucking insane. Nobody is stopping them. America is just looking the other way while they do whatever the fuck they want. And we are the ones that have the most responsibility in all of this. It's just a fact. All we hear is crickets from them whenever they do these things now. Alright, let's go to Africa. What do you say? Talk about a fake genocide that's been going on. That's being used as justification to allow South African refugees into the United States, a place where we're kicking out basically anybody on refugee, asylum, temporary protected status. And I'm sure most people heard and or saw bits or pieces of this, but the South African president, Cyril Ramaphosa, he made his way to the United States and had himself a bit of a meeting with Donald Trump at the White House. Embarrassing and humiliating humiliation of the United States. Continuing with insane conspiracy theories, unverified montages, and a bunch of other stuff we'll get into. But let's start this off with Democracy Now!
Press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Mimi Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa visited the White House Wednesday, where President Trump used their joint Oval Office appearance to push false claims that white Afrikaner farmers are facing a genocide. During an extraordinary confrontation broadcast on live TV, Trump had the lights dimmed and ordered video clips played showing people calling for violence against white farmers in South Africa. This is President Ramaphosa and Trump responding to a reporter's question before Trump started playing the video.
What will it take for you to be convinced that there's no white genocide in South Africa?
Well, I can answer that for the president. It's for him. No, seriously.
I'd rather have him answer.
Yeah, I'd rather answer. It will be.
Our president will respond to you.
Yeah, let me.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It will take President Trump listening to the voices of South Africans, some of whom are his good friends, like those who are here. When we have talks between us on the quiet table, it will take President Trump to listen to them. I'm not going to be repeating what I've been saying. I would say if there was Afrikaner farmer genocide, I can bet you these three gentlemen would not be here, including my Minister of Agriculture. He would not be with me. So it'll take him, President Trump, listening to their stories, to their perspective. That is the answer to your question.
But
That's the thing that Trump is known for, of course, his ability to listen, empathy, and to decipher fact from fiction. That's his strong suit.
Stories to their perspective. That is the answer to your question.
But, Mr. President, I must say that we have... wait.
No, wait.
We
It's
have
fake
thousands
news.
of stories talking about it. Sure. And we have documentaries, we have news stories. And is Natalie here? Somebody here to...
Where's Natalie?
I could show you a couple of things. And it has to be responded to.
Yeah, sure.
We have... Let me see the articles, please, if you would. And turn the lights down. Turn the lights down and just put this on. It's right behind you.
As the video played, President Trump falsely claimed there's a place in South Africa with 1,000 graves of white farmers.
Come on! This is very bad. These are burial sites right here. Burial sites. Over 1,000.
The weirdest cemetery anyone's ever seen. Looks more like a highway.
To pay love on a Sunday morning. Each one of those white things you see is a cross.
It's a grave.
And
all graves on a highway.
Approximately 1,000 of them. They're all white farmers, the family of white farmers. And those cars aren't driving, they're stopped there to pay respects to their family member who's killed.
in the semi-trucks?
And it's a terrible
In 16-wheelers, they're going to visit
The video President Trump was talking about did not actually show any real graves. They were mock graves, part of a protest against farm violence. South African police data show farm murders comprised less than 0.2% of South African murders between October and December of last year. This month, the Trump administration granted refugee status to a group of white South Africans, even as it suspended refugee resettlement for almost everyone else in the world. Trump's claims of white genocide come after South Africa brought a case at the International Court of Justice in The Hague accusing Israel of committing genocide in Gaza, where Palestinian officials say Israeli attacks have killed over 61,000 people. And one of his closest advisors, Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, is also from South Africa and is part of that group of people pushing these theories. For more, we go to Johannesburg, South Africa, where we're joined by Wobegon Peko. She is Senior Research Fellow and political economist at Trade Collective Works, founding fellow at the Thabo Mbeki School of Governance at the University of South Africa. Welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. Can you respond to the spectacle in the Oval Office yesterday?
So, yeah, thanks, Amy. The whole spectacle that we saw yesterday is really in keeping with the narrative of this white genocide, but it's a convenient myth, especially in the context of a declining empire. So this is a sort of white supremacist tactic, which is aware that its days are numbered, and it's kind of trying to concoct and invent imagined threats to galvanize support and to galvanize sympathy. And I think I'm very wary of the notion of even calling it white victimhood, because I consider it an act of aggression, an act of aggressive white malice, in fact. And what this does is that the velocity of media amplification, as well as the endorsements by billionaires like, as you mentioned, Elon Musk, and the few other prominent former former South Africans who, by bizarre coincidence, have congregated around the Trump administration, and perhaps it's not coincidental at all, like Peter Thiel, like Joel Pollak, and a few others, is that they have then exploited their sense of, of white grievance. So these are grievances that have been around since the post-1994 dispensation in pockets, but nobody takes them really, really seriously, and they're seen as spurious apartheid nostalgic sentiments. And what has happened, of course, in the last few months with the ascendancy of people like Elon Musk and Joel Pollak, and their proximity to somebody like, Donald Trump, who seems to have a great appetite for these spurious white supremacist ideologies, is that they mirror his own extremely skewed worldview, and of course his own racial tendencies, and they've amplified their power, their velocity, their financial muscle, have given them the ability to amplify this. And we see this, of course, that Elon Musk has used Twitter, X, whatever we're calling it this week, to amplify some very problematic and extremely dangerous propaganda.
And also, if you could talk overall of the steps the Trump administration has taken against South Africa since it came into office. I mean, this is just one aspect of it. Secretary of State Marco Rubio skipping a G20 meeting earlier this year, claiming that South Africa is what he called the present government's anti-Americanism, he said. Trump has also stopped foreign aid to South Africa and set 30% reciprocal tariffs in April, though now that has been paused for a 90-day review.
So these, the tariffs are, of course, universal. We know that Donald Trump.
Okay. Let's keep talking about this. But it is an insane sort of, white fragility politics that we're living in right now. We're being, like, marginally less powerful by such a marginal like, it's just, somehow that counts as repression and genocide now, and that the president of the United States can be so easily, like, swayed by literal, like fake documentaries and online bullshit. Like she said, spurious garbage is seemingly convincing to Trump, since as long as it feeds into his sense of things, of the world, it reinforces his worldview. He'll be taking hook, line, and sinker on this kind of stuff, because it feeds some sort of insatiable need for a feeling of victimhood from one of the world's richest men. All right, let's go back to the Ministry of Truth. See what Caroline Levitt had to say about Donald Trump's claims of white genocide in South Africa.
Give me a joke.
Yamish, good to see you.
Hi, good. Thanks for taking my question.
Sure.
The president showed a video that he said showed more than 1,000 burial sites of white South Africans that he said were murdered. We know that that was not true and that the video wasn't showing that. So I wonder, why did the president choose to show that?
What's not true, Yamish?
It's not true that the video was showing a burial site. It is unsubstantiated that that's the case.
No, it is true that that video showed the crosses that represent.
What the president claimed.
Caroline is struggling so hard with this one. It wasn't a burial site. It
showed the crosses that represent.
What the president claimed.
The video showed images of crosses in South Africa about white farmers who have been killed and politically persecuted because of the color of their skin.
That's actually false. It wasn't just white farmers, actually. It was just farmers in general. There were black farmers that were supposedly being represented by those crosses. And once again, it's not a burial site. But
and those crosses are representing their lives. Those crosses are representing their lives in the fact that they are now dead, and their government did nothing about it. Are you disputing that there's no
fact that the video showed what the president claimed it showed, because it did not show that. But even more, what I'm asking you is who at the White House...
it did show that. It showed white crosses representing people who have perished because of racial persecution.
Verify the videos that the president shows, and what protocols are in place when there's unsubstantiated information being put out for the world and world leaders to
Yamiche,
show.
what's unsubstantiated about the video? The video shows crosses that represent the dead bodies of people who were racially persecuted by their government. In fact, the Associated Press, of all places, has a picture of that very monument, and the caption from the Associated Press is, "Each cross marks a white farmer who has been killed in a farm murder." So it is substantiated, not just by that video and the physical evidence that everybody saw on display in the Oval Office, but
What I loved about that was that Caroline just got done kicking the Associated Press out of the White House for not saying Gulf of America, and is now quoting Associated Press as a like a reliable source of information. Now, I tried to find the video that she's talking about, the article from the Associated Press. I couldn't find it. Unfortunately. But when I did look up Associated Press, South Africa, burial, I can't remember exactly what I searched. I did find, I found this story, at least this was one of the stories. Johannesburg AP, South Africa's top law enforcement official said Friday that the U.S. President Donald Trump wrongly claimed that a video he showed in the Oval Office was of burial sites for more than 1,000 white farmers, and that he had twisted the facts to push a false narrative about mass killings of white people.
I don't want reality.
Yeah. So I don't know. It seems like the AP is reporting that this is potentially, definitely not what the White House is claiming. But okay, it's fine. Can't expect Caroline to get everything right. She's the one who makes things right, okay? As the head of the Ministry of Truth, it's her job to create the truth for us, all right? That's what her job is. I feel much more truthy now after listening to that. Let's go here. See what Hasan had to say about this.
I hate this so much. I hate it so much. It's stupidity. It's dangerous levels of stupidity paired up with dangerous levels of racism.
It is.
And it's getting elevated to a position of prominence by
it's hit the racism
president. It's the
stupid
It's
singularity.
So bad. We are so
there.
cooked, dude. This is what happens when you got a groiper president. Everything sucks. Let's start with the South African president coming to the White House. And it's like, it's one of those situations where you can't do anything about it. You know what I mean? What are you supposed to do? You have to go there. You have to talk to the guy. And you know he's going to be a dickhead in the process.
Put this on. It's right behind you. Johan.
There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not?
So in the midst of this normal conversation, from what I understand, Donald Trump just comes in hot.
Demand that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act. Shoot to kill Gaza, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer.
Bro, this is a real serious question that I have to ask right now. Do we think that Donald Trump has the capacity to tell people apart? Do we think that Donald Trump thinks Julius Malema is the president? Do you think Donald Trump unironically looked at this clip compilation and thought, oh, that's you?
That's the same guy.
I don't know.
It's the same guy right there.
It's a possibility, because the guy that he's talking to is Ramaphosa, a totally separate guy. But I think Donald Trump might legitimately think that this person on the screen, a whole separate person, is actually the same guy that he's talking to right now.
It's like, what do you have to say for yourself? You're saying all these nasty things over here.
South want to hit them hard, go after a white man. They feel a terrible pain because you have turned a white man. Not because Bashar al-Assad will not be turned.
Why is he showing these videos? Because he's a embarrassing little gremlin, dude. That's why. Because he's basically Ethan Klein.
He's basically Ethan
He's literally
Klein.
doing an Ethan Klein move here on the global stage as the leader.
This is exactly what's happening. Oh my god. Is the Trump content nuke. It's Trump's South African content nuke. Showed up with multiple montages and printed out websites, which I always love. I love when old people print out websites on paper. It's one of my favorite things to see. But like, it's fucking amazing. It's just exactly what's happening. You say that you're not doing a white genocide, but I have a whole lot of evidence. Content nuke. Get ready.
Of the most powerful nation on the planet. This is where we're at. Our president is a Facebook grandpa. Our president will look at memes and go, well, what do you have to say about this? What he's showing the South
Respond to
African
this meme.
president, who is from a totally separate party, for the record, a clip compilation of Malema. Malema is the leader of the EFF, a separate party in South Africa. I'm from the UK. Do Americans think this shit is as cringe as everybody else? I don't know. I assume no. They probably think this is brilliant. A lot of Americans also don't have the capacity to understand that this is a totally separate political party. They also don't understand that it is a constitutional right to do expropriation of land, and it never actually took place. It was one of the biggest criticisms of the ANC government in the aftermath of the dissolution of the apartheid in South Africa, and that the reason why the Boer in South Africa, the Afrikaners that are claiming that white genocide is happening, is because the ANC is moving in the direction of enforcing at least some of this constitutional right. Now, the constitutional right is land expropriation with market rate compensation. They're not just like going up to these dudes and being like, it's our land now, fuck off. They're supposed to, this is again a constitutionally protected right. Land expropriation and reallocation of land, redistribution of land is literally in the South African Constitution. Okay? It's not just eminent domain. It's not just eminent domain. It's like, this is the reparation structure that is supposed to exist, because lo and behold, this might shock you guys, 10% of the South African nation is white. They, however, own 90% of the land, because that's what it was. It was a settler colony for the longest goddamn time. Of course.
Yep. Hasan is right about those numbers, and it's a pretty wild amount of inequality. And the suggestion that these people are doing anything other than perfectly fine is honestly sort of laughable. You know, in comparison to regular people, black South Africans, white South Africans are doing really, really good. And there's zero metrics by which to actually go by on this genocide that would actually back it up, these insane claims being made by the Trump administration and his racist South African buddies. But that's where we're at. That's where we're at right now. Bunch of insane shit. Let's go to a fact-checking. France24 decided to take a few minutes to unpack some of the things Donald Trump trotted out at this meeting.
Well, it's time now for our daily fact-checking show, Truth or Fake. Vedika Behel joins me in the studio. Hi, Vedika. So we're staying with this story. As we've been mentioning, Donald Trump ambushed Ramaphosa with a clip and news articles that allegedly proved that there is a white genocide against South African farmers. But some of the elements that he showed are, in fact, misleading. Tell us more.
That's right, Yinka. I think we've all seen the video by now of President Trump insisting to President Ramaphosa that there is a genocide taking place against white Afrikaner farmers in South Africa, despite Ramaphosa's efforts to fact-check. Trump demanded to dim the lights and roll the clip. He even brandished a stack of printed news articles that he said documents that persecution. But despite all of that alleged proof, Trump has misrepresented the fact here. I want to start with these articles in particular. At one point, the US president flipped through his paperwork. He says death, death, death on each page. He says that these were all published in the last few days, and that one headline and that all the headlines show white farmers being buried. Now, at one point in particular, he held up a headline to the camera here. We can see the headline clearly. It says, "Let's talk about Africa, which is where tribalism takes you," published by a blog called The American Thinker. There's also a thumbnail here of bodies being buried as well. Now, this article that he's holding is still online. It's pretty easily findable. And unlike what he said about this all being in the last few days, this blog post is not. It's dated February 13th earlier this year. As for the image that he said there shows white farmers being buried, this is not even in South Africa. This is actually an image of aid workers burying bodies in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Come on! Now, how do we know
that? Just more proof that Donald Trump can't tell black people apart. This is in the Congo. Incredible. One of those articles on that printed out stack of internet of the internet. He decided to print the internet. Couldn't even bring us articles from South Africa. That's how much evidence they have. Wow.
It's pretty clear, linked here at the bottom in the blog post itself. It says image, YouTube screen grab. Pretty easy to click on the link and it takes us straight there to a report published by Indian media WION using Reuters footage showing women being buried following a mass jailbreak in Goma.
Oh my god, it's even it's in the title of the freaking video, in Goma, which is clearly not in South Africa if you know anything about South Africa or the Congo. This is wild.
Not South Africa, Yinka, but the DRC. And it is a story that is months old as well, unlike...
Months old story from a different country. That's proof that a white genocide is happening in South Africa. There's your proof, people. You have to respond to the fake proof that I have. Why won't you respond to all of these fake news stories from outside of South Africa? Mr. Ramaphosa, you are doing a white genocide. Elon told me it's very bad, very nasty. Now, South Africa's foreign minister made an appearance on PBS, Ramanpur and Company, yesterday, responding to the confrontation between Trump and Ramaphosa and the White House earlier this week.
We turn next to the fallout from President Trump's carefully staged Oval Office ambush of yet another visiting head of state. This time, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. Cameras rolling, Trump confronted him with baseless claims of a genocide against white farmers in his home country.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can
and
take
then when
land.
they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when
then they kill the white farmer.
Nothing happens to them.
No. There is quite
nothing happens.
There is criminality in our country.
This is such a fucking...
People who do get killed,
national
unfortunately
embarrassment.
through criminal activity, are not only white people. Majority of them are black people. And we have now been utilized.
The farmers are not black.
Farmers aren't
I don't know
black.
if that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black.
Jesus Christ.
There is no such white genocide, and crime against white farmers represents a tiny fraction of the country's overall crime. The scene was reminiscent of Trump's spat with the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, back in February. So for other world leaders watching from afar, is a diplomatic visit to America, however needed, becoming more of a risk than a boon? Ronald Lamola, South Africa's foreign minister, was in the room, and he joins me now in an exclusive interview from Washington, D.C. Foreign Minister, welcome to the program. This can't be easy for you to have witnessed, to have endured, or even to talk about publicly, for all the sensitivities. But what were you thinking when it all sort of started to go south, so to speak?
Yeah, thank you very much to the viewers. Firstly, let me convey on behalf of the South African government our condolences to the government of Israel for the two young diplomats that were gunned down in Washington. We continue to call for peace in Gaza and the West Bank. Indeed, it was not an easy outing. We had expected that it will be robust, it will be engaging, and it will involve facts. So what went through our mind was that we should be able to achieve the end goal. And the end goal was that there must be a reset of engagements between Washington and the government of South Africa. And we believe we achieved that because there was engagement after the Oval Office interaction with the media and the public. There was a deep engagement during lunch to reset the bilateral relations, to engage on issues related to the G20, but also on the issues that impact trade between the two countries, particularly because the tariffs have technically nullified the program called AGOA. So that was our main goal, to take forward that reset of the bilateral relations. And we had, as you will have heard, our president saying that behind the scene, this matter must be engaged and facts will be put on the table and stats will be provided, as we have already said.
Yep. And of course, the facts are that there is no white genocide and Donald Trump is completely delusional. Yeah. All right, let's go quickly to Qatar before we head to Asia. We are almost running out of content here, people. Made it 7.5 hours. But yeah, let's go here. Caroline was asked a question about whether or not the Trump administration would be furnishing the rest of us with the cost of refitting this jet, which is being gifted to Donald Trump, which he accepted, formally accepted the gift of during the week. Let's see what Caroline has to say about transparency.
Garrett, go ahead.
Caroline, you guys are very proud of your record on transparency. I have two transparency-related questions for you.
Sure.
On the president's dinner tonight, will the White House commit to making a list of the attendees public so people can see who's paying for that kind of access to the president?
Well, as you know, Garrett, this question has been raised with the president. I have also addressed the dinner tonight. The president is attending it in his personal time. It is not a White House dinner. It's not taking place here at the White House, but certainly I can raise that question and try to get you an answer for it. Okay, and on the Qatari aircraft, the Air Force has said they're going to classify all the information about the work that has to get done to bring it up to snuff to be Air Force One. Previous Air Force One contracts, including the one that the president entered into in 2018, are public. That's available knowledge. Will the White House commit to releasing who's doing that work and the cost of that work? I understand that some elements might be classified about specific systems, but will you commit to releasing that basic information so people can see ultimately what this costs? Well, Garrett, as you know, that's a question for the Department of Defense and the United States Air Force, who is accepting this jet as part of their fleet.
You classify anything you want.
Well, you'll have to.
I see. We have to ask Pete Hegseth, even though Donald Trump is the one who accepted the jet. There was no one from the Department of Defense was at that signing where Donald Trump accepted the jet. But it's not on Trump or the Trump administration to furnish us with the costs of refurbishing this jet. No. It's apparently Pete Hegseth and the Department of Defense's. It's their responsibility to be forthcoming and transparent. Something that the Pentagon is always very transparent with their costs. Always passing audits. Wait, sorry, they haven't not failed an audit for decades. All right, let's go to China. Talk about EVs, which China's BYD seems to be outshining all other manufacturers of electric vehicles, including Tesla, especially as it relates to Europe. Let's go to Reuters here from yesterday.
Chinese car maker BYD sold more electric vehicles in Europe than Tesla for the first time in a, quote, watershed moment. That's according to a report from market researchers JATO Dynamics. This shift away from Tesla comes as its aging model lineup and CEO Elon Musk's politics hurts demand. The report said in April, BYD registered 7,231 battery-powered EVs in Europe, while Tesla registered almost 70 fewer. This is significant, an industry analyst said, as Tesla's led the market for years, while BYD only officially begun operations beyond Norway and the Netherlands in late 2022. Demand for EVs in Europe remains steady, and despite the EU's tariffs on Chinese-made EVs, registrations of such cars increased 59% in April from a year earlier, while
Tesla getting hit everywhere right now. We talked about how Tesla sales in Quebec, Canada, were down 90% year over year. And now BYD taking Tesla's pie in Europe as well. Might have something to do with everything Elon's been up to in playing games in the governments of European countries, democracies, or what he's doing in the United States, doing the Heil Hitler salutes. Or it could just be that BYD is making competitive vehicles that are cheaper than Tesla's. It could be all three, honestly. Who's to say? Now, China's been staying busy, not just with EVs. Militarily, China has been going back to, aggressive sort of confrontations in the South China Sea with the Philippines Coast Guard. Here's the Associated Press from yesterday.
China's Coast Guard mission number 21559. This is MMOB 3002. BRP Dato Sanday, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. A government vessel of the Philippines, your unsafe maneuvers are in clear violation of your obligations for safe conduct under the 1972 International Regulations for preventing collision.
Yep, China still bullying people in international waters, which is fun. It's a fun time for everybody. Something they've been doing for years now. Trying to establish dominance over all waters, regardless of whether or not they are Chinese waters. It doesn't seem to, they've been, they did that little cruise about Australia's the international waters surrounding Australia, just kind of going all over the place and playing little fun military games in the ocean. Now let's go to it's North Korea. Another ocean mishap, if you will, happened. Apparently, North Korea attempted to launch a new Navy destroyer. Wound up being a rather blunderous event for them, apparently. Oopsies, that's the wrong one. Yeah, no, let's start with this one. Okay. Global news from yesterday. Kim Jong-un furious over North Korean warship.
북한 청지랑의 대형 함정 진수 동향을 사전에 추적 감시하고 있었습니다.
Sorry, hold on. I forgot this has subtitles. The intelligence agencies of South Korea and the goddammit. Why does that have to be so fast? And the United States. South Korea and the United States have been tracking and monitoring the launch movements of a large vessel at North Korea's Chongqing port and assessed that the side launch has failed. After watching the whole course of the accident, the respected comrade Kim Jong-un made a stern assessment, saying that it was a serious accident and criminal act caused by absolute carelessness, irresponsibility, and unscientific empiricism which is out of the bounds of possibility and could not be tolerated. What we are witnessing in Chongqing is a very likely and Cho-hyun class warship. I presume this incident occurred because North Korea has a lack of experience in launching large vessels of this scale using side launch methods. The fact that this kind of accident occurred and became public could be a deeply humiliating event for North Korea. Therefore, it is likely that North Korea will attempt to showcase the launch of another Cho-hyun class warship soon. Moreover, the regime is also expected to unveil and flaunt other weapon systems it has promised to develop during the 8th Party Congress before the year is out. It had promised to develop during the 8th... Oh, sorry, I'm just rereading the same thing. One more on this one. South China Morning Post from yesterday as well. Second to last video. Great job, everyone. Fantastic job. The intelligence agencies of South Korea and the United States have been monitoring the launch movements of a large vessel in North Korea's Chongqing province and assessed that the side launch has failed. What we are witnessing in Chongqing is very likely a Cho-hyun class warship. We already heard this part.
북한 입장에서 상당히 큰 대형함에서 측면 진술을 한 경우.
You already heard this in the other video. Forgot about this.
함정이 대형화되면 될수록
As warships increase in size, navies tend to opt for safer methods, such as placing the vessel in a dry dock and submerging it in water for launching. Such as rather than stern or side launching, as previously mentioned. I forgot, a lot of this stuff we already heard. Well, suffice to say that North Korea had a blunderous military situation trying to launch this boat into the water. Failed spectacularly, causing Kim Jong-un to make a public statement. Yeah. Is Pete Hegseth in charge of there? It's possible, yeah. Very blunderous. Does feel Pete Hegsethian. Yeah, let's go to our last story in Japan, where one Japanese minister, the agriculture minister to be specific, has resigned in shame after an insensitive remark made about rice.
Japan's agriculture minister, Taku Eto, resigned on Wednesday after making a comment that he didn't need to buy rice because his constituents give it to him for free.
Wow.
That didn't go over very well with the Japanese public, since many people are upset that rice prices have gotten quite high these days because of a shortage of rice.
Oh my god. It's like Donald Trump after like the tariff thing coming out and saying, I don't need to buy dolls because I get dolls for free. You know, this is such a ill-conceived comment. I don't need to buy rice because I get it for free from my constituents who I represent.
Many people are upset that rice prices have gotten quite high these days because of a shortage of rice in the stores. The government has released nearly 500,000 tons of rice from its stockpiles, but only about 10% of that has gotten to supermarket shelves. The reasons seem to be that there's a shortage of capacity by rice millers to polish the rice to make it as nice and white as the Japanese like to eat it. Another problem seems to be possible hoarding, although so far nobody has said exactly who is doing this. The suspicion is that wholesalers or somebody is hoarding the rice so that the prices will be higher and they can make more profits. They're hoping that the harvests this year will be better than they were last year, and that all this hard work will be worth it.
Now, there's been a number of agricultural hoarding examples as of late. We've talked about it with coffee. Now we're talking about it with rice. And it's capitalism, baby. Well, looks like we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult. But thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight, chat. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoap, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Tracy Eva, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Daredevil, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Raish, Becky, and D Cypher. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few dollars a month on Patreon. What are you waiting for?
Walking and when she passed. Young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each when she passes goes when she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each when she passes goes
Never think also say
All right, everyone. I just wanted to let you know I appreciate each and every one of you. I am now going to raid on YouTube and Twitch. No comment chick. So wish Irene and the no comment community a happy galactic evening and or day for me. Spread the love. Get the galactic word out there.
Just look at that yellow sun. And way off in the distance, those lovely little white clouds.
Get a drink, have a good time now.